Heads Up A automatic. 440 6-barrel barrel.
What's going on up there in Atlanta, because we've got an update for you as far as what's going on right here at Galot. We have obviously got equipment out on the racetrack. We are getting back in front of this thing, and the track is just about dry. As a matter of fact, the folks down there are telling us that they're thinking about a half an hour, so about 30 minutes, possibly less, before we get back at it here today. So 30 minutes, possibly less. Want to remind everybody that we're going to go ahead and get things back rolling here as soon as we can. The weather is looking pretty good. We're taking a look at the radar up here, and everything that was in the area has moved away. It will continue to move to the east of us, and it looks like we've got quite a very good window here to go ahead and get this race in. So on a JEGS, $20,000 to win Saturday. Again, we're about half an hour away. We're going to put our door cars that had not yet run in round number one, we're going to put you on standby. Door cars, we're going to put you on standby. It won't be too much longer before we start calling you into the staging lanes. So it won't be too much longer before we call you into the staging lanes. Door cars, we are going to put you on standby. Go ahead and get them back out of the trailers, get them ready to go. We're probably looking at maybe 10 minutes or so before we call you into the staging lane. So door cars, we're going to put you on standby. Again, the facility here is built so well, the drainage is just about perfect that the water that was on the track is long gone. As a matter of fact, the drag tractor is out there now working on getting things put back together. So we are getting pretty close. In about 30 minutes or less, we'll be back on the racetrack. That's the word that we're getting right now. Door cars, we're going to put you on standby. The continuation of round number one. So we'll have fun when we get back up on the racetrack. So the weather's moving out of the area. About 30 minutes or less, door cars, you are on standby. That's where we're going to go from
Coming along very nicely as the sun peeks out. Harold has this track. Looks like it's about 90% there. So racers, door car racers, you should be fueled up and just about getting ready to head this way. We dug into the prize vault. We talked about the spring fling. We have a very special prize for the fall fling. So the Sparkle Fall Fling, presented by Optima, the Sparkle Fall Fling. A lot of you guys are familiar with our Bristol event. That was the spring fling that we moved over here to Galot. Well, the Bristol event is now the Sparkle Fall Fling. And the best package of round number one, is going to receive a free entry into the Sparkle Fall Fling. So it's something that's just a little bit above and beyond what was on our flyer. It's the Sparkle Fall Fling. It's going to take place in Bristol, Tennessee, September 26th to September 30th. And the best package of round number one, and I know a couple of you guys already ran round number one. Of course, you'll be included in that. We'll check all of the stats, all of the data of round number one. So the best package of round number one is going to win a free entry into the Sparkle Fall Fling. Pretty cool stuff. So if you guys, as I said earlier, if you guys like what you see with our Spring Fling event, you can pretty much mirror that, and that is what's going to happen in late September at Bristol at the Sparkle Fall Fling. Now remember, we still have all of the best losing packages today. They are also in play, but the best winning package for round one is kind of just a little bit of a bonus for round number one. So there's, for the best package, which I'm going to guess is probably going to be, maybe Nate wants to lose a little bit more, because I got him pretty good in the reaction time challenge. We went back and forth picking pair who would be closer to 000. And
yeah, and by the way, I would like to say thank you to Tim Thomas for kind of putting that final nail in the coffin there.
And that he did.
Yeah, going that trip zip perfect, Tim. Greatly appreciated on that one.
And that always seems to happen at our reaction time challenges. We always have a slew of 00 lights, and then right at the end, it's either the second to last pair or the last pair, just like boom. And I called it. I was in the other room. I said, here it is. Watch. Boom.
Yeah.
So cool.
Well, having called the first few pair, if I'm remembering correctly, granted it's rained since then and now, and my head is a little bit unclear, but I think we're sitting at like a 6-pack. I think is where
already
we're at right now. I believe so. I want to. I'll go back and look at the sheet and double check that, but I think we're looking at a 6-pack right now. So I don't know. Are we trying to guess the exact number? Or are we
let's guess let's guess the exact number. One of us will guess the exact number of what we feel will be the best package, and the other person will have to guess over or under that.
Okay.
In the meantime, we'll give the first official call. So for round number one door cars, if, of course, there's been about, what would you say, about 20% of the door cars ran already?
Probably somewhere around there. Yeah,
so
haven't run yet.
If you have not run round number one door cars, let's bring them up. $20,000 on the line. The weather's going to improve as the day goes on, according to all of the apps that we have up here, and let's go for $20K on Jeg Saturday. So if you look at the flyer, we have all of the round prizes in effect. I'm going to say we're about 65% through our prize vault, Nate. We still have about 30 to 40% left of our prize vault to give out. And if you look on the flyer, this is Cook's round one. The best losing package for round one will get a set of Cook's headers, and you can follow down the line. On the flyer, Biondo round two, Sparkle fire suit, ATI converter for the best losing package round three, Hoosier tires for the best losing package round four, FTI converter for the best losing package round five, Goodyear slicks for the best losing package round six, and Autometer $500 gift cert for the best losing package round seven. So as always, we're going to have a good time. This is still a main event. I mean, we started here on Tuesday, Nate. We had a shootout for a dragster, then we had a warm-up. We had a 20K. We crowned a 50K champion with Turtle Brandon last night, and we are down to our final main event. So this is everybody's last opportunity, at least for this week, to stand on the Spring Fling Winner Circle stage.
And we also had that shootout for 10 grand from Who's Your Tire for the door cars that was thrown in there as well on Wednesday night. So definitely have had a whole lot of racing that has been already contested here. And like you said, we've still got another full day of what we've got coming up on the JEGS $20,000 Saturday. So round number one, door cars. Round number one, door cars. If you have not yet run, we do need you into the lanes. They're going to start putting you guys in lanes 1 and 2. So door cars, round number one. Of course, we've already kind of given away our first perfect light award. Shorty Raider got that $300 Jones Transcooler certificate. We've got a few more that are still on the list, like some of those Page Pro gift certificates, as well as case the ITI Super F. And there's even another set of Mickey Thompsons out there that we possibly found in the back of the vault that we've got to throw out the door.
Was that one of those for the driver that needs it the most?
The tires for the driver that needs it the most?
Yeah, we had that at one point. I'm going to have to check into our prize vault concierge, Sean, here, and about those Mickey Thompson tires. But we'll look into that. But for round now, we'll take round number one, door cars to the lanes. We have 20K. It's JEGS Saturday. It's only a Saturday. It kind of feels like a Sunday to me a little bit, but it's only a Saturday. We're only partly way through the weekend here, so we typically, at our Spring Fling events lately, we leave Sunday open as a cleanup day, and if we don't have to clean up, which it looks like, I know we're not going to have to clean up because the weather's going to get better as the day goes on, and we have the best track which will hold all the way through.
Yeah.
So tomorrow will be a racer travel day, so crown a $20,000 champion tonight on a Saturday under the lights. A lot of people be watching on Motor Mania because it's a Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a lot of publicity there.
I think another one of the great parts about having that Sunday is kind of a just-in-case cleanup day as well as a racer travel day is, especially on a day like today, it's the last day. We've already had the 20K for Wise on Thursday, the 50K from Strange Engineering yesterday, but even on the last day where a lot of folks decision that if round number one didn't go the way they wanted to, they just pack up and head home because they got to get home to be to work the next day. Here it does open the door, give you the opportunity that, hey, look, round number one, it didn't work out. Should I not buy back? You got that day tomorrow to travel. You might as well stick around and give it another shot. There's $20,000 on the line. It would make sense that if you don't light up the scoreboard, buy back, get back in, and stick around and race the rest of the day.
Absolutely, Nate. I know as a racer, when there's $20,000 on the line, and it's a Saturday, if I have any chance I could throw at winning $20,000, I will. So especially the Spring Fling, our motto is race it, experience it. I've been talking to and Kyle and myself and a lot of the staff have been talking to a lot of the racers. They really are happy with the way this event turned out as far as the flow of the event, as far as the facility, as far as the experience, and that's what we're all about. So we have the final day for 20K. If you lose first round, you will have the opportunity to buy back. We have the weather will improve as the day goes on, so that concern is gone. We feel confident that we'll be able to crown a champion before somewhere around, if I had to guess right now, Nate, somewhere around 9:30 to 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be another late night of racing. I mean, granted, we've still got a lot of cars in competition. We're technically kind of restarting round number one for those that had not got down the track yet. But I agree. I think it's going to be a very fun, very full day. And I've got to give credit to Peter and Kyle for the selections that they make. Talking about the race it experience portion of it. A lot of the experience is the facility that you go to, and looking at the facilities that have been chosen as homes for the Flings. Of course, starting in Bristol, and that is definitely a top-notch facility, one of the finest out east of the Rockies, east of the Mississippi, east of the Mississippi, just a beautiful, beautiful area. The first time I got to roll in there and take a look at it, I mean, I basically described it as one of the coolest KOA campgrounds that also happened to have a drag strip right smack dab in the middle of it. I mean, that thing is beautiful and continues to be. And then, of course, when the selection was made to go ahead and host the West Coast Spring Fling out in Las Vegas, of course, it another very fine facility, and I'm not saying that just because that's home. I'm saying that because, well, I mean, it really honestly is. You know, when you can park 300 race cars all on pavement and basically have the idea of, you know, really full-on facilities, it's great. And then to select Galot as the new home of the Spring Fling in the May time frame, I think that choice has proven itself to be the correct one over and over and over again. So, racers, we are getting a whole lot closer. We're starting to get some takers back into the staging lanes for the door cars. So, again, door cars, we need you back into the staging lanes for round number 1. If you have not yet run in round number 1, again, the best overall package in round number 1, it was just announced, will get a free full entry into the Fall Fling at Bristol, which is coming up in September. So if you put together the best overall package, I may have to all right. There you go. I'm just saying. We'll have to kind of figure it out. And I believe, again, I'll go back and look at the sheet real quick from round number 1, but that we've already contested. But I think the best overall package right now, JJ, didn't we see a 6-thou pack? 6 dead 0? I think the better one before that was a 7-pack. So I think we're sitting on a 6-pack, unofficial at the point in time. We'll double check the sheet. I know that JJ's probably got his numbers. He's kind of like his dad. He's like the Alabama Abacus Part 2. Alabama Abacus. Before the days of calculators, they used to use this thing called an abacus to do math. Exactly. You got a calculator built into your brain. There's probably a little chip dug in there that you got everything done. It's not a chip. Your brain is a I know. It's pretty impressive. So again, the track drying just about done. Door cars, we need you back into the lanes, please. Round number 1, door cars, round number 1. I need to find the old, JJ, I know that video games are something you have grown up with. Abacus, maybe not, but video games are something that you have. Did you ever hear about an old game called, like, Mortal Kombat? You've heard of Mortal Kombat? They're in style now, those old retro games. But basically, they've got a whole bunch of great sound clips from Mortal Kombat where basically it starts off, and I can't even do the voice, but it's just this really low, almost, you know, gnarly sounding voice that just starts off with round 1, fight. I think it'd be great at the racetrack. I use it all the time in Vegas. Round 1, fight. And then when they get down to the race, they get down to the top end at the finish line, whoever wins, be like, yay, you, all right, you got it. And then the other one would just hear this, fatality. You lose. That one would be fun, too. The other clip that we put in there is when man dies. Get down to the top end, it goes, boo, boo. Lose. But anyway, round number 1, the continuation of the door cars. I don't know. Your dad had that microphone, and that one doesn't work in here. So we'll switch things up. We got to go find it. We cannot leave we've got a man down. Missing soldier. Oh, there it is. JJ, you're good at search and recovery. Nice. So once again, door cars, come back. Round number 1 continued. We need you in the lanes, please. Lanes 1 and 2. Door cars, come on. All right, racers, a question was raised, and we want to make sure that we clarify this. There are buybacks. Buybacks are in effect. Again, if what we said is there is no reason not to buy back because we do have that travel day built in for it tomorrow. Again, that Jag's $20,000 to win. Buybacks are in effect. The buyback window is open. And if you would like to go ahead and make your way up here if you need to, the buyback window is open. And once we continue on with round number one and have a few more racers that are eligible to buy back, and we'll continue to take those buybacks. So again, right up here at the top of the tower, that table will be there, and you can make your way up here. So once again, drivers, door cars, to the lanes, please. Lanes 1 and 2.
For that big bore kit to hop up your pit bike, or maybe a nitrous piston for your hot rod, look no further than Wiseco Performance Products. For the last 3 years, Wiseco has supported Spring Fling racers by being the official overall point sponsor for the Spring Fling 5-day in Bristol. Whether you need components for your daily driver or 3,000 horsepower twin-turbo monster, Wiseco has you covered. One name, one solution, Wiseco. Get them before they get you. Strange Engineering has been the leader in driveline suspension and brakes for over 50 years, from street cars to top-fueled dragsters and everything in between. Strange has evolved its product line to handle the most demanding of applications. Remember, don't just race, race Strange.
Word coming down from the starting line or coming up from the starting line that they will be ready in probably about 2 to 3 minutes. So again, we're going to put out another call. Second call for door cars. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Second call for door cars. We need you back into the staging lanes. Round number 1 continuation. So if you have not yet contested round number 1, we need you into the lanes. Door cars, we need you into the lanes, please. 1 and 2. You should be there. Get there now.
Our goal at Kooks Headers and Exhaust is to strive for excellence and manufacture the highest quality performing parts in the industry with the latest technology and materials available. In the end, we deliver not just a bunch of tubes welded together, nor an exhaust with a muffler and shiny tip. We deliver a designed, engineered, and manufactured component of over 50 years of dedication and passion into the craftsmanship of what we do. And remember why every Kooks headers and exhaust product manufactured is not just a set of headers. At FTI Performance, we are proud to be associated with a top-notch event like the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. Dedicated to the racer, our commitment to the best customer service in the industry is what separates us from the rest. Join the FTI family and join the list of winners who depend on the power and reliability of FTI to get to the winner's circle. Visit FTIperformance.com today.
So door cars, this is going to serve as your final call, door cars. Final call, we need our round 1 contestants back into the staging lanes. Final call, door cars, if you have not yet run, we do need you back into the staging lanes, please. Final call, door cars, you should be in the lanes now, please. All right. Looks like the good news is we're starting to roll some cars towards the racetrack. Round number 1 continued. Going to be headed back. Captain Jack is running around making sure that we're going to get everything back up and running. Back at it here one more time. Tanner Miller and Ernie Cox, who was one of our late arrivals, had his time run first thing this morning. And as we bring our first pair up to the line, Dragster's green run sticker. Dragster's green run sticker. We are going to start calling you into the staging lanes, please. Dragster's green run sticker will take you, I believe they said 5 and 6. 5 and 6, Dragster's sticker. Okay, hold on. We're going to correct that. Dragsters go on standby. Dragsters on standby. Tanner Miller, Ernie Cox. Cox, he's got the 570 dial in. Tanner Miller, 644. The Vega got to leave first. And it is going to be Tanner Miller. 33 on the reaction clock. Goes dead on 7 down at the far end of the race. Ernie Cox had a 007 light. Gets there first, taking 500s, and breaks out 18th out. 568 on the 570 dial in. For Ernie Cox, he'll have to buy back in if he wants a shot at the Jegs $20,000. That'll bring up Stacy Schroeder and Randy Perdue. Perdue in the 88 Thunderbird. Schroeder in the 69 bodied Camaro. Schroeder out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Perdue out of Oxford. So a couple of Pennsylvanians going side in this go-round. Two separate him in reaction time. The Thunderbird is on the chase. Camaro trying to run him. It's going to be win light to Randy Perdue. 535 on a 530. 16th thou reaction time for Perdue for Stacy Schroeder. The dial was a 699, the run was a 704, and the light was an 18th thou. So by 0.04 of a second, Perdue gets to the stripe first. Here's Troy and Mike Bloomfield Jr. 650 in for the truck. Tony Brewer, or Troy Brewer, is going to get to leave first for Brew out of Shannon, right here in North Carolina. 697 shows on the board. Green light's a pair this time. They are separated by 11 thousandths of a second. Down at the stripe, Bloomfield looks like he lifted up, and sure enough, coast through to a 776 at 650. It was kind of halfway to the racetrack. I saw Bloomfield's right hand kind of fly into the air again, like he knew something was wrong in that frustrated look. Troy Brewer ends up 003, takes a second at the stripe, and 716 on the 697 as Mike Bloomfield pretty much gave up the ghost halfway down the track. So Troy gets a nod as one of our new entries advances into round number 2. Bill Howell and Trey Dalton. Howell has got what appears to be the Nova body lining up over on the left side. 582 versus Trey Dalton. 69 Camaro body dialed in at 569. Once again, door cars. Door cars. This is going to serve as your final call. We need all door cars that have not yet run round number 1. You need to be in the staging lanes. Tree drops. Oh. Bill Howell is in trouble. Trey Dalton is in charge, and it's going to be Trey. 4 on the tree, 70 on a 69. He gets there first, 3.5 hundredths of a second. Bill Howell had an 049 reaction time, a dead on 8, and had no hope at ever getting there, as Trey Dalton with that 004 was large and in charge leaving the starting line. That's going to bring up the next couple of cars, and it's going to be a couple of 67 Novas. This is kind of like a dream matchup for me. I love 67 Novas. My heart is a senior 67 Chevy 2 SS with a 327 under the hood. 50. Malilla, Tucker Creech. How Jimmy Malillo, 589 on a 588 was 006 in the tree. Tucker was not 006. Having 0-something like 048 as he runs 712 on the 711. So Malillo gets to move on again. No, my senior year of high school was 1991. No, I didn't buy it new. But I did buy it off my very first car, my very first job. I worked as a yard rat for a hot rod shop. Guy brought the 67 in, started building it, ran out of money as Mike Damute and Randall Blinson. Blinson with the wheels up on the Mustang, fouls out 5,000 for the second. Mike Damute dialed 528 and goes dead on 0. The wind light was already on. 17th thou on the reaction clock. Randall Blinson had 005 on the red side and then runs down to a 625. So the race was over, and the starting line is Danny Bennett, Byron. Oh, I wonder if that's supposed to be Brian. Either way, it's Bennett in the 67 Nova. And Danny Bennett, the Ford Anglia. And Bell's dial 574. The Bell 2. Danny Bennett fouls out 2 thou. As we're going to do a little swap around up here in the tower. For Brian, it's a 573 on the 574 after his wind light was on. We're going to bring up loose change. That's Jason Overstreet in the Vega and Harry Bartman. Bartman, a 92 bodied Dakota, racing out of Douglasville up in Pennsylvania. So a 622 dial in for Harry, 668 the dial in for Jason Overstreet. And we are going to do a little swapping around here. You heard us mention a little while ago that like the prize vault was about 60% empty. That means that we've got a whole lot of prizes that we've got to throw out the door here today. We want to make sure that they get into the racers' hands. Overstreet had the 11th thou reaction time and runs 669 on the 668, taking 6th thou down at the finish line. Harry Bartman was 622 dead on 1 after he had an 035 light, and it looks like we've got a drip, drip, drip situation going on for the pickup truck. That's that wicked, and I mean wicked, wheel standing truck from yesterday. What'd you say, JJ? Yesterday, that wheel stand, you saw it. He'd say he carried it out probably 200 feet. JJ's a little preoccupied. He's right in the middle of being 3 wide down the back straight. So Gabe Taylor going to have to get backed off of the starter line as Rooster Honker's going to get a solo shot, 663. Runs 667 on the 663, so 4 above on the dial-in, not exactly going to be in the ballpark for that best overall package. Racers, again, remember, we're talking about throwing a whole lot of prizes out the door here this morning, including a free entry for the Fall Fling, which is the kind of newly branded Fall Fling that's going to be taking place in Bristol. And I think that's actually pretty cool that Peter and Kyle, it's like each time they try a new idea, they try it in Bristol, with the exception of the Million. But they initialized the Spring Flings in Bristol. They basically kind of initiated them there, got everything situated, and they proved to be such a very successful race that they decided that with the weather that's there usually in the May time frame, it would be a little bit easier if they could find somewhere like this where the weather has been really good to us. We were able to get in all 3 days of racing so far as scheduled. We'll be able to get this one in. Just had, of course, that little bit of rain that rolled through. But September 26th through the 30th is when we are going to be in Bristol, and whoever gets the best overall package in this round, not just door cars, but door cars and dragsters, is going to get a free full event entry into the first ever Fall Fling at Bristol. So you get the best theroverall package in round number 1 here at the Spring Fling at Galot. You get a free full entry to the Fall Fling. And Peter is basically standing back here, says, I've got a lot of things that we want to give away. I've got a lot of things that we want to do. And he would said, as he's done already here, says, I want to spend a little bit of time on the microphone, talk to the racers, let them know, and let's throw some prizes out the door. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Peter Biondo, who's going to take over here in round number 1 and take us the rest of the way through the door cars. Peter?
Thank you, Nate Hershey. Nate Hershey, straight from the strip at LVMS. And the truth of the matter is that as the racing moves on and the rounds get more and more serious, you bring Nate and Jared in, and they give me the easy ones. Marilyn Laster and John Platt Sr. Nice looking run right there for Marilyn. 005 on a tree, 603 on a 602. Both drivers went over the dial, but 17th thou margin of victory was exactly the difference in reaction time. Both went over with an 8. So the buyback window is open. The buyback window is open. If you drivers are unfortunate to not get the win light here in round 1 in Cook's round 1 for the Jegs 20K, the buyback window is open. There's Tommy Cable and Chris Platt. Wow, what a first round matchup. Are you kidding me? Chris Platt and Tommy Cable going at it first round. Chris Platt takes out Cable. Cable was 009, Platt was 014. Platt drops pretty hard down there to take 9 thou and go 1 above, taking out the hitter from Maryland. So Tommy Cable's going to have to buy back into the program. It's 20,000. It's Jeg Saturday. And it's Michael Morton and Wes Weaver. Morton 006, Weaver 018. Breakout for Weaver. Michael Morton was 1 thou under his dial. Weaver 3 thou under. Wow, Michael Morton was 006, 1 thou under, 10 thou. That's a pretty good looking lap. Now remember, these guys have not had a time hit. These guys have had multiple runs during the week, but today on Jeg Saturday, they have not had a time hit. We had a rain delay, and as usual, the Galot Motorsports staff, the Galot Motorsports track staff, Harold and the gang have the track in tip-top shape. And here's Tuesday's winner, Paul Warwick and Jesse Locker. Warwick picks up the win. The winner signal in the right lane because Locker turned it red. Warwick was 038 on a tree, goes 5 under his dial. Lock hard. Okay. JJ has a tendency to correct me now and then, and justifiably so, because he knows these racers and he knows these pronunciations of these racers down in this neck of the woods a little bit better than I do. But it's our first time at Galot, and I promise you I will get to know each and every one of you over the years here. And that's Tommy Platt. And Aaron Bell. Hitter versus hitter, 12 versus 16. Another double breakout. Bell's 12 takes 18, goes 17 thou under. Tommy Platt, the hitter in the Mustang, was 16 and 3 thou under. So Aaron Bell's going to have to hit the buyback window for his chance at $20,000 here on Jeg Saturday. All right, it's going to bring up James Overcash and Travis Harvey. A pair of 5-second door cars. Wow, 2 5-second door cars. Competing over here at the beautiful Galot Motorsports Park. I tell you, there's quite a few more people in the stands, and it's only round number 1. I think it's going to be a good day here. The sun's starting to come out. Overcash, 003, Harvey's 025. Give the win light to Harvey. Another double breakout. So it looks like as the skies clear, Maybe the barometer's going up, maybe the humidity's going down, and maybe these cars are picking up just a little bit. I'm just saying. Turned. We had a headwind yesterday. Have a nice little pleasant side wind. Mason Harris Jr. and Wayne DeSantis. Wayne DeSantis from Stoughton, Massachusetts. Mason Harris Jr., Colonial Heights, Virginia. He calls himself Booty, JJ. A 68. It says Chevelle, but it's a Malibu. Ooh, he drops it red. 4,000 red for Booty. And Wayne DeSantis is 030, 2 over. That's good enough. Mason Harris was 4,000 red, holding a bunch. But the good news is if there is a round to lose, if I do not like losing myself as a racer. Nobody likes when the win light comes on in the opposing. But if there is to lose, the opportunity to buy back into today's program. It's one round of to get a chance at crack at that 20K. Now it's great money as well. It's $200 round money starting with round 3 winners. As Pete Dagnolo and another Boo. And that's right, JJ. Boo versus Boo. Ooh, Dagnolo drops it 2 red. 7 green, 1,000 under. Dagnolo is 600s under. All right. Attention the pit, attention the pits. Dragsters with a green run sticker. Dragsters will start with a green run 6. Round number 1. Cook's headers, round number 1. Dragsters with a green run sticker. So dragsters with a green run sticker will take you in lanes 5 and 6 now. Door cars, you should already be there. Another double breakout. Tell me if you heard that before this round. Dolan's 5,000 under after a nice 009 light. Jamie Tupper was 015. 24,000 under. Yeah, another Boo. A lot of Boos here. A lot of Camaros and a lot of Malibus. That's right, JJ. Not a lot of Novas, just Big Red. Stands alone. Christine Al Burkett, Big Al Burkett from Virginia. Dean from right here in North Carolina. Give their win light to Dean. And tell me if you heard this before. Once again, another double breakout. JJ, you know, if you just take a look at that American flag up there, most of the last 48 hours it was blowing the other direction. I think that just might have something to do with these cars picking up. And it's clearing out. Nick Womack and Dennis Hickson. Dennis Hickson, I like that big old Cutlass. But Nick Womack's coming after him. Womack takes the win, 011, 1 over. Dennis Hickson, 021, 300s under his dial in the big 76 Cutlass. I hope he buys back. I like watching that guy go down that track. It's just one of those cars that brings back memories of growing up at Englishtown, watching in the 80s and 90s, and good times. Wow, look at this matchup. Kenny Underwood, Jay Womack. Underwood's 009. Womack's 012. Underwood's 009 takes 19 to go 5,000 under. Womack's 012, 1 to the good. So Underwood's 019. Took about 6 feet down there. Needed to trim that down to about 4 feet. Easier said than done. So again, buybacks are available today. It's Jake's 20K Saturday. I don't know why, it just feels like a Sunday to me. But it is Saturday. You too, JJ? It is Saturday. We are going to crown a champion tonight, as John Scott and Keith Rogers are both 00 on the tree. Give the win light to Scott. Yet another double breakout. Rogers was 008, 41 thou under. Scott was 002, 25 thou under. There's the $1 million man in the Big Chief car, Jeff Verdi. Verdi's looking good. Verdi with the win light, 032. You cannot give the $1 million man 500s to work with at the finish line. You just can't do it. It will get you in trouble every time. So the best losing package this round will get a set of Cook's headers. The best winning package, as Trey Sasser and Skip Briggs make their first hit down the track. How about Briggs dead on with the 1? He had that bad boy dialed in. 606 on a 606 with an 18 light, 19 package. Now, later in the rounds, a 19 package may not turn on every win light, but in these early rounds, especially when it's the first round of a new day and the weather conditions have changed pretty much from yesterday, it's a pretty good lap. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Again, Dragsters, green run sticker, Dragsters, green run sticker, Dragsters. We need you now for Cook's headers round number 1. Wow, Parrish going out first round. That doesn't happen very often. Carrie Long's 001, Parrish is 23. Parrish gets there 5 thou, broke out by 7 thou. Carrie Long had the light, 22 thou advantage, and goes 2 over for the win. It's going to bring up Thomas Fletcher and Doug Milner. Fletcher is all over him, whapping the throttle. 001 to a 42. Again, one of those guys that you do not want to give them 400s to work with. 400s equates to about 3/4 of a car down there. So you do not want to give, in simple terms, you basically give him a 3/4 car head start. So the best losing package will win a set of Cook's headers. The best winning package, a new prize we just threw in, the Sparko Fall Fling, September 26th to September 30th. The Sparko Fall Fling. The best winning package of round number 1, and I believe it's at 6 thou right now. I believe the best winning package is at 6 thou right now. The best winning package of round number 1 will win a free entry into the Sparko Fall Fling. So guys, if you like, guys and girls, if you like what you see here at Galot at the Spring Fling, we have the identical business model, 20K, 50K, 20K, the identical over $50,000 in racer appreciation giveaways happening in late September at beautiful Bristol Dragway. Double breakout. Alfred Jr. out by 3. McCarty out by 6. McCarty's going to have to hit the buyback window. So I like this. We're back at it. We're going to crown a Jegs $20,000 champion on a Saturday night. As Franklin DiBartolomeo and Jonathan Edwards. How about heads up, 645, Camaro versus the pick-em-up truck. And yes, I learned that language from, that lingo from Jared, hanging out with Jared and JJ. Franklin D. looking for a good package. 001 on a tree, win light, Franklin D. How about 001, one above? Jonathan Edwards was 16 on a tree, got there first, but broke out by 19th thou, had no chance. Got there by 18th thou. Even if he got behind, it would have not have worked for him. Is John Evans and Ken Sessoms. Ken was awarded the hood scoop for the door car that needed it the most a few days ago. And he's looking for a win light, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get it as he coasts by John Evans. Evans was late. Sessoms was not. 13 on a tree. Oh, wow. Really? 13 on a tree, dead on with a 1? For Sessoms, John Evans was 143 on a tree, 3 above, 1600s at the other end to go dead on with a 1. But nevertheless, as Jared says, if you get there first and you don't break out, it's a win light. Dan Fletcher and Ashley Smith. Fletcher with the Superstock car picking up the win light there as Ashley drops it red. Fletcher showing his card 6 under his dial. So the best winning package of round 1 is going to win a free entry, a full event free entry, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to the Sparkle Fall Fling at Bristol Dragway in late September. Again, if you guys like what you see here, we pretty much, not pretty much, we absolutely mirrored it. The same 15K, 20K, 50K, and 20K in late September. Same prizes, same staff. Zimmerman and Disco. Zimmerman missed it. Disco is 2 over with a 17 light, and that's good enough. Zimmerman broke out by 5 thou. Actually had a chance. He was 41 on a tree, took 7 thou, needed to take 2 thou or less, which is a very tough task. Especially when Disco dropped him down there. So right now, thanks to Nate went through the run sheets, and as of right now, Philip Bullock, I believe that's his station wagon. Philip Bullock is leading the pack for round number 1 with 6 thou package. Now, Nate, we said we got interrupted before, but we said we were going to have a little side wager. So how about I pick the package that I think, and you guess under or over? But
okay, but we got interrupted for a reason, so I could save money.
You have that much faith in yourself, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I've proven my track record time and time again.
I'll pick the package that I think is going to win the best overall package of round 1. You pick under over, but since you're at a little, I think you might be at a little bit of advantage.
Okay.
With the under over, so you have to give me 1 Skittle if I win as a bonus.
Okay.
1 more than I would give you.
Fair enough.
Okay? So kind of like a 2-to-1.
Gotcha.
as Tucker Creech drops it red. Bill Groten might have got lucky there. He was 018, but he kind of limped down the racetrack, so we'll make this official. Now we'll just go 1-1. If I hit it dead on, then it's a tie.
Okay.
I don't want to be like that. I want to
No, it's
go.
fine. Understood.
I want to be fair here. I want to leave with a good impression because I want you to come back.
Hey, I've lost enough Skittles to you over the years, and I keep coming back. I guess I'm just glutton for punishment.
All right, so the best winning package of round one right now, Philip Billick, 006, the leader in the clubhouse. So I'm going to go out and say...
Uh-oh.
I'm going to go out and say the best winning package this round is going to be 003.
That's tough because that's kind of the number I was thinking.
That's what I was hoping. That's when I know I have you, backed into a corner.
You put the odds right on the right spot. You should maybe come to Vegas and we'll put you to work in one of the books.
Well, let's put the Jeopardy song on.
The Jeopardy song. Think about it for a minute. I think since I was debating 3 or 4, I'm gonna go with the over.
You're going with the over.
I'm gonna go with the over. I mean, right now it's at 006, so I'm gonna go with the over. So if it's 4 or more, I'm gonna go 4 or more.
Okay. Wow, and I really want to thank that racer he just had engine problems, Bill Groten, and apparently he had an engine diaper and just saved us about 2 hours. So I highly encourage all of our racers at our spring fling events, and any event for that matter, to wear an engine diaper under their oil pan. I have one on all of my cars. I mean, that could have been a costly cleanup down the entire strip. So thanks, Bill Groten. Bill Groten, I think, grenaded an engine right there. So if you know Bill, you might want to give him a hand. He got the wind light, might need a little help. I'm not too sure there's too many Pontiac motors in the pits, but maybe he has something to work with. Bill had the proper engine diaper on his car and just saved us a boatload of time. Good stuff. Thank you, Bill. It's going to bring up Corey Manuel and Troy Brewer. Manuel in the Super Gas Roadster. Brewer puts both lights on, kind of backs up and drops the Firebird back into first gear, and here we go. Brewer, 2th out red, Manuel, 13 green. Wind light to Manuel, 18th out under. Brewer was way under after a red light start. It's going to bring up Bobby Ellie and Greg Walker. Ely. So why doesn't it have 2 E's in it? You guys are confusing me. Bobby Love. From now on, you're Bobby Love. Greg Walker, 004. Bobby Love, 013. Win light to Bobby Love, 11th out under. Greg Walker was 24th out under. Walker had the chance. He took 22 down there. Needed to just snug that up just a little bit more. We may have had 1 or 2 more racers pulling the gate. New arrivals. The tech cards are now in the tower. As Big Jed Pennington. I turn around and Big Jed does a wheel stand. Big Jed goes 002, and Big Jed goes 1 above his dial, taking 5,000. Now, he just took out Tim Thomas. That was probably the best run of the round of what I've seen so far as in terms of side-by-side. Jed 002 taking 005. Thomas was 12, 1 over his dial. Hats off to Big Jed. Tell you, he still has a shot at that MVP award. I know he has a long way to go because these other drivers, I have a few in mind. I actually, thanks to my brother Sal, he gave me the stats of the weekend. And I've also been watching closely, paying a lot of attention to how these drivers have been driving, and the MVP award is still up for grabs. Todd's Extreme Paint MVP. But Big Jed was 0-0 on both ends. Tell you what, if Big Jed goes 0-0 on both ends 8 more rounds in a row, pretty much gonna call out that it is most likely he's gonna win that. And here's our best appearing car. Our best appearing car in the right lane. The Taylor family, that nice 55 Chevy. Look at them, purging the nitrous. Old school, nostalgic. Red and white paint job. The Taylor family from Thoroughbred Racing. Dow's 465. Wow, this is a good matchup. Doug Foley Jr. on the left side. So here's our best appearing car at the 2017 K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. I run Optima Batteries in all my cars. The most reliable batteries, or else I tell you what, I take racing very serious, and if I didn't think they were reliable, I would not put them in my race car, and the Optima is the cream of the crop as far as batteries go. So the last door car pairs up with the first dragster. Wow, how about the door car not only spotting the dragster, but takes him out. The door car 0-11, 8 thou under, picking up the win, taking out a hitter. Foley was 20 on a tree, got there first by 4 thou. Nice job at the stripe, but went 21 thou under. All right, so as we get into the dragster portion, so buybacks are available. Buybacks are available. It's Saturday. We're going to crown a champion on Jeg Saturday tonight. So don't miss your opportunity. I mean, at least I wouldn't. If I was racing and I lost first round, heck yeah, I'd get back in there. The buybacks are back down. It's one round of buybacks, as we do all the time. When it's a day-by-day basis. Here we had about 300 cars on property, so we're able to give a buyback, and I think the racers appreciate that. You lose round one, travel a long way, and you want a chance to buy back into the program. There's G-Dub and Bubba Rogers. G-Dub is working the throttle down there. You can see it from here. G-Dub 013 dead on with a donut. 475-0 on a 475. Takes 11th thou working the throttle down there. 138 at 475. Bubba Rogers was 027, 3 thou under and behind. So right now, Philip Bullock with the 6 thou package is the leader in the clubhouse for the Sparko Fall Fling free entry. That is a 4-day free entry, so that's not just for the 3 main days. It's also for the Wednesday warm-up. Would love to see, kind of like to see that hold up, because I like to see that wagon at Bristol, the Dragon Wagon. Ooh, Chris Wilson's in trouble. Ken Batcher was 000. Wilson was 25, but Wilson drops him. I mean drops him down there. Wilson's 25, drops him to go one above. Batchelor was 000, breaks out by 1 thou, taking 44, and I can promise you, Chris Wilson fed him about 43 thou of it. So we saw Fletcher do that yesterday a few times, be behind on a tree and make it up at the other end. This time, the experienced Chris Wilson from Wilson Racing Engines does the same. So there's 2 ends to the racetrack. It's not very often you're 000 and your opponent's 40 and you win, but it's possible. Need to work a little magic at the other end. Here's Jordan Wyke and Andy Lloyd. Wyke, the hitter from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, dials 456. Lloyd, 459. Woof. All right, the reaction times weren't killer, but White had 2 thou on a tree, took 1 thou down there to win a double breakout. If he takes more than 2 thou at the stripe, he loses. So hats off to Jordan White. He was off the throttle. He took 1 thou. If he takes 2 thou or more, he's going to have to hit the buyback window. And here's last night's winner, Turtle Brannon and Jeff Krasinski. Now, Jeff runs at New Media Dragway. Jeff is very familiar with all types of bracket racing and bracket cars. He drives Camaros. He drives dragsters. Right now, he's going up against last night's winner, but 1 thou red for Jeff Krasinski, and Turtle Brannon's moving on. Might be getting on a little bit of a roll for Turtle. Wonder if that's his name. I mean, nickname Turtle, or is that officially, what is it? Terry? All right. Wonder how they went from Terry to Turtle. But then again, my father's name is Severio, and they shortened it to Sam, and I wonder how they go from Severio to Sam. My brother's name is Severio, and his real name on the birth certificate is Severio, and they call him Sal, so. Sometimes you're not sure how they come up with these nicknames, but they do. Now, my son's name is Severio, and we're kind of debating whether we should shorten it when he gets to school just for simplicity purposes, because there's not too many Severios out there in the world. But my wife and myself, I think we're going to keep it. Mike Pascal and Dale Taylor. You heard Pascal drop pretty hard down there to go 4 above. Probably thought he was going a little bit quicker than he was. Taylor was 491 on a 490 after an 033 light. Not too many times a 43 pack will take out the hitter, Mike Pascal, but that time it worked. Wow. T.G. Pascal and Shane Carr. Sugar Shane in the 11 undercover. T.G. Pascal in the 2005 Race Tech. What happened, JJ?
You know, well, hang on, I just want to say.
TG and Shane, 2 thou separating them. Pascal picking up the win. How about a 14 dead on with a 0 to take out Sugar Shane? Now, Sugar Shane, I tell you what, he's definitely in the running for the MVP. Every run he's made, even though that was a losing run, he was 12, take 9, first run out of the trailer. Did not win. TG taking a win right there. What's up, JJ?
I just want to say it. Well, Big Jed told me he was 002 when I saw the ticket, and he said the bad part was he put 2 thou in the box.
Well, he was 002. So, I mean, I know you have high expectations of your father, but he's coming right off the trailer. We had a rain delay, and you want a 000? Big Vinny Domino right there picking up the win. Oh, wow, that was a monster matchup. That was Vinny Domino and Shane Maddox. I promise you, folks, that could be any big buck final. Domino's got 7 thou on a tree. Domino drops him hard and goes 7 thou under, working the finish line as Shane was 20 on a tree and 500s under. Not many times you see Shane take 300 stripe to go 5 under, but Big Vin just kind of looked over at him and said, you know what, if you want it, you can have it. Here's the Red Rocket, Tom Dauber, the double shotgun hood scoop. And Chris Beauchamp. Now, JJ, I'm not a big fan of that double shotgun hood scoop. I mean, no disrespect to Dauber, but just kind of calling it like I see it. But Dauber with the advantage and the win light. How about Tommy, 11 on a tree, takes 2 thou to go dead on with a 6. And when I say takes 2 thou, that usually means that mile an hour is lower than what it typically is. And I know Tom typically goes a few more mile an hour than that. Wow, Chris Beauchamp just ran into a tough package, round number 1 right there. All right, so the best winning package so far, 6th hour, is going to walk away with a Sparko Fall Fling 4-day free entry. Chad Duke picking up the win right there, 005. Follows the trend of the breakouts. Both drivers go under their dial. Taylor's 26th thou under. Duke is 21th thou under. And as a racer, I can tell you, you have to watch all the conditions. And one thing major that has changed besides the rain moving away is that flag up there was pointing dead back towards the starting line, and now it's pointing kind of 3/4 towards the finish line. So the best winning package, again, guys, if not sure how many entries we have today. We are right at 300 yet today. If you like what you see, if you like what we're all about, the Spring Fling, we have the identical, and I mean identical, race going on at Bristol Dragway in late September. Same purse, same prizes, same fun. Race it, experience it. Shannon Justice and Wesley Washington. Wesley was rocking the scoop down there, but doesn't get it done. Justice was 006. Wesley gave it back 1 thou, but Justice was in control, 006 to 026. Justice, 006, 3 over for the win. Wesley was 026, 1 above, got there behind 1 thou. The best losing, we keep talking about the best winning package. Let's not forget the best losing package this round. Well, when it set of Cooks, dragster headers, that's a $1,500 value. We sell them at Biondo Racing Products. Go on BiondoRacing.com. If you're shopping around for dragster headers, great value. We have them on sale right now, I believe $150 off. They come in 2 sizes, depending on the size of your motor, and they merge collectors are included. It's Mia Tedesco. Back at it, John Corbin. 003 red, dead on with a 4. Miss me and missed the tree, but gets away with it. So we are in the middle of an action-packed round 1 of a 20K. We're going to crown a $20,000 JEGS, $20,000 champion here on a Saturday night. Chris Reynolds, Mark Horton. Reynolds, 22, Horton, 33. Give the win line to Reynolds, another double breakout. Reynolds was 22, 4 under his dial. Horton was 33, 5 under his dial. All right, so let's open up the prize vault a little bit further now. How about the next driver starting now? The next driver starting right now who's double on a tree and takes 00 for the win light gets a set of Mickey Thompson tires. You're right, Nate. If they're putting those kind of laps down, they might not need them. But for that kind of performance, well, not on a red light. Can't happen on a red light. It's got to be a work 00 finish line. As correct. So it would have to be a. So Donald Bean was 001, 100th over with 11 thousandths package as Nathan Etzler turns on the red light. So the next driver starting, well, we started 2 pairs ago, but still going. The next driver that is 00 on a tree, 00 anything, and takes 00 at the stripe and wins is going to get a set of Mickey Thompson tires. Uh-oh, Johnny LaBouse. Not sure if he wasn't in first gear or what happened there. But just kind of had some trans brake issues and the car lunged forward. He tried to save it. Was hoping Dennis Long made a mistake, but Dennis Long's experience, he was 20 on the tree, close to a 4 above, and picks up the win. Lee Dixon. Lee was a perfect package earlier in the week. He representing the dragster side of things in the Brodix run for the SR20s, which actually he won. He took out that Nova of Jimmy Malillo and picked up a set of $5,300 worth of Brodix heads. Some of the extracurricular activities we have here at the Fling. It's going to try to chase down Chase Manuel. Both drivers keen on a tree, 12 to a 19. Double breakout, give the win to Manuel, 019, 7th thou under. Lee Dixon was 012, 16th thou under. All right, attention. The T-shirt trailer, the merchandise trailer is open, and the good news is we were out of certain sizes and we reloaded. So we do now have all sizes back in stock. You guys requested it, we got it. So check out the T-shirt trailer. There's Darryl Childers and Bob Williams. How about Childress, 30 on a tree, taking 004, and I heard the throttle work down there to go 1 thou under. So the merchandise trailer, no, it might be a little bit, well, it's about 65, 60 so degrees out there. Chilly for a T-shirt today, but we have the summer coming, and pick up your Galot or Spring Fling event T-shirt. Galot's got hoodies as well. So you'll pick up some Galot hoodies or T-shirts or hats, or the Spring Fling official event T-shirt, inaugural event T-shirt here at Galot Motorsports Park. You can pick up you can tell your friends, I was there at the first time they had the Fling at Galot. We have all sizes back in stock. The main sizes are running out, so get over there and pick them up. All right, let's see if Cameron Manuel could beat 00 and take 00. Almost. Butkowitz was 50 and under. Manuel was 008 and dead on with a 6, took 12 thou. So almost picked up those Mickey Thompson tires. That's another driver, I'm just saying, in that dragster. Cameron Manuel, another driver that I kind of have my sights set on, about 5 or 6 different drivers right now that have been impressing me and impressing the Spring Fling staff as far as not only the win lights they're turning on, but their driving ability this weekend here at the Fling. And Todd's Extreme Paint putting up a beautiful carbon fiber Devil Ray painted helmet, painted up with the MVP colors, the Spring Fling colors, and $1,000. So the Spring Fling event MVP will walk away with that helmet and $1,000. That will be judged later on today. Caitlin Cheney, Matt Brem. Cheney picking up the win. Brem was 4 thou red, 2 under. Cheney was 22 on a tree, 1 thou under. So it looks like the Dragon Wagon of Philip Bullock is still holding up that 6 thou package of first round. Not too sure it's going to hold up through the rest of the dragsters, though. And I'm not supposed to show favorites here, and I don't show favorites, but I would love to see Philip be at our Spring Sparkle Fall Fling there in September at Bristol, because I just like that car. So whether he wins the free entry or not, it would be nice to see him there. But right now, he's in the driver's seat for it. Jason Hoff, Jeremy Brewer. I believe that's Jerry Brewer on the right side. Both drivers dial 464. Brewer, he's one on the tree. Gets behind, turns on the win light. Brewer's 13 over his dial, 14 thousandths package. Jason Hoff did everything he could. He was 16 on a tree, was 12 at the stripe. Did a pretty good job at both ends, especially considering it's his first run out the trailer. To go 14th thou under, so even if he took a thou, he still would have broke out. Brewer helped his cause with that 001 reaction time. It's going to pick up with Travis Colangelo and Marshall Grooms. Marshall calls himself the Plastic Man. Driver of car number 2X1Z. Driver of car number 2X1Z, please pull up in the staging lanes. Driver of car number 2X16, I need you to pull up in the staging lanes. And drivers, if you would, please stay with your vehicles in the staging lanes. The pace is picking up here. We're a little bit behind schedule due to the rain we had this morning, so we appreciate it. You guys would cooperate, stay with your vehicles. Cowboy will bring you to the front, but we need you guys to please cooperate. You've done a great job thus far throughout this week at the Spring Fling here in Galot, and we need to continue on that pace. As Jeff Serra and Dennis Hellman. Thank you, Mr. Hoosier. So if you're missing a fuel cap that says ProWorks on it, come see us in the tower. 004 to 005, win light, double breakout. Sarah, 004, 4th thou under. Hellman's 005, 300ths under. So drivers, please stay with your vehicles in the staging lanes. Please do us a favor and help Cowboy out and stay with your vehicles in the staging lanes. We are in the midst of first round right now, and we had a few guys roll in after the rain. So if you're looking for a tech cards are in the tower. And if you're looking for a t-shirt, the official event t-shirt, both the Galot t-shirts, hoodies and hats, and the official Spring Fling inaugural event t-shirt here, our first year here at Galot. The official Spring Fling t-shirt is now available in all sizes. We were out of stock. We are back in stock. Get yours now. Sorry, a little premature call. They'll be opening in 15 minutes. Sorry about that, guys and girls. I made a premature call on that. Dana's heading over there to open up the t-shirt booth, the merchandise booth now, so give her a few minutes and she'll have the gates pulled up and you'll be able to purchase either your Galot t-shirt or the official Spring Fling event t-shirt or hat over at the merchandise trailer. This is the last day, your last chance. You might want to bring some souvenirs home. Might want to bring some souvenirs home to your friends and family. Brian Thompson and Johnny Ezel. Again, the best winning package this round will walk away with the Sparkle Fall Fling entry. That's going to be at Bristol in late September. If you like this race, you're going to like that race. 12 to a 24. Ezel drops hard to take a thou, goes 463, 136. Bracket racing Johnny Ezel. 12 on the tree, taking a thou to go 1 over. Brian Thompson, to his credit, was 24 dead on with a 0. Not a bad lap, 24 thou package with the changing conditions we had here. But he'll have to hit the buyback window. So again, buybacks are available just like they were to each and every other day in the timing tower. Buyback it, have your chance to stand in the winner's circle tonight on Jeg Saturday. There's David Deeds and Robert Vogler III. Robert's been going a ton of rounds. Vogler was 15 on a tree. David Deeds was 28. David Deeds was over his dial, closer to his dial, and picks up the win. Chaz Silence and Tim Thomas. Both 00 on a tree. Thomas picking up the win. 007 dead on with a 4.
So James DeChaco and Debbie DeGenova, they're going to be the pair on the line right now. James dialed in at 439. Debbie dialed in at 434, 0.05 of a second. Head start going to go to DeChaco. As is going to be the run doing the chasing as the pre-stage bulbs are lit. Once again, rolling our way through Dragster. Round number 1. Again, that best overall package currently sits at a 6,000s pack, and that is that Philip Bullock ride. If that holds up, that could be in trouble right here. James DeChaco breaks out. Gets there first, 438 on a 439. He was trip, zip, perfect in reaction time. Debbie DeGenova was 007, runs down to take 6 thou and break out, 431 on a 465. Woo! .438 on the 439 after he was trip zip. And J.P. Hickman. Hickman, 465. Laura Shepard, 478. Shepard going to get the head start this time. .3,000 separate the two in reaction time, and at the finish line, another double breakout. Stop me if you heard this. 477 on a 478. Laura under 3,000. getting the win light. JP was 464 on a 465 under 7,000 second as Laura Shepard ends up to round number 2. Again, remember, racers, the buyback window is open. If round number 1 does not go the way that you want it to, you can come on up here in the tower and get things taken care of. You can get back into the game. But Todd Osting, Larry Blair Sr., that's going to be the next pair.
And Nate, I'm going to let you take over. I'm going to let you take over here. So what we have up for grabs, in obviously Cook's round 1. And before I forget, ProWorks, there's a ProWorks gas cap. If you lost your gas cap, there's a ProWorks gas cap in the tower. Come see me in the tower if you're missing a gas cap. Can't really tell what it came off of, but if you're missing a gas cap, we have it in the tower. So again, I'm surprised it's taking this long. The next, and I know it's going to happen because I know my spring fling drivers, but the next driver that goes 00 on a tree and takes 00 will win a set of Mickey Thompson gift certs. Sorry, gift cert for Mickey Thompson tires. And Scott Loris had a chance. He was 006, but took 29 to break out. As Stewart was 13 on a tree, dead on with a 9, good enough for the win. So again, Loris was 006. If he would have taken 00, not only would he have gotten the win light, but he also would have picked up the set of Mickey Thompson tires. But like I said, the good news is it's only round 1. You have a chance to buy back. Jeff Taylor and Tommy Norton. Taylor picks up the win. He's 12 and 5 over. Wow. Tommy Norton was 30 on a tree. Tommy Norton was 17th out under, taking 55 at the stripe. And right now I'd like to give a shout out. To my beautiful wife, Emily. My little buddy, Severio. And Darlene, who are listening at home. I can't tell you how many times I had a racer say, or staff members say, we miss Emily. Mark's been saying it way too many times. It's almost making me uncomfortable how many times Mark says he misses Emily. So, so a shout out to my beautiful wife, Emily, Severio Michael. I love you, buddy. I miss you. I'll be home soon. I miss you too much. Tell my beautiful wife what? The mic's on. The mic's hot. Say hello. Oh, say hello. Yeah. Okay, is that all you want to say? Yeah. All right, let me walk out of the room and then I'll hear what you really say. And also, Darlene's listening at home. I'm glad you guys are having a good time tuning in on the Motor Mania live feed sponsored by Jegs and Mickey Thompson Tires. Megan Lotz picks up the win right there. It's going to bring up Campy, Paul Campanella, 471 dial-in. Kyle Coltrera, 455. Big Jed, you picked up the win light right there, buddy?
Yeah, I snuck by, Pete. So.
Snuck by?
Yeah.
Well, snuck by. I've been, this has been a round where double breakouts have been probably about 70% of the runs. You go out there and run into Tim Thomas, who's like a low teen and 1 over, and you got under it.
It was actually Tim's wife.
Georgia.
It was Georgia, yeah. She was 12 and 1 above, and I somehow snuck by that one. So consider myself lucky.
I feel like there was a little bit more thought involved than just somehow sneaking by.
Yeah, maybe just a little.
Just a little. And there's a breakout. Campanella 25 on the tree, takes 48 down there to give the win to Coltrera. Coltrera, wow, 456 on a hard drop. and T-shirts. If you're looking for a Galot T-shirt, a Galot hoodie, or a Spring Fling official Spring Fling event T-shirt, I know we were sold out of some sizes yesterday. We are back stocked up. You guys asked, and you shall receive. So we are back stocked up in all sizes, but I know most of the popular sizes are going, so this is going to be the last day for that. Go behind the grandstand, see Dana at the merchandise trailer. Whoop, this could do it. I'm going to have to figure this out. Nope, didn't win the Mickey Thompson tires, but but it was a 1,000 package.
It was 00 take 00. Just didn't win. Did it have to win?
It has to win.
Okay, has to win. All right, cool. 000, dead on with a 1 for Chad Dotson. 1,000 package. Really nice lap for Chad. Scott Tate is 6, take 5, no good and no chance. His opponent laid down 1 total in the left lane.
That 1 pack is the leader in the clubhouse for the Sparkle Fall Fling free entry. Hey, Nate, I just beat you in a bet wherever you are. Nate and I had a little side bet, Gary, that as Brendan George picks up the win, 005, Healy turns it red. We had a little side bet that the best package of the round is going to, we talked about the best package of the round winning a Sparkle Fall Fling full event entry, and I picked I picked 003 being the best package, and I said, Nate, under or over? And he said over. And I said, you're underestimating our Spring Fling racers, and we are not even 3/4 way through the round, and I proved that he is underestimating our Spring Fling racers.
Yeah, that's a really nice lap by Dotson, and all it's going to take to beat him is a perfect package.
Yes, we did. The Shanks 10 on a tree. Tommy Cable's 17 on a tree. Wow, good lap right there. How about Tommy Cable, 17 on a tree, had his dialed right, 2,000 under, close to the double breakout win, as Vince Schroeder was 10 on a tree, took 13,000 to break out by 8,000.
Next up is Howie Adams. What's that, Pete?
This is worth the interruption. Severio's listening at home with Emily and her friend Darlene, and I'm not too sure Severio's going to understand. He's just starting to pick up on talk, yep. our lingo, New York. I'm not sure he's going to understand you, but maybe you can give him a little shout out.
Well, I gave Severio his first ever shout out. And I want to give him a shout out here from the line. Great to have Severio Biondo tuning in to us here at the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania live feed. Severio, we love you, bud. And hope you're back there helping Mom cook up Biondo baby number 2. Get her ready to come into the world here in a couple of weeks. Hopefully, you said.
Yeah, because if it's in a couple of hours, if it's not in a couple of weeks, and if it's in a couple of hours, I'm gonna miss the most important event aside from Severio being born, a very important event. Let's just put it that way. Travis Laster and Ben Parks. Parks, another 500 dialing. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Parks might be dialed a little soft. Yep, he was.
Oh, wow, yeah. 13, take 42 to be 16,000 under. Had to take 26 or less. Travis Laster moving on to round number 2, 26 and 13,000 above. Remember, if you did not get the result that you were looking for in round number 1, the buyback window is open, racers. There is a buyback in today's program. It's just Saturday. There's plenty of time left to relax and drive home tomorrow. Don't miss your chance to end your week in style with a $20,000 payday right here at Galot and the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. It's Cook's round 1, and you have an opportunity to get right back in the show if you did not get the result you're looking for. So come on up and see us. Get bought back in the program. Maybe it'll be you standing there later on tonight holding that $20,000 check and big trophy. Jessica Dean in the left. Severin Johnson in the right, dial 464. Johnson 30, 27, now above. Jessica Dean is 36 and 4 above. Severin Johnson going to roll into round number 2.
And back to Severio. Yes, you were the first shout out that Severio ever received. I remember that. I was holding him. He was he's still 2.5 years old, but I remember we were downstairs in my basement. I turned the speakers up and I said, maybe Jared has his phone on, and I texted you, and there it was. So you did give Severio, and I hope maybe one day you can be his first winner's circle. He could pull into the winner's circle, and you could.
What an honor.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep, that was October. Uh-oh. All right. Had it here, and she stage. Unfortunately, the tree activated, and left lane Dennis Reinhardt will move on. Here with Christina DiBartolomeo from the design joint. Gave away a $100 gift certificate to someone, get their stickers and numbers done. She's dial 458 in the left lane. Bob Brim in the right, dial 475. Separate them. Brim out in front. Brim gets the double breakout win. 28-17 to be 5 thou under 15, and she's 14 thousandths under the dial. 9 thou more breakout. Bartolomeo. Next in the left lane, that'll be Joe Gary. Joe dialed a 448. Right side is Oral Chambers out of Baltimore, dialed 483. Advantage going to Joe Geary in the left lane. He gets the win. 009 and 15 above the dial. Chambers 36 and way over. 4/10 above. All right, got a parts call. Parts call. Got a racer in need. Need standard rod bearing for a big block Chevrolet. Standard side for a big block Chevrolet, quarts of oil. Sonny Freeland needing your help. Let's get him back in the show. Need a standard rod bearing for a big block Chevrolet and 7 quarts of your finest oil. 19 thou separating Bug McCarty out in front. How about Bug McCarty with a 3-pack? 003 dead on with a 0. That was 3 times as many pack as our leader in the clubhouse, Chad Dotson, but it was still a heck of a nice lap for Bug. 3 take 10, missed those Mickey Thompsons by a thou. 22 and 9 thou under for Ketterman. No chance. Bug McCarty laid down 3 total.
And one thou less at the stripe, he would have won the Mickey Thompson tires. He was 003, took 10 on a tree, took 10 at the stripe. If he needed to take 9 or any kind of 00 stripe, Jared, the next driver with a winning time slip who's 00 on a tree and takes 00 stripe is going to win a set of Mickey Thompson tires.
9 thou separating on the tree. Advantage goes to Nathan Martin. And Nathan rocks the scoop down there. 14, take 2. Nathan needed to be 5 thou better on the tree. He would have collected 23 and 19 thou above for Richard Alpert.
Nathan Martin all the way from Kennedale, Texas. He's a hitter, and he'll be coming back for round number 2. Is Angela Gankowski. This young lady showed up late, actually showed up without a time run, and got towards the very end of the program. Going to have work to do here. She was late that time. Timmy Miller going to make a pay. Timmy Miller's 018, 4 over for the win. Now, Angela, right here in the right lane, Jared, she showed up late. She did not get a time run. She went right into round number 1. Ended up getting down to, I believe, 6 cars or 7 cars last night.
Yeah, she did. She was secret agent, man.
Until you got scolded.
The first round we called her name out and didn't go well, but she really did well. She showed up with no time trial and went very deep in the 50 grander last night. Job well done by her.
And again, the merchandise trailer is open. See Dana if you want to pick up a Galot t-shirt or a Spring Fling official event t-shirt. We were out of 2X, 3X, and 4X. We are now fully stocked in those sizes. So this is going to be our last day to bring home a nice souvenir from the first event, the first Spring Fling event we put on at Galot Motorsports Park.
Huge advantage for Hansen. Oh, Don Hansen going to be sick. 37. Take 83 to be 10 thou under. Had to take 73 or less. Jeff Moore is 3 times that reaction time. And goes 3 thou under, taking the win by 7 thousandths. Hansen got there way too much. Now, Pete, I'm what I call FGM. I'm a full-grown man. I wear full-grown man clothes. When you run out of,
I got that.
When you run out of 3X and 4X shirts, you've had some full-grown people show up and buy you clothes. So, shout out to all my big people out there. I love you. Thank you for buying some clothes.
It makes you feel like you're in good company, right?
That's right. It makes me feel like I'm with my people. Gary Ingold on the left, Darren Lotz in the right. 1600s going to Lotz. 7 thou separating on the tree. Advantage goes to Ingold. Double breakout win going Gary's way, 14 and 10 thou under. Lotz is 21 on the tree and breaks it out by 20 thou. Got there 3 thou, did a really good job on the other end, but had to get behind. Was 7 thou behind at the starting line. breakout, so you got to be 7 thou or more behind at the finish line. He reversed that and took 3.
And double breakouts have been very, very popular this round, Jared. I mean, you ran the door cars, and up until your run, I'm telling you, your run, side-by-side run with Georgia Thomas was one of the few runs that weren't at least one breakout, nevertheless 2 breakouts. So if you look at that flag up there, you saw it change positions from yesterday and the day before with a little bit more of a side, maybe even going a little bit to a tail now and then, where we had a headwind yesterday. So definitely makes a difference. As David Dean and Doug Foley Jr. pull up. Doug Foley 10 on a tree. Dean's 23 on a tree. How about Foley picking up the win? Another double breakout. David Dean was 23, took 7th thou, was shut out at the start. Doug Foley 10 on a tree, 100th under.
Foley rolling into round number 2. 23 takes 7 for Dean. Not a terrible lap at all, but the double breakout theme continues. And Doug Foley gets the better of that on the last pair. Next up, Tommy Plott went deep into showing his door car last night. Semifinal in the 50 grander. 463 is the Dow. Ringette, John Ringette in the right. Dow 482. .007 red for Ringette. Plott 006 and 12 thou above. 18 thousandths package for Tommy Plott.
All right, so we called green run sticker dragsters. We'll now take red run sticker dragsters. So all dragsters have been called for round number 1. We called green run sticker dragsters. We'll now take red run sticker dragsters for round number 1. It's Cook's round number 1. Great prize here for the best losing package, a set of Cook's headers, stainless steel headers. The best winning package, which Chad Dotson is sitting on right now, a 1 thou pack, will win a Sparko Fall Fling full event entry from Wednesday to Saturday. Join us in Bristol, Tennessee. If you like what you see here, you'll like what we have going on there.
Here comes Patton Foley. 15 and 22 thou above. He dropped it to send Patton through. Patton's 18. Breaks it out, sending Steve Foley to round number 2.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Jared, and say within the next 3 pairs, we're going to give away those Mickey Thompson tires for the driver who is 00 on a tree and takes 00 at the stripe with the wind light on. I'm going to go out on a little bit of a limb. The next 3 pairs, yeah. Want to bet a Skittle? Oh, I might have to bet. You like those fried Oreos, right?
Oh, yeah. I'll bet
now I got your attention.
I'll bet you're full of those Oreos
okay.
for sure. 3 pair, huh? I'll take that bet anytime. There's no way you're getting that.
It's him right now.
We watched video, a little Severio at home, putting on a spring fling in the living room floor. Double breakout there at home, too, looks like. Corey Manuel in the left lane. 491 is the Dow. Ali Petit, or is that Pettit?
I believe it's Pettit.
Dow 482.
Could be either one, though.
I've called it both this weekend, I believe. No chance for you on that there, Pete. 5 thou separate them. Advantage Manual, double breakout win going to Pettit. 19 and 11 thou under, beats 14 and 12 thou under. 1,000th less breakout for Pettit. 14 takes 6 for Manual. It's double breakout city out here right now, so it's almost like you just got to get behind on purpose. Door car, re-entry. Door car, re-entry. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Door car, re-entry. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Back cars. Staging lanes 1, please. We need Ken Batchelor in the left lane. 450 is the dial. Cole Fuller. Right, that'll be 485.
All right, Bachelor 450, Colby Fuller. He's been going some rounds. 485. I believe Bachelor's going to hit the double O. Missed it by 1,000.
Fuller's double O. Can he roll him in double O? No, he does not. Actually, take 8 to be 20 under. Fuller 7 and 9 thou under. 11,000 less breakout for Colby Fuller, moving Colby into round number 2.
It's going to bring up Dave Shapiro and Chelsea Spence. We saw Matt Shapiro in the Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge earlier this morning, and going to bring up Papa Dave, 479 dial. That's Chelsea Spence in the left lane. Nice looking Race Tech dragster, dials 467.
The third pair, fried Oreos. Spence, 21, dead 9, 30 pack, 38 for Shapiro, and 11 thou under. Took 3 thou at the strike. Was behind all the way, 30 pack in the left, 38 tree in the right. Chelsea Spence on to round number 2. She's a former winner at the Bristol Spring Fling. She won the
First female winner.
She at the time it was a $12,500 to win warm-up race. Chelsea got that done. She's trying to collect another Spring Fling check if she gets an opportunity in round number 2.
Now what I'm trying to figure out, and I'm a little concerned, is what defines a boatload of fried Oreos?
Well, they just come in a little boat.
It's a little boat?
Yeah, you just
Okay.
just ask for a boat of Oreos, and I'll take care of the rest.
I'm sure you will.
Jeremy Bargo, 474 in the left. Jerry Birchfield, 444 in the right. Door car re-entry. We need you now, please. Station lanes 1 and 2. Door car re-entry. 3 down, separate them on the tree. Advantage Birchfield. Wind light goes to Bargo. Drop the anchor. 13 and 4 above for Bargo. 10 and 13 thou under for Birchfield.
This is Timothy Thomas, and I had a little request here, Jared. If you can give a happy 11th anniversary to Samantha and Eric Thomas.
Yes, I was supposed to do that. So happy anniversary to Samantha and Eric Thomas. 11th anniversary together. You lovebirds are celebrating it right here with us at the Spring Fling. We thank you so much. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
And there you go.
Timothy Thomas and Steve Dweck. Dweck out it. Wind light goes to Thomas. Out. Man, it's just one pair after another, Pete. 44, 9 thou under beats 10 and 11 thou under. Dweck took 36, but only had 34 advantage on the tree, so had to take 34 or less. Just needed to trim 2 thou out of that finish line. Timothy Thomas will move on to round number 2.
It's going to bring up Bobby Spence in the Pro Charger car, dials a quick 436, and Travis Harvey dials 483. Harvey made it deep, very deep last night in his 69 Camaro. See what he can do today on a Jeg Saturday, which is clearing up nicely. We're going to crown a $20,000 champion here tonight. We are getting towards the end of round number 1. If you're a dragster and you have not run round number 1, you should be there now. We called door car buybacks into the staging lanes.
Our sound expert, Nate Hershey, said my mic was cutting out, so hopefully that anniversary shout out went out on the mic. Oh, there's 13, take 4 for Travis Harvey getting it done, 12th thou under. Spence is 17 and 12th thou under. Harvey had 4th thou on the starting line, had to take 4 or less, nailed it, took 4 at the stripe, moving him into round number 2.
And just in case your mic did cut out, Samantha and Eric Thomas, can you kind of clear your voice one more time and use this mic one more time?
I changed. I went on.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I'm on the good mic. So we need to do that again.
One more time. It's a special.
Happy anniversary, Samantha and Eric Thomas, your 11th anniversary, and we're thankful that you're celebrating it right here at the K&N Spring Fling at Galot, presented by Optima Batteries. There's double reds. True Start did not have work there. Red lights in both lanes, but the faster car had the lesser of the 2 red lights, and Eddie Lee moves on. He's 005 red, 27 thou under. Taylor is 21 red and 47 thou under. Double breakouts continue. But Eddie Lee moves on, courtesy of having a lesser red light. Door car re-entry, we need you in the lanes, please. Door car re-entry, need you to the lanes, please.
Going to bring up Andy Lloyd and Michael Shoup. Shoup from Hagerstown, Maryland. He's been to just about every one of our Spring Fling East Coast events. And Andy Lloyd from Doswell, Virginia. Farron's happy. There's some Hoosier tires on the starting line right there, both pairs. So
22 thou advantage for Shoup in a win light. 17, 2 above. Beats 39 and 1 above. 13 thousandths at the stripe going Shoup's way.
So Farron, that was a... So Farron from Hoosiers here. So Farron, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. When you're out there watching and you see like this pair, Hoosier versus Mickey Thompson, Hoosier tire driver in the left lane and Mickey Thompson tire in the right lane, do you get kind of emotionally attached to each run like that? You do take it personal. You're passionate.
Joel Maddox is 003 red. Tim Armstrong 001 on the tree, breaks it out by 21 thou as Maddox goes 3 red and just gives up. Armstrong to round 2.
So Mr. Hoosier himself, Farron, is in the house. He's very passionate about what he does. I can tell you, he's one of the good guys that go way back in this sport. And you watch him with the purple jacket and purple hat walking up and down the staging lanes for the last 3 decades, you know he's got to be passionate about what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he shows up to these races. It's obvious Farron's passionate. We know all the big tire companies are passionate, and we know that they all are very respectful of their competitors. I'm respectful of my competitors too when I pull up their feet, but I still want to beat them.
Yeah.
No matter how much I like my opponent, I still want to whip them. Left lane is red. Dalton Raines, 4 thou red. Nick Womack gets away with one there. 43 on the tree and 18 thou under.
So Chad Dotson, as we approach the end, I'm sure we have about 10 or 15 pairs left, but we're getting pretty close to the end of round number 1. Chad Dotson is the leader in the clubhouse for the free entry for the Sparko Fall Fling to be held at Bristol, Tennessee in late September. So again, guys and gals and everyone listening at home, if you like what you see, if you like what this Spring Fling event brought you and like what it's all about, we are having the, identical model over in Bristol in late September.
Yeah, it'll be just like this one and just as good, and looking forward to being in the mountains in September. Beautiful time of year up there in Bristol. It's going to be awesome. Rusty Maddox in the left lane, Randy Riggleman in the right. 700s head start going to Maddox. 35,000th advantage to Maddox. Maddox holds on for the win. 13 dead on with a 0. Nice 13 pack there for Maddox. 48 and 22 thou under for Riggleman. A little late for Riggleman, leaving Rusty Maddox plenty of room to roll him through 13 thou.
All right, we still have a few pair left here. Let's see a 00 take 00. I want to see like PJ North sings it. I want to see a B00 take 00 come up and someone walk away with a set of those Mickey Thompson tires.
Nobody sings it like PJ, and
I'm not even going to try.
I think PJ was 16 take 00 in round 2 during the rain while we were watching the Atlanta National event on the right lane scoreboard down
How
there.
cool
That was
was that?
really cool. That was really awesome.
Here's Thursday's winner. Thursday's 20K winner, Jeff Dobbins II, staging up in the right-hand lane. He's a local from Wilmington, North Carolina. And left lane, Rob Leipziger from New Hope, PA.
Leipziger going to give up 400s head start to Dobbins. Advantage goes to Dobbins, and he holds on for the win. 11 and 3 above. Leipziger 34, take 30 to be 15 thou under. Had to take 15 or less, which was exactly half. So you got whatever finish line you were comfortable taking down there, you had to cut that in half. Here's Candy Dairy in the left lane. 463 will be the dial. Frank Aragona Jr. in the right. Dial 474 is Mark Walter with Motor Mania TV, the big boss man at Motor Mania, tuning in. Shoot me a little message there. Thank you, sir. Glad that came out just right. Glad to see you got your problem solved and kept moving down the road. 3 advantage Aragona, win light Dairy. 15 and 7 thou under. As Aragona is 13, take 5, which is a really nice lap. But when it's double breakout, you have to take whatever you got advantage on the starting line at the finish line. That was 2 thou down here and 5 thou down there, which that math doesn't work, even in my head. So Candy Dairy will move into round number 2. John Bierman. Or is that Bierman? Let's go Bierman.
Bierman sounds better.
I like Bierman. 482 is the dial. David Lowe in the right, dial 477.
Did I miss any B00 take 00s?
No, you didn't. You did not miss any.
I
of
have
that.
faith. I know my spring fling racers.
5 thou separation on the David Lowe gets a double breakout win. Hello. Anybody listening? Double breakout. 93.2% of the pairs that have gone down. Double breakout. 17 and 9 thou under beats 12 and 18 thou under.
So, Jared, you went up for round 1. Obviously, you took out Georgia Thomas in a very good run. She was 12 and 1 above, which was a tough lap to beat first round this morning without a time trial with the conditions change. It seemed like you had to figure, you and, as I would say, used to.
Yeah.
Or you would say y'all.
Yeah.
Had it figured out a little better than most. What was your thought process of going up there? Were you watching the flags, watching the weather station?
I was watching the flag. Obviously saw that it wasn't pointed back at us anymore. It was coming through the side window now instead of the grill. So took that into account. Air just seemed just a little bit better, and I listened to the PA actually and heard some stuff happening. I made an adjustment. So there's a double O right there for Val DeGenova. Oh, he just totally hogged it up and took 11. 3 take 11 for Val DeGenova, gets the win. Nice lap there, 19 and 16 thou over for Brandon Collins. Comes up 11 thou short.
With a 3-digit 60-foot.
Wow, .990. I didn't even see that. I saw the little wheelie Val did. That was a really good lap there for Val. Yeah, I happened to be 00 and take 00. I accomplished the goal that we're trying to get somebody to do out here in these dragsters right now.
Yeah, I just, I came up with that, and it was a little bit, you were a little bit late. You were a day late and a dollar short, pal.
Don't take that wrong. I'm not upset. I'm just...
Going to bring up Thomas Dunford and Bob Engelman. Engelman going to have to hit the buyback window. He's 006 red. Dunford's 027 green, 1 over. Dunford, another driver who has been a big supporter of the spring flings, and I'm sure he'll be at the fall fling later on in the year, is moving on to round number 2.
Yeah, Dunford doesn't just support for himself. I mean, he's typically got a handful of opportunities out there. He's got a stable of racers. Tony Meltvet, 495 down the left lane. Daryl Collins, 448 in the right.
All right, so we're winding down. Looks like a few more dragsters pulled in the lane, so we have called door car buybacks, and if you're a dragster and you haven't run round number 1, we're about to run without you. Little head, people might have went left to get lunch when they saw the rain, but this track dries up very nicely, and we're back at it.
There's a 0-0 right there. Can he roll him through 0-0? No. Give it back to Thou, but it worked out. 29 and 2 Thou under for Meltbat. 005 and 24 Thou under for Daryl Collins. Daryl give it back to Thou, but got away with it. Daryl Collins on to round number 2.
Going to bring up Tim Butler. Now, Jared, I'm not too sure you're familiar with the early days of the 5 days in Florida, Moroso.
I know Tim Butler. He's a legend.
Absolutely.
483 is his dial, and that's top or bottom. This guy gets it done no matter where he takes off.
You could probably unscrew the middle and he can hit the bottom. You
Yes.
could probably unscrew the bottom and he can hit the bottom.
He probably could. Matt Shapiro on the right, dial 474. Uh-oh, there's an opportunity right here. Shapiro gives it back. Perfect reaction. 22 thou above for a 22 pack. Butler is 18 on the tree, dead on with a 0 as Shapiro gives it back 4 thou, and Tim Butler rolls through with an 18 pack into round number 2.
Talk about experience, Jared. Look at Butler's speed. He's down about 5 now the first run of the day to go dead on with a 0 after being 18 behind at the hit.
Yeah, really good lap there for Butler. Shapiro had something for him down here with an 18 thousandths advantage, but couldn't make it work on the other end. Alan Glatt in the left lane. 454 is the dial. Chris Beauchamp in the right, dialed 470. Advantage going to Glatt. Double breakout win for Alan Glatt. 19 thousandths under for him.
Wow.
I can't remember what his dial was. The screen clicked over on me.
Oh, he was way under. Way under.
Yeah, he got there 39. Yeah, he was way under. So Alan Glatt.
I mean, like 7.5 under. Big numbers.
There's Buddy Dial, 478 in the left. John Taylor, Dial 460 in the right. Man, these dragster guys getting up here and getting staged, too. These guys are ready to go. Door car re-entry, you have been called. Door car re-entry, you have been called. There's a chance right there for Buddy Dial, 006 on the tree, but takes 14 thou, still gets it done. 6 and 31 thou above. 16 and 55 over for Taylor. Now, in this weather change, if you've gone 55 thou above the dial in, something went wrong in the dial process.
Yeah, or you're not on all 8 cylinders, one or the other.
Yeah, it could have been the case. As Buddy Dial goes to round number 2. Jason Hoff in the left lane, 445 is the dial. Franklin DiBartolomeo in the right, dialed 474, almost a 3/10 head start. Going to Frankie D, former Wiseco points champion at the K&N Spring Fling in Bristol.
This could be the pair. Two hitters on the starting line right here, Jared. Jason Hoff, Franklin Di Bartolomeo. You see Racer's Edge magazine editor Johnny D on the starting line. There's a 005 for Franklin D. Jason Hoff is 011. Nope. Franklin D's 005 takes 30 to go 100th under. Jason Hoff was 011, 1 to the good.
Frankie D takes 30 at the stripe, needed to take 20 or less. 005 in his lane, 011 in Hoff's lane. Hoff goes 14 thou above. Looks like maybe a little drop there for Hoff. Not sure.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe just killed just a smudge down there, as we'd say back home.
Cameron Manuel.
Speaking of smudges, I think my finger's going to get smudged with those fried Oreos.
Yeah, you know, when you said the word smudge, I had a feeling your mind went to those fried Oreos. I just had that feeling. Maybe call it working together for a long time, or just
maybe so. Maybe we're just in tune like that. 439 for Manuel. Terrell Sinkler, they call him Big Pamper, dial 473. Double O's in both lanes. Here's a chance. There are the Mickey Thompson tires going to Cameron Manuel. B-double-O, take double-O was the goal, and right at the end of the round, Cameron Manuel gets it done and wins a set of Mickey Thompsons from the good folks at Mickey Thompson. 001, take 004 to be 12 thou above. Sinkler is 9 dead 8. No good. 17 pack for Big Pamper. But Cameron Manuel is just wearing it out.
How about Sinkler 9 dead 8 down about 3 miles an hour? Round number 1.
Really good lap there for Cameron, gets those tires.
Now, Cameron, I'm telling you, I'm keeping track. I've printed out the run sheets. I was up to 2 in the morning studying them last night, and it's one of the reasons I like being front and center in front of the scenes. I'm looking for the Spring Fling MVP, and I'll tell you right now, there's about 5 or 6 so far in my head. Jared, you're not in those 5 or 6.
You're not 6. You're phase 5. Double O's in both lanes, actually triple O in one of the lanes right here. Perfect take 10's a really good lap for Lee Dixon. Dead on with a 2-pack, but that's twice as many as Chad Dotson.
Yeah.
How about 9 take 3 for Inslee in the other lane and not even in the game? He's 12-pack and he's 10 behind, Pete. This is 2-pack. There was 6 times as much package in the left lane as there was in the right.
Wow. And Lee Dixon had a perfect package on Wednesday, and now it's Saturday and he's 2-pack. So I'm pretty sure he's got this place figured out.
I'm guessing that the last few guys have heard the announcements and adjusted accordingly. Well done. Robert Vogler, the third in the left, 446 is the dial. Nathaniel Brunson in the right, dial 452.
Back to that Todd's Extreme MVP, that carbon fiber Devil Ray painted helmet, along with $1,000, will go to the MVP of the week, decided by the Spring Fling staff. I have about 5 or 6 people in mind. Now, you are a long shot. If you're 00 and take 00, Jared, the next 8 rounds, you will be in the running. But right now, I have a few in mind, and Cameron Manuel is one of them.
3 thou separate him. Advantage Vogler, Winlight, Brunson, 14 dead 0. Now we're getting some racing out there. 14 package in the right lane, left side Vogler 11, and 28 thou above is 25 thousandths behind.
It is about 5 or 6 people in mind I have for that MVP award right now, and see how this day progresses.
Don't count me out yet, Pete.
No, you're still, I mean, you're one of those guys that you just have to win out and do it in style.
Yeah, just got to win out with near perfect runs every time. Doesn't sound too hard. I know my Hoosier tires will be under me, so I'm ready to go.
And your boy JJ has a lot of faith in you, so don't let him down.
Ken Neal in the left, Danny Bastianelli in the right. Double O's in both lanes again. Just straight up nasty. I mean, stupid nasty. Oh, 1 take 38 for Neal to be 11 thou under. Had to take 27 or less. As Bastianelli is 003 and rolls it through 2 above.
Delaware Destroyer picking up the win right there.
It's starting to tighten up quite a bit.
Here's Kyle Cotrera in the left lane. 470 is the dial. Will Holloman in the right. Dial 435. 35 Hun head start. Going to Cotrera. Yep. The lighting out there, Pete, the sky is just perfect. The trees lighting up beautiful. Setting up 00 is not very difficult right now.
You make me want to jump in the car and race.
The track is phenomenal. It's under you. I think the air has stabilized. So we're going to see great racing the rest of the day here at Galot. Separated. Both of them good on this end. Holloman makes it work. 18, take 3 to be 31 thou above. As Cotrera is 10 on the tree, but goes 42 thou above the dial. 52 package comes up 3 short of the 50 or 49 package, excuse me, of Will Holloman. 3,000 set to stripe going Holloman's way.
He's going to bring up Jeff Taylor and Jesse York. Great matchup right here. Jesse York, the hitter from Muncie, Indiana. Jeff Taylor, Apache Junction, Arizona. Now these guys reside in Arizona for part of the year. They come over to play on the East Coast in Pennsylvania. So I guess they have 2 states of residence. That's a good thing to do.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get
Depending on the
any better
weather,
than
just go where you want to be, where you want to be.
14 thou separating. Advantage goes to Taylor. He gets the win. 16 and 16 thou above, taking 14,000 at the stripe. York is 30 on the tree. Left him in trouble right there. 16 thou above for him as well. Margin of victory was the reaction time advantage for Jeff Taylor, which was 14 thousandths.
Now this guy in the right lane here, Jared Kyle Bigley, he absolutely mopped them up in juniors. This young, I'm saying he's about 22 years old, maybe 21. He absolutely destroyed him in junior dragsters. He's in a big car now. Let's see what he can do. He's lining up against Richard Taylor, Bigley from the Numidia Dragway family.
For those of you wondering, yes, Ed is his father. We all know and love Ed. 1/10 head start going to Taylor in the left lane. Number 2, Taylor 19 thou red, Bigley 32 on the tree and 9 thou under. Kyle Bigley rolls to round number 2. Buyback windows open, racers. Don't even think about putting it up. There's $20,000 on the line here on Jegs Saturday at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. It is Cook's round number 1 is coming to a close. Don't even think about putting it up. If you didn't get the result you wanted, come up and buy back. And you could very well be the one holding the big check and trophy and getting those pictures this evening as a $20,000 champion at the first ever K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima at Galot Motorsports. Johnny Ezel on the left, Shane Carr in the right. This is a matchup of giants in the sport right here. 6 thou separate them. And Johnny Ezel, 8, take 12 to be dead 3. 11 thou package for Ezel. Sugar with a really good lap. 14 dead 9. 23 total, but it comes up 12,000 short of Johnny Brackett Racing.
Sugar Shane in that 2404 dragster. Pretty sure it's owned by Brian Haas. Thank you.
Well, he's making Brian a happy man lately.
Yeah, and he's been driving, even losing. He puts on a good run right there.
Does.
So that's the kind of stuff we're looking at right now.
American race car in the left lane. Travis Colangelo versus Jeremy York. Colangelo raised 2 thou too soon. York is 007 on the tree and 7 thou under. Colangelo, 2 thousandths too soon and 2 thou under. Jeremy York will go to round number 2. Now, I'll let you give Jack's nicknames here, Pete. Jack Ostrowski in the left lane. 440 is the dial. He's facing John LaBouche Jr. Dial 488 in the right.
Well, there's a lot of nicknames going on right now in the starting line. So you got Johnny LaBouche. They call him the Loose Caboose. He's called Little Caboose. He's called the Caboose. He is 2 NHRA Oscars richer after last week's ZMAX event, and that's Jack Ostrowski from the Media PA. Might be the first time these two drivers face off. Now, I'm allowed to say this because I know Jack well, and these are the nicknames he calls himself. That's Jack the Quack or the Flying Pollock.
Loose Caboose got twice as many Wallies as you got last week. 6 thou separated in the two. LaBouche out in front, and he gets a win. 14 dead 9 for Caboose. 23 package. That just got Sugar Shane beat, same lap. But it works out for Caboose. Ostrowski, 20, take 7 to be 4 thou under. Had to take 3 or less.
Yeah, Loose Caboose, he started off cold here, Jared. I know you got here a little bit late and you broke down and had a little car troubles, but he was struggling early in the week. And he, after Tuesday and Wednesday went by, on Thursday he started to get it together, and I think he's got it.
I don't think he did it right there, but he told me he was struggling. He said he was just going to stage it and get on the popper. He was
change it up.
Yeah, he said he's just more comfortable with it on the floor lately with his super gas and super comp adventures that he's been on. So
I'm not going to argue with him after the 2 Oscars of last weekend.
Looks like he's got that 12 thou separate. Ingold gets it done. Now we're running the dial in. I like it. 24, take 20 to be dead 3, 27 pack. Right lane is 36 and 11 thou above for Reclitus. Comes up 20,000 short.
Now, is that Russ Farmer or that's Kellen Farmer? Okay. Yep, that's Mr. Race Tech himself. Standing behind the car in the right-hand lane, watching his son stage up. And Disco Dean, yes, that's the Pink Taco, 446 to 480. Give the win light to Disco. He's 0-15 on a tree, wins a double breakout, took 5 thou and needed to do it. Wow, both drivers 15 thou under. If Disco takes 6 thou, he loses, but snugs it up to a nice 5 thou. He'll be moving on to round number 2.
Yeah, well done on Disco's part. Dean Miller in the left lane.
So again, T-shirts. Miss Dana is over there at the merchandise trailer behind the major grandstands. So T-shirts are available. Get your Galot or Spring Fling event T-shirt.
Miller goes red by 11 thou. I'm not sure. I think that was Mikey Bloomfield in the right lane. 16 and 25 thou under.
And as we spoke earlier, we were out of 2X, 3X, and 4X. And
why'd you look at me when you gave those big sizes, Pete?
Well, because we were talking about it before together.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm really starting to take this personal.
We are now back in stock. We replenished, and we are back in stock. So your last opportunity today on Jake Saturday to pick up your official event shirt. And there is a bunch of nice Galot T-shirts, hats, and I know it's a little chilly out there. You might want to get a Galot sweatshirt. Speaking of Galot, congratulations to the Galot Pro Mod team in Atlanta. Right now they are qualified. They are currently qualified. Todd Totoro at number 2 and Kevin Rivenbart at number 16.
Gary Williams breaks off the starting line as Mia Tedesco's 005 and coast through to be 14 above. Williams was 19 on the tree. Not real sure what gave up there. They'll get him pushed back. Hopefully Gary can get that FTI dragster repaired and back around for round number next.
Yeah, he'll have to hit the buyback, and I'm sure he will. G-Dub, he's another one of those drivers. If he gets hot, you might want to go either all in against him or just back off the table because he's a hitter. Now, Mia was sitting on the buy. How would you like to be sitting on the buy thinking I probably have it? Well, let's face it, 50-50 chance to have a buy, and then G-Dub pulls up next to you.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good feeling, but Mia rolls to the line with plenty of confidence, and that showed right there as her 005 reaction time was just what the doctor ordered.
All right, so I was just informed, Big Jed, that we're down to 8 of the Spring Fling hats, the K&N Spring Fling inaugural event here at Galot Motorsports Park. We are down to 8 Spring Fling hats, so if you're interested in getting a hat or bringing a souvenir home to a family or friend, you can head over to see Miss Dana at the souvenir trailer, and they also have T-shirts, Galot T-shirts and Spring Fling T-shirts. So Miss Dana is taking care of business over there. A couple of more people here in the grandstands than we had in previous days.
Yeah, and you can use those. Souvenirs or that apparel as a discussion point. You know, when you're wearing your K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima event shirt a week from now or a couple of weeks from now, and they go, "What? I thought that race was rained out." And then you get to tell them, "No, that was a mistake you made by not being here, because they did rain." But turns out there was people that cared, and there was equipment to get the water up. We did just that, and we're having amazing racing at an amazing facility. So go get your event shirt and rub it in somebody's face here in a week or two or 2 months or whatever. Tell them, yeah, you should have been there. I would have got you one too.
And I could tell you, Jared, from one race director / promoter to another, these weather apps and weather forecasts, they could confuse the racer more than anything. The last 3 or 4 years, I know at our event in Bristol in the spring and at your event, there has been many, many days where it showed 50 to 80% chance of rain for 3 or 4 out of the 5 days, and I'm telling you, you have to look close at it. Last year, I probably had 50 phone calls. They said, "Are you going to put the event on? There's 60, 70% chance of rain every day. You're going to keep the event on?" I said, "I look close at this, guys. We have the track rented for 5 days. The 50 or 60% is 3 hours here or 4 hours at night or 2 hours here. We're going to get it in. I promise we're going to get a lot of racing in 5 days." We got the entire event accomplished in spite of the forecast. So it's just something to keep in mind. I mean, times are different now. We have all of these apps, and they show percentages, but when you really look down into it, and you know as well as I do, the World Foot Brake Challenge, you watch how it all goes down. And speaking of the World Foot Brake Challenge, what's the date for this year?
July the 6th through the 9th at Bristol Dragway, the BTE World Foot Brake Challenge. This is our 11th year, Pete, and just super excited about another great event up there in Bristol at Thunder Valley, and hoping that we get another large crowd of foot breakers up there to join us.
I'm sure you will. I was at one of your World Foot Brake Challenges, and I could tell you it is absolutely an experience. Our motto is race it, experience it. You guys have the same kind of deal over there. It's not just an event. It's a lot of fun. The flow, the energy, the vibe is just second to none. It is the biggest. It's the World Foot Brake Challenge. It is and I'm not just saying this because I'm your friend. I'm not just saying this because we know each other. I'm saying it because I believe it from the bottom of my heart. You guys have the best foot brake race in the country.
Well, it's a really good one. And there's a lot of good ones popping up. So we take a little pride in knowing that we helped build foot brake back up. A lot of people will tell you foot brake racing's dying, but Kevin Pollard's here. He puts on a great race.
Yes, he does.
It'll be up at Elk Creek Dragway. You need to check out the Money Tree Triple Tens. Phenomenal foot brake race. I've attended that one as well, and that's about to happen Memorial Day weekend. And there's, Michael Beard, the Loose Rocker, which is a part of our family as well, both of us, that he does a lot of work for both events. Him and Anthony Walton put on great events for the bottom bulb guys. So tremendous amount of great bottom bulb racing out there. And the World Foot Brake Challenge is just one of many of them. really excited, and foot brake racing is alive and well, and we want everybody to come show that July the 6th through the 9th at Bristol Dragway. Pre-entry is how we do it, and it is the deadline's coming up June the 1st to save the most amount of money. So go to worldfootbrakechallenge.com and check us out and get yourself signed up for a pretty decent little foot brake race, paying $10,000.
You know, I'm going to stop you right there because you're way too humble. Pretty decent little foot brake race. Come on, Jared. Let me. I'm going to have to talk a little bit because you're just being way too humble, not giving yourself enough credit. So that pre-entry deal, for the value you get, not just purse versus entry fee, but the entire experience is great. And speaking of which, we're going into the buyback round. Chad Dotson, you are the winner of the Sparko Fall Fling to be held in Bristol, Tennessee, late September. You have won a full event entry into the Sparko Fall Fling, courtesy of your 1,000 package in round number 1. So Chad Dotson, please see Sean in the timing tower.
And Chad and I are pretty good friends. We hadn't been getting along very good this weekend because he's not in his Nova. He's in a long dragster, but you're back, Chad. You're my friend again with that 1-pack, getting a free entry to the Bristol Fling. Door car re-entry coming at you is Bill Howell in the left lane. 582 is the dial. Last night's $50,000 runner-up is Tommy Cable. Tommy in the right lane, dial 526. Going to give up about 5.5 tenths head start to Bill Howell. Cable with a huge advantage. He'll coast through for the win, 37, 6 above. Howell a little late and 10 thou over. All right, so I am being joined in the booth here by somebody pretty darn special to me. Not many fathers in the announcing game get to announce with their 11-year-old son at a premier event like the K&N Spring Fling. JJ, welcome back, bud.
Thank you.
George Hoff in the left, Ernie Cox in the right. 13 thou separate him on the tree. Hoff is in trouble here. And Cox gets the win, 001 and 16 thou above. Hoff, his car took off that time, 14 and 69 thousandths under.
Had to take 3 or less.
I wasn't even figuring that up, bud. Good job. Don't be shy. Jump on there.
Jeff Parrish, left-hand side, down into the 616, and John Evans, right-hand side, down into the 612. Parrish out of Clayton, North Carolina. Evans out of Durham, North Carolina. Going to Parrish, 18 dead, 523 total. Evans, not sure what happened. Maybe the trans brake didn't hold or something.
Somebody glued his trans brake button on the backside. I think somebody put super glue on it. He had to get a screwdriver out of the glove box and pry it loose, and he just ran out of time. 23 pack for Parrish.
Jason Stowe, 625 left-hand side, and $1 Million Man Jeff Verdi, right-hand side, down 584.
Verdi going to give up a little over 4 tenths head start.
27 pounds, separate him on the tree. Win lights going to Verdi, 004, dead on with an 8, 12 total. Left-hand side, Stowe, 31. Dead on with a 940 total to get behind 28.
Next up in the left lane, John Platt. Platinum Products entry. Platinum Products offered up a $1,500 gift certificate for Howie Smith to help accessorize his trailer when he gets another trailer and gets his racing operation going. Really awesome gesture by the great folks at Platinum Products. He's dial 571. Ashley Parker dial 598 in the right.
8 thou, separate him on the tree. He's going down the top end. Winlight, double breakout, going to Platt. 22 and 11 thou under for the win, Parker. 30 was 8 thou behind on this end. Tried to make it up, taking 4 to break out by 13. Had to get behind by 8 or more.
Well done, big guy. That was pretty impressive. I mean, your old dad, he's watched you work a little bit, but it's like you're starting to figure out that double breakout math now. Lead assist in the left lane, 634 is the dial. Ashley Smith in the right, dial 564. 7/10 head start going to desist.
Exactly 7/10.
All right, now you're just trying to show out, so just relax a little bit over there. I see you getting all fired up. You about to go monster truck on me again. Get that little growl you got when you go monster truck. Re-entry dragster. Re-entry dragster. Stage lanes 5 and 6, please. 3 thou, separate them. Desist. Gets the double breakout win. 21 and 5 thou under. Beats Ashley Smith's 24 and 9 thou under. Smith takes a thou, but was 3 thousandths behind on the starting line. Double breakout. Ashley needed to be 3 thou behind at the stripe or more.
Ernie Humes, left-hand side, dialed in at a 673. And Barry Techie Jr., right-hand side, dialed 613. 6/10 head start going to Humes.
Exactly 6/10. Re-entry dragsters. Re-entry dragsters. Staging lanes, please. Re-entry dragsters. Need you in the staging lanes, please.
I wasn't trying to show out.
I got you back, didn't I?
Red for Tetchy. Humes. Gonna get away with one. 39 and 500ths under the dial.
006 red for Techie. And 2 thou under.
William Wilson, left-hand side, 575 the dial in. Right-hand side, the foot breaker, Seth Phillips, dial 613. Phillips up on the converter.
Seth Phillips swapping feet over here in the right lane. Seth going to have an easy time with this one right here, way out in front. Coasted on through 3 above. 20 take 30 to be 616 on the 613. Way late for Wilson, and then goes 44 thou under the dial.
Danny Bennett, 596 over on the left, and that 1948 Ford Anglia. And Michelle Pilo, right-hand side, in the 67 Camaro.
How do you know that's not an 1848 Ford Anglia? 38 thou separate him on the tree. Advantage goes to Pello. Win light 2, 11 take 27 to be 12 thou over. 49 for Bennett, dead on with a 1. Too much going to the right lane on reaction time. Chad Dotson's up here collecting his free entry to the Fall Fling in Bristol, courtesy of that 1-pack. Good job, Chad. We're okay again. We're friends again. Oh, we're not now? You cut me off? Okay. There were no cars in 1848, but there were no Anglias, so I'm sorry. I got you on that one. My apologies.
Wes Weaver, 548 in the left. Aaron Bell, 666 in the right. 11,000 up on this win light. Owen Bell, 17 dead, 724 total. And 2 above with a 4, no good.
I'm assuming you forgive me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's good. We got a long ride home together, so I was hoping we'd get along. I was hoping we were going to be okay again. Don Hansen in the left, 614 is the right. Marty Wright in the right, dial 556. 19 thousandths advantage going to Marty Wright. And he gets the double breakout win. 18 takes 17 to be 6 thou under. 37 and 8 thou under for Hansen. Marty had 19 thousandths on the starting line, had to take 19 or less. Took 17. Well done.
Jonathan Edwards, 641 in the 67 Camaro left-hand side. And Kevin Pollard, 572 in the Chevy Love in the right.
Pollard swapping feet, bumping it in on the converter.
5 thou, separate them on the tree. Win light, Pollard, 14 dead, 721 total. Edwards, 19 tree, had to go dead 2, he goes 2 above with a 2.
I believe we're good to go, William. Thank you for checking. Got the Jegs and Mickey Thompson live feed from Motor Mania up and running here in the tower. Appreciate you guys tuning in. It's middle of the day here on a, well, let me see, what time is it? Well, it's 3:33, so yeah, it's middle of the afternoon. We got 983 in the chat bleachers. Appreciate y'all tuning in. 14,000 separate Troy Brewer and Tom Zimmerman. Zimmerman had the advantage, but Brewer gets the win light, 26 and 18 thou above. And Zimmerman is 12 and 42 thou over to be 10 thousandths behind. Left lane is Pete Diagnolo. 610 is the dial. Good looking G-body over there. Right side, James Overcash. Overcash in the Chevy Lumina, dial 561. Almost exactly a bulb head start going to Diagnolo in the left lane. 49 hundredths to be exact.
Dagnolo. 18 on the tree, was behind 3 thou. Tried to make it up, goes dead 4 to get behind 2 thou at the finish.
Yeah, Dagnolo made a really good lap there, 22 pack, but comes up a couple thou short. Next up, Skinny Kenny Underwood in the left lane. 597 is the dial. Right side, Chuck Sanders. Chuck going to dial it in at a 623.
11 thou, separate him on the tree. Light, Skinny Kenny, 001 dead on with a 7/8 thou. Pat Sanders was 12 on the tree and 22 thou under, no chance.
Yeah, nice 8-pack there for Underwood. David Bale in the left lane. Got his Vega dialed in on a 6 flat. David made his way out to Las Vegas. Raced at the Strip at the K&N Spring Fling Million last month. He's back out here on the East Coast ready to try again. Harry Bartman in the right, dialed 619 out of Pennsylvania.
622 total. For the win, Bartman 50 on the tree. Then goes 22 thou under, no chance.
4 take 6 for Bale's really good looking lap, sending him into round number 2. Dragster re-entry, you have been called. Lou Greco in the left lane. 570 is the target. Jordan Arnold in the right, and she is dialed a 634. Fourth out separates him on the tree. Advantage goes to Greco. And Big Lou gets it done. 008 takes 17 to be 22 thou over. 12 and 35 thou above for Jordan Arnold. Lou Greco to round 2. Congratulations out to Bobby Inslee. Bobby Inslee, you are the Cook's Headers round number 1 best losing package. You just won a set of $1,500 tower. Red for Doug Miller. Milner leaves 25 thou too soon. Tucker Creech, 30 on the tree and 12 thou under, on to round number 2.
Michael Jackson, left-hand side, down into 684. Randall Blinson, right-hand side, down 625. Hey, Daddy, is this run going to be a thriller?
It could very well be. They're telling me turn your mic up. Which mic do you have there? You got mic number 2? Oh, easy there, big fella. Maybe that'll help. Now, maybe I'm not breaking up anymore. I don't know. Couple of wheel stands there.
Separate him on the tree. Wind lights going to Blinson. 23 and 19 thou under. Michael Jackson got told to beat it. 38 and 35 thou under, or 25 thou under.
All right, Keith Rogers in the left lane, 620 is the dial. Randy Sessoms in the right. Dialed 633. Is JJ sounding a little better out there? We turned him up just a tick.
13 thou, separate him on the tree. Wind light, it's going to Rogers. 17 on the tree. Then goes 7 thou under. Wind light. For him, Sessoms had the tree advantage by 13, 004 on the tree, but he breaks it out 15, taking 21 and to take 6 or less. As right-hand side, Greg Walker, 550 is the dial in the 68 Camaro. 68 Camaro is what Bug McCarty is driving, 614 on the left. Does Walker have his bug spring with him? 30 thou, separate him on the tree. Wind light going to Walker, 001, dead on with a 6-7 total. McCarty was 31 on the tree and 4 thou under.
7-pack there for Walker. Bug, no chance with that one. A little late at the starting line and 4 thou under. All right, bud, I'm going to step away from the mic. You wrap up these door cars for Nate, and then Nate's going to come in and get some long cars for us. Well, you have to ask Nate that. I don't get to determine who works with Nate. He gets to determine that. So, but you keep working, keep doing your thing, and Nate will tell you when you're done.
All right, JJ, you heard him. Finish these door cars up.
Left-hand side, Jamie Tupper, 6'11", the dial in. Colby Fuller, right-hand side, down 557. Fuller 11, one above 3, 24 total with your winner. Tupper 55 on the tree, no chance. Missed it a little bit and goes 16 thou under. Mark Horton left hand side, 438 is the dial. And our last door car left in the round, Aaron Vale, 653 is the dial in. And of Fort Bill, Tennessee, Horton out of Millbury, Ohio. Bell had to buy back in both cars. Very unusual for him.
It is unusual for him, JJ, and especially how'd you like to be that first dragster in line and find out that there's going to be an odd number of door cars, and when you look over, you find out that Vale's the draw you're going to get.
I'd be nervous.
Yeah. Vale's got it going on. The Indiana-based car, 653, Mark Horton. Dialing at 458, or 438. So 653 to 438 is the dragster. Going to do the chasing.
He'll go 4th out, under 39, dead 5 for Horton. He'll be your winner, Vale. Take 55, but it didn't matter at that point.
Nope. Didn't matter at all. It's Travis Colangelo and Shane Carr. Carr, who in his other car picked up a win here on Wednesday night. And that Yukon Gear and Axle, $15,000 to win, and then went deep into the rounds in that 50K race. But Travis Colangelo, yeah, we do have like the one door car that's tucked back in there that he'll be up a little bit later on, was selected as the provisional buy run for this re-entry round. Again, we are right in the middle of finding out who gets to race their way back in to round number 2. Had a little bit of a delay earlier this morning because of some weather, but Colangelo, Shane Carr, they're off down and away. It's going to be Colangelo who's in control at the time, but Shane Carr will end up with the win light. Colangelo gets to the stripe, taking 200ths and takes a chunk too much, breaks it out, 457 on a 458. He was under 5 thousandths, took 21, needed to give back 5 thou. Shane Carr goes 481 on the 482, gets there second, following him through, lights up his side of the scoreboard as Kyle Cotrera and Scott Tate. Going to be the next couple of dragsters. And JJ, it's been a long 4 days, but I got to give you props in the fact of you have hung in there. You've been on the mic off and on all through those 4 days. And then, of course, you know, last night at the Racer Appreciation Party, I think you were one of the last people standing out there. I think you waited till they shut the whole thing down. Nicely done this week, my friend. Cotrera dialed 473. Tate dialed 485. Tate left early by 3 thousandths of a second. Cotrera is going to get back in. He runs 71 on a 73 to finish up that pass. As John Corbin and Andy Lloyd going to be the next couple. Lloyd, who has made it a habit of making sure that he's up in the staging lanes nice and early each and every time. As a matter of fact, Lloyd has been one of those dragsters that on a couple of passes here this weekend when there was an odd number of door cars, Lloyd was the one that rolled up there to try and take him out of the game. He's dialed 457. Corbin's dialed 450, so 700ths going to be the advantage, going to be the head start given to Andy Lloyd.
The good thing about getting back in the race in the re-entry round is that you get another shot at 20 grand.
Absolutely. And especially with a travel day on schedule for tomorrow, it's not like anybody's going to be racing late into the night, having to get up and try to be at work the next morning. They got a day to sit back and relax. And again, if you are in a dragster and we're still kind of debating whether or not you wanted to buy back in, there's still that opportunity pretty much until we pull the last few cars out of the staging lanes. If you are thinking about buying back, debating whether you want a shot at that 20K or not, there's still a chance. Corbin, 15 on the reaction time, goes dead on 9 for a 26 thousandths package. Andy Lloyd had a 25 thousandths reaction time, had a window of about a thou to try and get in there, run 16 thousandths above, and no shot as he'll be 17 behind down at the far end is Robbie Stewart and Lee Dixon. Lee ended up picking up a pretty cool prize here this weekend as well. Got himself a brand new set of those Brodix SR20 heads as he was a dragster. Well, he was the dragster representative in that Brodix shootout. Again, put up a perfect package on the board to qualify for that. Raced Mr. Malillo, and well, it's going to be Lee Dixon who ended up and collected those. They're already sitting back in his trailer. Robbie Stewart, he's got the 461. Dial in over on the other side.
Dixon 001, 24 thou above, taking 5. He'll be your winner. And Stewart, 14 on the tree, goes 1 above 6 to get behind 5 thou. He called back. He called up down there at the finish, just couldn't drive around him.
Couldn't get there. So now Matt Brem, Jeff Krasinski. Krasinski, he's got the dragster right side, 480. Matt Brem's got the ride over on the other side. Left lane, dialed in at 485, so a 500ths difference between the dial-ins this time. Once again, dragsters for the re-entry round. Dragsters, buyback. We do need you into the staging lanes, please. If you're not back there yet, buyback dragsters. We do need you into the staging lanes as we continue on with our JEGS $20,000. Saturday, the final day of the spring fling here at Galot Motorsports Park. Ooh, 5 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time. Advantage went to Matt Brem, and the win light's going to go to Matt. How about 002? Take 5 thou at the finish line to be dead on 2 for a 4-pack. Jeff Krasinski was 007 and dead on 2 for a 9-pack. 9 thousandths gets beat out by a 4 thou package. Matt Brem moves on to round number 2 as Ken Batchelor and Paul Campanella. Paul, 468. Over on the right-hand side for Ken Batchelor, it's going to be a 471, the Leland, North Carolina base ride. They were separated by a thou in reaction time. Advantage went to Batchelor, 009. He runs to exactly 1 over. 472 on the 471 for a 19 thousandths package. Campanella had a 10 bulb and then runs 70 on the 68. Ken Batchelor getting there first by 13 as Dalton Raines and Matt Reclitus going to be the next couple. As Dalton Raines at 504, Matt Reclitus dialed in at 460. Little Sawyersville, Pennsylvania versus Taylor, South Carolina. South Carolina over on the left side, Pennsylvania on the right. Skid Racers want to remind you that they did restock on some of those T-shirt sizes. 2X, 3X, 4X. We're in stock as of a little while ago. 004, Matt Reclitus holding the advantage. Takes 30 down at the far end of the racetrack. 461 on a 460. Dalton Raines. It's 505 on the 504 with a 40 light. So Reclitus going to get back into the game and race for $20,000 as Robert Vogler III and Richard Alford. Alford was sticking around late, and I do mean late, into the rounds last night. I believe made it all the way down into the semis racing for that $50,000. His 476 is up on the board now. Robert Vogler with a 454. You going to leave me, JJ? Got to take a little break. You've been working. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So the 454. Left side, 476 over and the right. Once again, talking about the fact that those T-shirts, they did restock. So if you were looking for a 2X, 3X, 4X, they got all sizes still available. At least that was the last notification that we had. They're over in that merchandise trailer right behind the main grandstands. 004 red for RV3. His weekend at the Fling comes to an end in that race car. The J Money Racing crew Fouled it out 0.04 of a second. Alford was 009 and then runs 78 on a 76. For a 33 thousandths package, Vogler had the 004 red and then goes 55 on a 54. After the wind light had already illuminated. Over on that opposite side of the racetrack, Shane Maddox, Bob Engelman. Engelman out of Kurtztown. Up in Pennsylvania, and Shane Maddox, one of the racers coming up from South Carolina and Piedmont area, 468. Going to be the dial in for Shane, 447. Going to be the number over on the side for Bob Engelman. Once again, right in the middle of our re-entry round. Again, if you are a dragster and have bought back in, have not yet made your run, we do need you into the staging lanes, please. We got the head start going to the left side of the racetrack. They lead with 1 thou separating them on the tree. Finish line, it's going to be Bob Engelman who wins on that double breakout. Engelman, 446 on the 447. He's under 9 thousandths of a second. Shane Maddox, 466 on the 468. He's under 11 thou. It's going to be Engelman who gets the victory by 2 thousandths of a second. Shane was 10 on the tree. Take 3 thou down at the finish line and comes up 7 thou behind where he really needed to be is Jack Ostrowski and Chris Dean. Dean out of Sanford, 475 dial for Jack Ostrowski. He's got the 439. The racer out of Treya, Pennsylvania. Going to get set up. Yeah, JJ had to take a little break. He flew down to Daytona for a minute. Uh-oh, Jack Ostrowski, 008 on the red side. Chris Dean, 004, 73. That's a 473. On the 475, Jack Ostrowski, 441 on a 439. Oh, you cross country over to Auto Club? Ah, you're not down the road very far from my place. So the 008 for Ostrowski is Doug Foley Jr. and Larry Blair. That's senior in the FC Kerbeck. Base car out of Palmyra, New Jersey, 511 for Doug Foley, 496. And head start's going to go to Blair. Taking a little extra time getting them onto the starting line. 5 thousandths the difference in reaction time. Both of them 00 get to the stripe, and it's going to be Doug Foley. 006, dead 5, taking 4 thou down at the finish line. Didn't leave Larry a whole lot of room. He was 001 on the tree. Ends up 14 thou over, and it's going to be Foley getting there first by 4 thousandths of a second. John Bierman and Frank Aragona Jr. Bierman out of Loxahatchee down in Florida, 480 for Frank Aragona. Freehold, New Jersey. We got a true East Coast North versus South. With the New Jersey base car going up against the Florida base car, 480. Going to be the dial in for Bierman, 473. Going to be the run for Aragona, at least that's what he's hoping he's going to end up with. So again, got those pre-stage bulbs lit up in a dragster re-entry round. Looks like we are starting to run a little low on you. So if you didn't make your way back there yet, please do so now. Oof. Neither driver really going to show off the time slip on the reaction time. John Bierman had an 066 light and was 300ths better than Aragona's bulb. Bierman runs it down to a dead-on 1, takes 19 down at the finish line. Aragona ended up running 472. On the 473, but Bierman dead on 1. And Brian Thompson versus Tommy Norton. Norton 457, Brian Thompson 464. Head start goes to the left side for the racer out of Sneed's Ferry. That is a Nesbitt built 572 cubic inch bullet. Again, congratulations to Bobby Inslee. Bobby, if you have not yet come up here and collected your Cook's headers, you need to do so now, or at least pretty soon. 17th thou on the reaction time, and that was about twice better than Tommy Norton, who had the 035 light. Norton runs down to a dead on 3 and comes up 8 thou short is Brian Thompson. 17 on the tree, 13 above, for a total of a 30 pack, taking 8 thou down at the far end. Norton dead 3 and comes up short by 8 little thousandths is Seaman, Corey Manuel, and Marshall Grooms. Grooms, 490 dial in for Corey Manuel. Grooms has got the 472. Head start goes to the dragster over on the right side. So thinking about it again for just a little while. We get him onto the starting line. At the stripe, it was already over. Marshall Grooms red by 1 thou. Goes 473 after he 001 on the red side. Seaman goes 25 green and then runs 487 on a 490. Running it all the way through since his light was already on. Well, the one that was secret agent man is actually Angela Gankowski, and she's got the dragster up here on the right side this time, 441. Dial in for Angela for Brandon Collins. Brandon Collins, 467. As Angela's got the bulbs all lit up. Collins on the timer now, looking to try and get the car into the spot. There it is. Bam, bam. That's going to be Angela Gankowski racing her way back in. 440 on a 441. 036 on the tree. Brandon Collins ended up getting there first by 15. Breaks it out 7 thousandths of a second. Needed to give back 8 thou. As we need our final call for dragsters. Final call, dragster buyback. Last call, dragster buyback. We need you back into the staging lanes, please. Last call, dragster buyback. Last call, Tony Melvitt and Debbie DeGenova. So last call for the dragsters as Tony lines up 494, Debbie lines up 432, and door cars. Round number 2, door cars. We're getting ready to go into round number 2, which is the Biondo round. Door cars, round number 2. We do need you into the staging lanes. This is first call for door cars, round number 2. First call, door cars, round number 2. Come on, Melvitt. Out of the gate in red. 008. He leaves early. Debbie DeGenova, it's 005 and then runs 433 on the 432. So 005, 11 thou over for a 16 thousandths package. Tony was red by 8 thou and then runs down to 1 above after the race was already over. Let's bring up Ken Neal, Randy Riggleman. Riggleman out of Glen Burnie. Up in Maryland, the blower car. A little shorty headers on at 450 for Randy Riggleman for Ken Neal. Out of Tennessee. He's got that 478 dial in, Neal. Getting lead first by 28 hundredths of a second. Again, final call, dragster buyback. Final call, dragster buyback. First call, door car for second round. Door cars, second round. Need you back into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, second round, the Biondo round, getting ready to take place. 7 thousandths the difference between the two in reaction time as Randy Riggleman bows out. It's going to be Ken Neal, 005, dead on 5 for a 10 thousandths package, taking 25 down at the far end of the racetrack. The 005 dead 5, Riggleman with 12 reaction time. And eliminated from competition at that point as he got locked out. Bring up Chaz Silence and J.P. Hickman. Hickman out of Sarasota, Florida, 465. Chaz out of Jacksonville, 457. Head start goes to J.P. on this pair. So the 457 to the 465, advantage by 7 thou went to J.P. Hickman as he runs 65 on a 65, 12. Dead 7 for a total of a 19 thousandths package, taking 12 down at the far end. Chaz had a 19 thousandths reaction time, and Chaz had but one hope, and that was to run dead on 0 in order to even get there. J.P. locks it up, moves on as Gabe Taylor and Shane Carr. Now, Shane, we saw race back in already before. Shane, who had to buy back in both of his vehicles. Trying to get this one back in. This is the one that's been really good for him throughout the weekend. That didn't change here, at least as far as the reaction time was concerned. Gabe Taylor had a 031 light. Shane, 007, dead on 2 for a 9 thousandths total package. As Gabe, 031, gets their second 8 thou under. Shane Carr locked that one up fairly quickly. We'll bring up Rob Liebziger and Don Butkowitz. Rob at A New Hope. It's a Pennsylvania-based car. Don, 471, New Jersey-based ride over on the right side. So the 71 to the 67. Once again, door cars, you have been called into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round number 2. Door cars, you've been called into the staging lanes. Need you to make your way back there. And dragsters, you have been given your final call. Last chance, dragsters. If you bought back, we do need you into the staging lanes. Again, remember, racers, that the payout window will open at the conclusion of round number 2. So again, if you've got a tab that you need to square up, if you've got a check coming your way, whatever the case may be, that will be open at the conclusion of round number 2. We'll get you up here after that. But Rob, Don, advantage on the tree to Rob by about 200ths of a second. Win light's going to go to Rob. He's not going to let that real estate slip away as he's 66 on the 67, under by 7 thousandths, taking 15 down at the tree. Don Butkowitz is under 11 thou, 69 on the 71, as he ends up going 043 on the tree. Didn't have much of a chance as Richard Taylor and Dwayne Allen. Taylor out of Georgia, Baxley home base, 474 for Dwayne Allen. The team out of Sandstone, Virginia. 0.05 of a second. Going to be the difference between the two. Dwayne holding the advantage. He's in control, and at the finish line, he locks it up. 14 thousandths package for Dwayne Allen, 005, dead on 9 for Dwayne. Richard Taylor had a 40 bull for a 41 thousandths package as he was dead on 1 and got behind 27 down at the far end of the racetrack. So Dwayne gets back in. We'll get Ben Parks and Vince Schroeder their opportunity at one more shot. Again, door cars going to put out a second call for the second time. Door cars, this is called like version 2.2. Getting you back into the staging lanes for round number 2. So call 2.2 for round number 2. Getting you into the staging lanes. Looks like they're lining you up in 3 and 4 for now. As Ben's dialed in at 498, Vince Schroer dialed in at 461. Oh, Ben. Reaction time started with a 1, and we'll leave it at that. That's why the win light is quickly showing up on that advanced auto side of the scoreboard. 026 on the tree for Vince Schroer as he's 62 on a 61. Take 80. That's 80 down at the far end of the racetrack. So Ben Park's going to pack it up after that, and that'll bring up John Taylor Sr. and Darren Lotz. Taylor, that's one of those guys that, look at this. One of the folks that, even though he's got probably, from what I've seen so far, like the longest haul to get home down to Apache Junction, Arizona, he stuck around and bought back in. He's like, I ain't letting $20,000 slip away from me like that. No way. 542 going to be the dial-in. Darren Lotz for Lotz Home Furnishings. He's dialed in at 479. Ian. Set. Yep. John's not going to let it get away that easy. 007. 24th thou over. As he's 544 on the 542 to get the win. Takes 22 thousandths down at the finish line. So that 007 versus Darren's 041 light. Darren runs down to a 4.8 on 479, but John Taylor and the team from Arizona get the opportunity to stick around and race again for their shot at $20,000 worth of Jegs money. Again, huge. And I mean huge. Like making drag racing, live streaming great again. Huge. To the Jegs and Mickey Thompson feed. Courtesy of the folks at Motor Mania TV. We appreciate that. It's done very, very well. Done very, very well. We need the driver of the buy car to report back to your car, please. If you are the owner of the buy car, we need you back to your car. If you were selected as the provisional buy, we need you back to your car, please. Jessica Dean dialed in at 458. Matt Shapiro dialed in 475. Jessica's back in as Matt Shapiro read by 9 thousandths of a second. She goes 474 on the 475. All right. Chad Dotson, I'm guessing that is you in that door car down there. I do see you kind of making your way back there. But, all right, never mind. So Jessica, never mind, Chad. Getting the win light as Shapiro was 474. Jessica 20 on the tree, dead on 8 for 28 pack is Bobby Spence, Chris Boshin. Boshin at a Clark's Summit, 462. He's the driver on the right side. Bobby Spence at a Rockville. Up in Maryland. There's a Rockville, Maryland. There's a Rockville not too far from my house in Utah. 4 thou separate the two on the tree. Bobby. Dang it, Bobby. 025 on the green side and wins 435 on a 435. Dead on 7. Chris Boshin. 021 runs 461. Gets there first 16. Breaks it out 5 thou. Needed to be there by 11 or less. We'll bring up the next couple of cars. Will Holloman and John Ringette. So the 480 to the 478, couple of hundreds separate the two. Head start will go to Ringette. Red light will go to John. Missed by 13 thousandths as he let go of the button. Will Holloman had a 16 thou light, runs 476. On the 478, Ringette runs down to a red and dead on. Once again, door cars, final call, door cars. Do need you into the staging lanes for round number 2. This is the Biondo round. Door cars. Need you into the staging lanes, please. I'm going to get you in, get you paired up, get you ready to go. Dean Miller. .508 to the 469. David Dean trying to hold on. He gets there too quick. He gets there second. It's no good because he gave up 0.03 of a second advantage in reaction time. Dean had the 12th thou reaction time. Dean Miller had the 12th thou reaction time. David Dean had an 0.42 light. And then Dean Miller adds a 1 in the little number column for a total of a 13 thousandths package, taking 17 thou at the far end. We'll bring out Jason Hoff and Kellum Farmer. Kellum out of Burlington. Jason Hoff coming down out of another of the Pennsylvania-based cars, Littlestown. So the 462 to the 478, head start right side for Kellum. .002 red for Kellum. Fouled it out 2 thou. Jason Hoff was .008 and then runs 461 on the 462. He's under 6 thou on what was dialed in at a 62. Kellum gave it away on the starting line by letting go of the button a couple of thou too quick. That'll bring up Don Hanson and John Taylor. Taylor had a while missing up in Pennsylvania. Thoroughbred Racing Oil. Right alongside of Taylor's car, 465 the dial. Don Hanson will do the leaving. At least he'll get the opportunity to jump first. 487 for the Palm Beach Gardens-based race car. They are identical on the tree, both with the 025 light. Don Hanson, 4.868. He's under 2 thou. John Taylor, 4.643. He's under 7 thousandths of a second. And John Taylor, who got there first by 5 thousandths of a second, needed to give back. About 9 of it. There's Bobby Inslee and Jesse York. Going to be the next couple. York out of Muncie, Indiana, 485. And Bobby Inslee out of Salisbury, Maryland, 484 to the 485, 100th of a second. Going to be the difference between the dial-ins that are up on the scoreboards. We'll have our final dragsters have cleared the front of the staging lanes. We've got winner Jesse York, 005, dead on 5 for a 10-pack, taking 20 thousandths down at the finish line. Bobby Inslee, 023 on the tree, and nothing for Bobby to do other than come back up here and collect up his Cook's headers. So Bobby, who had the best losing package in round number 1, got him a set of Cook's headers and bought his way back in, trying for a shot at the additional prize of $20,000 from the folks at Jegs. And that got away from him as Mike Illing and Steve Dweck. So Josh Gannett and John LaBouse. I was informed the other day that the G is not silent. So the 473 dial for Gannett, 458 dial for John LaBouse. 5 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time as Josh Gonna bow out. Had the better bull, 006 to Labus's 011 light. As John, 11th hour reaction time. Take 8th thou down at the finish line. And that'll bring up Ken Batchelor and Wesley Washington. Washington, 4:55 for the racer based out of Summerduck for Ken Batchelor. $4.49 for the team out of Leland. Wesley fouls it out 0.04 of a second as he leaves early. Ken Batchelor. 4:48 on the 4:49. After the win light was already on, Batchelor had the 0:41 reaction time. And that's going to bring up RV3 and Bubba Rogers. So RV3 dialed 447, Bubba Rogers dialed 477. They are separated. By 0.3 of a second. Head start's going to belong to Bubba. So it looks like we are down to pretty much two pair. So Vogler 447, he is 005, taking 2 thou down at the stripe and holds on for the win as he's 448 on that 447 dial in. Bubba had a 12 thou reaction time and goes 477 on a 477. And that's going to bring up Stacy Schroeder and Terrell Sinkler. Sinkler dialed in at 473. I'm going to take on Stacy Schroeder. Schroeder, who had that provisional solo run, got held back here and ended up taking on Terrell Sinkler, as we did have an odd number of cars in the buyback round and the re-entry round. So Terrell going to give up a whole lot of real estate to Stacy Schroeder as the Camaro leaves the starting line. That looked to me like about 50-plus feet. Make it more than that, 70-plus feet. Terrell, 475 on the 473. Stacy was 701 on the 704. 26 the reaction time. Terrell ends up getting there and lights up the scoreboard. So that's going to conclude the buyback round. The re-entry round is complete. We know which cars have raced their way back in for the opportunity at $20,000 worth of Jegs money on a final day here at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Got a quick little bit of computer work to do up here in the tower, which shall not take very long at all. And soon we'll get the word to pull the door cars forward, which I believe that word is now. I told you. Wouldn't take very long at all. Hey, also want to remind everybody, if you have not yet got your event T-shirts, they do have the additional sizes back, or at least they did as of this morning. I don't know how quick those disappeared. I'm pretty sure by this point in time, I know earlier in the day we only had about 8 event hats left. Those, I'm not guaranteeing that they're going to be there, but they may have sold out by now. So again, if you want your commemorative T-shirt, if you want your hat, whatever the case may be, you need to make sure to get over there to the Galot Motorsports Park trailer and get that handled. But the door cars are rolling in for round number 2. This is the Biondo round. Best losing package here will get a brand new ProLite fire suit, courtesy of the folks at Sparco, courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. And with it being round number 2, I know JJ sitting down here, he is just like chomping at the bit, especially knowing that Pops is back there somewhere in the staging lanes. We got Jason Overstreet, loose change, and Kevin Pollard, one of the foot breakers, one of the guys leaving off the bottom. rolling up right here. So 572 dial in for Kevin. Overstreet in the Vega is going to get the head start. Overstreet off, down, and away. Kevin Pollard doing the chasing at the finish line. It is going to be Kevin Pollard, 73 on a 72, had a 35 light. Jason Overstreet gets there first, takes 58 with 17 on the green side, and breaks out 65 on a 68. And with that, as we are underway with our Biondo Racing Products round number 2 here on the final day of the Fling, I am going to slip out of the way in what has become kind of a tradition, and I think a very cool tradition. Peter Biondo himself going to slide up here to the microphone. He'll be joined by JJ, and we'll find out exactly what happens here in this second go-round.
Well, thank you, Nate. Mike Moore right there is 10 on a tree, picking up the win light. 10 on a tree, 12th strike. Pretty good looking lap there, JJ.
Goes dead on 7.
Both drivers dead on.
Albright was 24, though, 17 total for Mike Moore. Albright was 24 on the reaction time. Goes dead on with a 5 to get behind 12th out. David Bell, left-hand side, 6 flat in the Vega. And Seth Phillips hitting the bottom. About to get up on the converter and start staging. Down 612 in the dark.
That's right. It's a foot breaker. That's Seth Phillips in the right side. You'll hear him come up on a converter.
There he goes right there as soon as you say it.
He'll swap feet off the bottom, and he'll try to stay in front of the Vega of David Bell.
Oh, Phillips turns it 3,000. Bell, 27 and 12 thou under. Phillips goes 7 thou under. After that 003 red, your winner, David Bell.
It's going to bring up the $1 Million Man, Jeff Verdi. Now, Jeff came off a 2016 season that is going to be hard to top or even come close to for him or any
even,
other driver in bracket racing.
Or even match. That's
Exactly.
going to be tough to match.
Yeah, he
But
went out. Go ahead.
But Bogacki could very well do it. He won the Spring Fling Million now. Got one more to go.
It's a good start for Verdi, 006. Last is not too far behind at 010. Give the win light over to the $1 Million Man, Jeff Verdi. 006, 1 over his dial. David Wassler was 10 on the tree, 2 over his dial. Jeff Verdi coming back for round number 3. We are in Biondo round 2, the best losing package. Wins a Sparco Pro Light SFI 5 fire suit, courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. Now, JJ, you have a fire suit. I believe you have the same one to match your daddy's, right?
Yes, sir.
Red and black. Nice suit, very comfortable. You can, little self-promotion here, little self-plug. You can go on BiondoRacing.com.
It's warm. Warm for the cold.
Keeps you warm when it's cold, when it's cool out. That's for sure. A day like today, it's, tell you, for me, I come from the Northeast. This is a gorgeous day. I know for you Southerners, Charles, and JJ, and Mr. Bakersfield, it might be a little chilly for you guys, but this is just right for me for racing weather.
Five thou, separate them up front. Ernie Hughes, 9671, lead assist, left-hand side. 646, give the win to Hume. 16, one above 329 total. Might have hit the brakes down there. His assist, 21, take 37. To be 29 thou under. Had to take 8 or less.
It's a tough task right there. 8 or less in the 8th mile. Trey Dalton, right lane, 569. Wow, you could just see the green light came on and Trey was just late. Trey goes dead on, but when your first number in a reaction time starts with anything but a 0, you're in trouble. If it starts with anything worse than a 1, you might as well just park it. Trey misses the tree bad, goes dead on, no good. Left lane for the win. 020 on a tree, coast to a 4 above.
Skinny Kenny Underwood, 597 on the left-hand side.
Gonna go against Carry Long. Kenny Underwood, Skinny Kenny. Oh, Kenny drops a 10th thou red, giving the win to Carry Long. Carry Long was 14 on a tree, holding 19th thou. Pretty good spot to be. Gives her a few options down there, or him. Not too sure. I apologize. This is the first time seeing some of these drivers. There are a lot of new faces here at the Spring Fling that I've never had the pleasure of meeting before, and just getting to know everybody. The big old Fairmont, as JJ starts licking his chops with the Oreo Blizzard over here that was brought to us by nice staff we have, Lisa and Stephanie. Wow, Ernie Cox dropped it red, and Josh Neitherton dodged a bullet. Not many times you're going to win Biondo round 2 with a 51 lamp, but that time it was good enough as Ernie Cox drops it red and goes dead on. So JJ might, if you're wondering what JJ's doing and if he's going to miss a pair or two here and there, it's because he has his attention 100% on an Oreo Blizzard from Dairy Queen. He said, what, who, me? John Platt Sr., the good guys from Platinum Products, and Tommy Cable, Tommy's last night's runner-up. How about double O's a pair? How about dead on with a 0? How about a 9,000s package for Mr. Tommy Cable? Tommy's 009 dead on with a 0. John 71 dial. All right, might have had a little bit of a blip in the mic there. My plug was kind of loosening up, but Nate, that's why he's a professional. He's got it all figured out. We're back on, and payouts are open. Payouts are open for the weekend. Payouts and tabs. So if you have a tab or a payout and you want to get it taken care of now, come to the Tommy Tower. How about Everett Justice is 002 and takes a thou? That's talking perfection, or as close to perfection as you can get at both ends. 002 taking a thou to win a double breakout over Shorty Raider. I'll take a 002 on a start, taking a thou any day of the week, JJ. As JJ is just fixed all up in that Oreo Blizzard. It's going to bring up Travis Hardy and Randy Perdue. Harvey, the hitter from Ellen, North Carolina, might be in trouble. Nope, dead on. He was 21 thou behind on a tree, but Purdue took 2 thou too much stripe. It was 006, took 32 thou at the other end to break out by 0.02 of a second. Elon, here they go picking on me again. I tell you, I'm going to bring my posse from New York next year. I'm bringing my posse from New York. This way. All right, well, I'll bring the posse in the pizza. Then we'll see who's making fun of who. Come down to North Carolina and they act like I came from another planet. Just because I come from New York. I can bring some Italian food from there early, no problem. Not a problem. Joe Gary picking up the win right there. Nice 008, 3 above. Coasting, taking 22 at the stripe. Skip Briggs just left a little too much room for a driver like Joe Gary. When you're 32 and 3 above, Joe Gary's going to make you pay just about every time. Again, we are on Jake's Saturday. We are in Biondo round 2, and Payouts and tabs are open. So if you have a tab you want to get taken care of, along with any kind of checks that are owed to you from previous days, come see Sal and the girls in the timing tower. Be a good time because it's going to get busy later. It'll be a good time now to get some of your stuff cleared up. It's Brendan George in the pick-em-up truck and Eric Thomas. Another double breakout, 6 thou under for Brendan for the win. Thomas was 26 on a tree, went 9 thou under, following him through by 6 thou. Going to bring up Jeremy Bargo and Colby Fuller. Another pick-em-up truck in the left lane. 68 Camaro, dialed a quick 557, almost 1 second. Handicap going to the pick-em-up truck. Whereas JJ says the S dime. Colby, 000, 2 thou under. Almost a perfect run for Colby for the win. 000, 2 thou under. How about Jeremy Bargo's 008 takes a 007 stripe, killing about 2.5 miles an hour, and loses. Chris Plott dropping at 9 thou red. Kent Sessoms going to pick up the win in Biondo round 2. Sessoms 20 on a tree. 535 on a 534 dial-in. Wow, look at this matchup. This could be a World Foot Brake Challenge matchup right here in the final round, too. How about 2 foot breakers going at it here? Now, these guys may have put a box in for the Fling, but nevertheless, they could drive off the bottom, the top, you name it. It's Brock Mosier and Richard Alford Jr. Richard in the big old Chevelle. Mosier in the 71 Vega. That Vega usually will carry the front wheels quite a ways down. Alfred, he wasn't playing. He went after it. 003. 1 over for the win for Alfred. Mosier was 22 on a tree. Tried to take the stripe. Did take the stripe, but broke out by 16 thou. Here's Dan Fletcher and Michelle Pilo. Wow, Fletcher's got a lot of work to do, but he's done it before. Not this time. Pilo is 002. 1 over with a 0 for the win. Fletcher was a little bit tardy at the start. Broke out by 7 thou. But Michelle would have been tough anyway. She had a 12 thou package. Again, payouts. Payouts open in the tower. Beat the afternoon rush later on tonight. If you have a tab to settle, or you have any money owed to you from previous days, the payout window is open in the timing tower. Here's Rooster. How do you pronounce that? Hunger? Well, I might not have to pronounce it again because Jeff Parrish is all over him right now. Parrish, 001. Rooster was 40. Game over. Parrish, 001, 1 over his dial. Rooster went dead on his dial, but the 40 lamp had him way too far behind to make up. Really hard to make up 39 thou in the 8th mile when you only have 660 feet to do it. Reaction time's ever so important. See how the live feed's doing over there? Over 1,000 listening and watching right now. That's pretty cool, guys. Over here enjoying the action is Harold Bell and Michael Morton. Bell's going to pick up the win in a nice shoebox Nova. 29 on a tree, 1 above. Michael Morton missed it a little bit. 55 on a tree, 9th out under. Check out all of the flames on the starting line right now, and I'm talking just Dragon Wagon and the Malibu with just all kinds of flames going down the side of it. Just a lot going on right there on the starting line. The Dragon Wagon, it says grocery getter on the back panel. 607 dialing. 6 flat for Andy Dolan in the Boo. 1980 Malibu. 1 thou between them. Again, breakout, double breakout affair. The Dragon Wagon is going to bow out. The Boo's moving on. 200s under to 300s under. Bobby Lee and Daryl Pittman. The lead's going to pick up the win. 22 on a tree, 1 over his dial. Pittman drops it red. And his weekend will end at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Dragsters, round 2. Dragsters, round 2. We'll take you in the staging lanes right now. Dragsters for Biondo, round 2. Is Brian Bell and Kevin Glenn, a pair of, as JJ and Jared would say, I pick up some of their lingo sitting next to them, the Chevy twice. A Chevy twice. 64 Chevy in the left lane, 67 Chevy 2 in the right lane. Brian Bell drops it red. As Kevin Glenn going to pick up the win, 22, 8th thou under his dial, moving on to round number 3. So we're getting closer to the money round. You win round number 3. It's $200 round money, starting with round 3 win. Go right up the ladder from there and crown a $20,000 champion tonight on Jeg Saturday. There's Tommy Plott. That's that feared flat black Mustang, dialed 521 in the left lane. Mike DeMood. Nice looking 71 Dodge Demon. DeMood's a good guy from Hedgeville, West Virginia. 527, 521 dialings. DeMood drops it red. Plott 14. Plott 12 thou under. Wow, DeMood was red and dead on with a 3. Plott was 14, and it's pretty much right where Tommy Plott likes to be. He's very consistent on both ends of the racetrack and has some of the best equipment in the game. So he's one of those guys that you probably don't want to see in the other lane, especially in the early rounds. There's Kenny Underwood, and here's the perfect package. Jimmy Malillo hit a perfect run earlier in the weekend. Skinny Kenny picking up the win. Malillo was 4th thou red. Skinny Kenny, 23 on the tree, 2 under. Pretty happy place for him. 572 with a 0 on a 574 dialing. And it's going to bring up Aaron Vail as we're moving through Biondo round number 2. I love that GTO in the left-hand lane. I really, really do. JJ, I know it beat your father, and JJ is still engulfed in that Dairy Queen. He is just getting right to every. He's not letting anything get by him. I know he beat your daddy, but I do like that car, JJ. That is a beautiful GTO in the left lane. Aaron Vail says he'll go 666. Man, that's just one thing I will never do. I will never, JJ, you have my word. I will never dial a 666. I'm not a very superstitious, but that's just one thing I will never do. I don't like the number. I just don't like it. You understand? Okay. Well, it worked for Aaron Vale. He's 32 on a tree, dead on with the 1. Greco was 13 on a tree. Took 33 down there to go 13th thou under, so he basically needed to take less than 200th of a second. Took just a little bit too much. Now here's Thomas Fletcher. You good now? All right. JJ's got a smile on his face, and he's ready to pick the mic back up and join me here in Beyond round 2 as he just polished off this Dairy Queen. What flavor was that? Oreo? 000 life for Carpenter, 20 for Fletcher. Give the win to Thomas Fletcher. He was 20 on the tree, and he was 200ths behind the Carpenter's 000, but made the right move at the other end, dropped him, and went 5 thou under. Carpenter took 27 thou, went 12 thou under. So double breakout right there. Thomas Fletcher working the other end, picking up the win. Here's Keith Rogers and Marty Wright. Marty's been struggling on the tree a little bit these last couple of days. His spring fling will come to an end. He runs, that's a lot of 5s right there. He runs 5.55 with a 5 on a 5.55. Keith Rogers was 002, 2 over his dial for the win. And here's Big Jed, Jared Pennington, and Tucker Creech. Now, JJ just left. I don't know if he got a little nervous or his stomach got upset, but maybe he saw his father coming around the corner and he got a little nervous and just ran out of the room. Tucker in the left lane going against Big Jed. Big Jed and Big Red. He's got the wheel standard of the weekend so far, but he tamed it down. He dialed 586. Tucker dialed 716. A 5 to a 10, 2 great reaction times. Give the win to Big Jed. Big Jed's 10 on a tree, 11th thou under. Tucker was actually 005 on a tree, 22th thou under. So Big Jed coming back for round number 3. There's Disco Dean and Greg Walker. Oh, wow. That was JJ's daddy, as he likes to say, and Aaron's boyfriend. And they're sitting right next to each other in the tower, and they watch them do battle right there. Sometimes it just happens. Disco Dean picking up the win as Greg Walker drops it red. Disco's 24 in a tree, 8th thou under his dial. Tanner Miller and Raider Campbell. Little Chevy 2 Vega wagon left lane and the nice looking 68 Camaro. Where'd you go, JJ? You took off as soon. You went to the bathroom?
Bathroom.
It was just bad timing or what? I mean, your father was coming up to race.
Yeah, bad timing.
Bad timing. All right.
It was bad timing. That blizzard got to me.
The Blizzard got you.
But it was good. I watched the run from in there. 47 thou separated. Red lights falling in the lane of Miller. How about 5 dead, 9, 14 total. Campbell was 52 up front. Goes dead on with a 9 as well, but no good. It was 47 from start to finish for Miller. Is Jason loose change over street. Left-hand side in the cutty. Dialed in at a 657, 501 for E.J. Womack. Over in the right in the 85 Camaro. 14,000 on the tree. Wind lights going loose change. 18, 2 above 2. Taking 18. Womack was 32, 2 above 6 to get behind 18th out at the finish.
So JJ fresh off his Oreo Blizz. He's got a little pep in his step. Big Red just turned on the win light and Beyond round 2. And
Rob Leipziger, left-hand side, dialed in at a 534. Chris Dean in the right, dialed in at a 585. Pennsylvania versus North Carolina. Dean from North Carolina. Leipziger from Pennsylvania. 26 seconds. Win lights going to Dean. 007 take 13 to be one above with an 8. 25 thou pack. Leipziger was 33 on the tree. No chance. Goes dead on with a 5 though. At least he ran dead on. A lot of guys have been going dead on or one above or one under or two under. Everybody's running closer to the dial end today.
Yeah, track's pretty tight out there, and that's a testament to this Galot Motorsports crew. I've watched dragster, door car, you name it, 23 T-bucket ultras, JJ, they've been going right down the center of that groove all week long.
This, I guess these cars ain't spinning real bad today. Because it's like you said, I've seen the only way you see a car that's been going over there, you're going to try to get a closer look at the finish.
Yeah, that's good point, JJ, as Troy Brewer going to pick up the win. How about 006 take a thou for us? Take a thou, 6,000s package. So he's 006 on a tree. He takes 1 thou, killing a few mile an hour down there. And yes, he did take that thou. Goes dead on with a 5 for an 11 thou pack to take out the sleeper, Paul Warwick. Paul was 15 on a tree, 3 thou under his dial.
And he's still behind at the finish because he wasn't in the game with that 11 thou pack thrown in front of him. The door got shut on him, so he just probably ran it wide open as Antoine Jett will dial 680 in the left. Right-hand side, 554 the dial in. No name. 002, separate them on the tree. Win light, Antoine Jett, 9 dead, 9 take 28 to be 18 total. Right-hand side was 11. Then goes 3 above with a 5 to get behind 28.
Antoine Jett in the booth putting down a good run right there. 009 dead on the dial. Young Antoine, he's pretty hungry. He takes his stuff very seriously.
Marlon Laster, left-hand side. Down in a 602 out of New Jersey. Justin Logan, 638 in the right out of West Virginia. Oh, Logan was ready. Laster turns it red, 6 thou. Logan, 001 on the tree and goes 3 above with a 0. Logan, ouch. 6 red and dead on with a 5. It seems like everybody that's going red's going dead on or 1 above.
Yeah, actually, Nate, when Nate and I were in Las Vegas at the Spring Fling Million just a few short weeks ago, that was a common theme, and Nate came up with the red and dead. It just seemed to happen, that theme, that red and dead on, just seemed to happen way more often than not.
John Scott, 622 in the left out of Pennsylvania. And Jeff $1 Million Man Birdie, 583 in the right. Out of Virginia, 15,703. Birdie's got work to do. But he'll pick it up. 23 dead, 124 total. He might have dropped to go dead on. Scott was 008 on the tree, had 15 up here. Takes 800ths down there to break out by 700ths. 65 thou to be exact.
Yeah, John Scott just took way too much against the $1 Million Man. He had a good reaction time, but the $1 Million Man had the poncho dialed in, and here comes Kenneth MacArthur and Corey Manuel. I believe this is the younger brother of Cameron Manuel. Bumping right and gently the Super Gas 08 Corvette Roadster.
Win light going to Manuel. 11. 6 above with a 2, taking 25. Left-hand side, MacArthur was 29 on the tree. And then goes 600ths above his dial.
Yeah, it looked like Kenneth car just slowed a little bit for whatever reason there, and Corey was in control of that race. He just cruised down to 110 mile an hour, a nice 200 stripe. Safe win for Corey Manuel. Dave White, Franklin DiBartolomeo. The pickup truck's green, White's green, Franklin's 003. White is 16 on a tree. Give the win light to Franklin. How about Franklin DiBartolomeo? Papa taught him well. He's 003. He takes 006 down at the other end to go 2 over his dial. David White, not a bad lap, 16 on a tree, 572 on a 571 dial. But when your opponent's 00 on both ends, it's hard to get under. It's going to bring up Wayne DeSantis and James Overcash. Overcash dials 561. Wayne DeSantis in that 89 Dakota all the way from Massachusetts says he'll run a 621.
Separated up front. And the win light's going to Overcash. 17 on the tree. Runs 1 above with a 6. As DeSantis had 8 up here, he was 009. Takes 46 to break it out by 22. Had to take 24 or less.
Wow, this kid, you continue to amaze me. This 11-year-old J.J. Pennington, you would never know it. He can calculate math and numbers in his head. Unbelievable.
John Taylor Jr. left-hand side down 465. Right-hand side, Randall Blinson down 622. Taylor, 28, 1 above with a 6 for the win. Oh, Blinson. It's the red and dead again. 004 red, dead on with a 6.
Yeah, that red and dead stuff was going on a lot in Vegas. Red light and then run dead on the dial. Add a little salt to the wound, JJ. Hey, the good news about going dead on is at least you leave the track knowing your car's ready for the next race.
Right. As here we go, the dragsters start rolling in. Jeff Taylor down 487 and Michael Morton down 617. Win light on the double breakout is going to Taylor. 28 and 3 thou under. Morton 23 and 5 thou under. Had 5 up here, but breaks it out by 5 thou.
Morton would have had to take 2 thou or less. That would have been a tough task, especially when Jeff Taylor's coming on you at 30 plus more mile an hour. Making up some ground quick in the 8th mile right there.
Like we said, these dragsters, here they come. They're rolling in.
This is Biondo round 2. I'm gonna test you, JJ. I'm gonna cover the flyer. What does the best losing package win on Biondo round 2? I'll give you a little time to think about it.
I think I know.
I'll tell you what, I'll call the first pay. You think, don't peek at the flyer, JJ.
I'm not.
Just pretend we're having a test and you're not allowed to look at the person in front of your paper.
I can't even read it.
We're in Biondo round 2. You have, come on. I know you can
Sparko Fire Racing Jacket.
There you go. Congratulations, A+. Smiley face on top.
Yay.
Shane Carr, wow. Shane Carr and Turtle Brandon leading off the dragster pack. Sugar Shane dials 482. Turtle Brandon won the 50K yesterday. That was 444.
Up front. Win lights going to car. 008 dead on with a 1. 9th out pack taking 11. Brandon was 007. One above with a 3. And we can't forget about Sugar Shane. He won the 15K on Wednesday.
He won the 15K on Wednesday, and Sugar Shane went very deep in the 50K yesterday. So as we keep an eye out on our drivers for that special Todd's Extreme MVP award for that beautiful carbon fiber helmet that's painted by Todd's Extreme Paint, as well as $1,000. You know, Shane's got to be in the running for that. We have about 5 people that I have in mind right now, but we're going to see how this day plays out. It's not only about win lights, it's about driving both ends. Even when you lose a run, if you have a good run and you do your job, we're talking about good performances. Is Jason Hoff and Doug Foley Jr.
Tree win light. It's going to Hoff. He's 008, dead on with a 6, 14 total, taking 8 thou, 24. Take nothing to be 2 thou under for Foley. That'll end his day and week.
You know, you could almost see, JJ, as you watch these guys back up from their burnouts, they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive in just their driving style. And I think they're getting to the point of the weekend where they're saying this is our last shot. They're getting a little more hunger. And it's kind of shown out there. The vibe's starting to get serious. They got one last chance at 20K at Spring Fling money, and it's starting to show as Ken Batchelor is 13 dead on with a 1. What did I say? 14,000's package for Ken. Talk about starting to get serious. That's a good-looking run. Eddie Lee on the right side was 25 on a tree, also dead on. Another pair of dead ons here at Galot Motorsports Park. Is Jordan Wyke and Nathaniel Brunson. You're testing your vision. You're going to go 4 or 5 feet from the screen and see if you could do it. JJ likes a challenge. Wyke dials in 454. He'll be leaving first. Nathaniel Brunson 451. 14 on tree for Wyke. Nathaniel might have to pay at the other end. He does. Wyke was 14. Nathaniel was 40. Nathaniel went dead on the dial, but Wyke had him covered way too much at the tree and covered him up at the other end. Went 1 over with an 8, taking 16 thou.
Wyke added on the tree, taking 16, 1 above 8. Brunson was 40, dead 8, no good. Bug McCarty, 484 on the left-hand side. And Steve Dweck, right-hand side, down into the 472. Separate them on the tree, top end. Wind light Bug, 6 dead, 1, 7 total. Dweck was 19 on the tree, breaking it out 5 thou. Didn't even get to the stripe. He didn't have a chance.
No, old Bug over there went 7 thou's package. That shut Dweck's 019 reaction time right out before they even got past the Christmas tree. T.G. Pascal and Colby Fuller. Pascal, my bad. I'm getting it. I'll get it. Might take me a year or 2, but I'll get it. $485 dialing for Fuller. Pascal dials 473. Pascal watched his friend Jordan Wyke win just a few short pairs ago. Going to try to do the same. 12 to an 18, anybody's race. Give the win to the 12, Colby Fuller, 14,000s package. Now TG Pascal did everything he could at the stripe. He took 3 thou, broke out by 7 thou, was shut out by the 12 and dead on 2 by Colby Fuller. Mark Horton, American Race Cars Mark Horton, staging up on the left-hand lane. Quick 438 dial. Nathan Martin, how about being dialed 456 for the Texas runner? Going to have to turn around as he's getting chased by Mark Horton, dial 438. Nathan Martin from Kennedale, Texas. Drove to the East Coast over here of North Carolina to race at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima.
Mark Horton in that fast dragster out of Ohio. Martin out of Texas. That was loud. Wind light. 11, one above 0, 21 total for Horton. As Martin was behind 9 thou, did all he could. Takes 3 to break it out 2. Had to take 1 thou or less. Easier said than done.
Much easier said than done. I saw Nathan's hood scoop rocking, I mean intensely rocking from about 380 feet on. He was holding some, but his 20 reaction time put him 9 thou behind at the tree, and he needed to squeeze it down to 1 thou to make it happen. Mark Horton, American Race Cars, 21 thou package, moving on. His Big Vin, Vinny Domino, right-hand lane from the Media Dragway, good friend of mine from Queens, New York, and Howie Adams, local hitter from North Carolina, 494 dial, 464 dial for Big Vin.
Vinny Domino out of Maspeth, New York. That's around where you're from. 8,703. Left-hand side, 19, dead 2, 21 total. Vinny, 11, take 15 to be 5 thou under, had to take 10 or less.
Yeah, Vinny made a pretty good lap right there. 11, take 15 in the 8th mile. That's probably getting there by about 4.5 feet, maybe 5 feet. But Howie Adams, dead on with a 2, 19 lamp, 21 thou package. That was good enough. Is Tommy Cable and Mia Tedesco. Cable, 455 dial. That's Miss Mia in the right-hand lane, Cars Protection Plus. She drives top alcohol dragster. She drives super gas, super comp. Right now, she's bracket racing at the Fling. She might be in trouble. Tommy's going to make a pay. 005 for Tommy. 38 for Miss Mia. Tommy actually gave it back by 8 thou, but Mia broke out by 6 thou. Tommy's 3 above 005. Miss Mia's 038, 6 thou under, getting that by 8 thou. So I think Tommy might have got away with it one there. It looked like he was off the gas, killed about 7 miles an hour, gave it back 8 thou, but was fortunate Miss Mia broke out by 6 thou. So Tommy Cable moving on, getting on a little bit of a roll here at the Spring Fling.
Yeah, Tommy's had a good weekend. He run it up twice.
He always does well at the Fling. For one reason or another, when the Spring Fling comes to town, whether it's Bristol, whether it's Galot, in North Carolina here, he always seems to show up big.
John Byerman, left-hand side, down 479. Out of Florida, Chris Reynolds, right-hand side, down 449. Big advantage. Reynolds, 18, 4 above, taking 49. Byerman, a little bit late, dead on with a 9 to get behind 49 thou, no good.
Going to bring up David Deeds and Shannon Justice. Deeds, pretty sure he's a multiple-time track champion at Maple Grove Raceway in Reading, PA. Shannon Justice from Lexington, North Carolina. Dials a 480, Deeds a 458. Getting tight out there. David Deeds 002, dead on with a 4. How about David Deeds throwing up a 6,000s package? I mean, Shannon was a little behind at the tree, dropped a touch to go dead on with a 2. But Deeds, 6,000s package, looking strong.
Left-hand side, going to be Chase Manuel, dialed in at a 492. Travis Harvey, 481 in the right. Above 2, 42 total. Manual was 40. One above 8 to get behind by 16 thou.
It's going to bring up John Corbin and Tim Armstrong. PA taking on Waynesboro, Virginia. Corbin, the name sounds very familiar, dials 450. Timmy Armstrong says he'll run a 476. You know, I was growing up, JJ, when every drag set I pulled to the starting line had upswept headers. There was no, if you had a pair of downswept headers, it just didn't look right. Now, if you have a pair of upswept headers, everyone says, oh, look at that guy. What's he doing with upswept headers? Crazy how times change. Both drivers with a nice pair of stainless headers. I believe Left Lane's one of our sponsors. That's Cook's headers over there on the left. Might be Cook's headers on both sides.
10 thou, separate them on the tree. Wind light going to Tim Armstrong, 005, dead on with a 1. 6 thou package.
That's
Corbin,
getting it.
Corbin 15, not in the game, dead on with a 5.
And I'm telling you, JJ, I'm not sure if it's just that time of the weekend or if just the right light, the right temperature, everything out there. But these guys, just the vibe I'm getting right now, they're hungry. They're aggressive out there. I could tell by their body language, the way they're backing up from the burnout, the way they're revving it up. It's that time of the spring fling where there's one big check left, and they're all going after it. Pair of 485s here. Chris Wilson, Matt Brem. 2 PA runners. Neither driver in a hurry to stage.
Separate them on the tree. Wind light going to Wilson. 003, one above 114 total, taking 6, 15 dead 5 for Brim. What's up with everybody going 15 dead 5 now?
And 15 dead 5 for the lose light.
Right.
Jared said this could be trouble for him in round 3 if this is the way it's going. Well, I can tell you right now, these guys the track's tight and the drivers are hungry. This is going to get good. I'm looking forward to crowning the champion here tonight on Jag Saturday. Gary Ingold and Johnny Ezel. It's going to be a good one.
Red 3, Ingold, 21 above 0, 30 total. Ezel will break it out by 600ths.
Yeah, Ezel's day's going to come to an end right there. He just legged it out after the 003 red. And Gary Ingold going to move on to round number 3. So we are in Biondo round 2. The best losing package this round will get a Sparko fire suit, courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. JJ and Jared, Big Jed, have matching Sparko red and black fire suits.
Win light. Going to Alfred 004, dead on with a 4, 8th out pack. Channing, 23, dead 5, 28 total to get behind 20 thou.
Yeah, I think Richard Alfred's going to try to make up for that mistake last night, and it wasn't a driving mistake. It was just a maybe in the pits, the gas cap may have loosened up or what have you, but his gas cap fell off in his semis when he was 0-0 on a tree, and it cost him. That was rough, and right there he comes back. That's a sign of a true competitor coming back the next day with 8th out package and beyond round 2, looking strong.
Dwayne Allen, right-hand side. 479 dial in. Cameron Manuel, 448 in the left. 12,000. Win light, Manuel. 22, 3 above with a 1 for the win. Allen was 10, had 12 on this end, but breaks it out 1,000, taking 44, had to take 43 or less.
Ouch, that hurts. He had to take 43 or less, but I promise you, I could hear it from here. Cameron stopped. I mean stopped at 480 feet to go 451 at 140. And that's the kind of stuff we're looking at. And we're not looking at only, when we look at this MVP award, we're watching both ends of the racetrack. A lot of raw talent out there. Speaking of raw talent, Kyle Coltrera, left lane. Young guy from Elliott, Maine, staged up 454. Dale Taylor, 777s is his number, 490 is his dial. We have bird's eye view up here, JJ, of them letting go of the button. And, you know, it's hard to tell. I don't see some of these drivers much, but kind of could tell that he just tagged the heck out of that bulb when I watched his hand fly. I said, this one's probably going to be pretty good. Obviously, I have no idea what he has in his delay box, but he was on time when he let go, and obviously it was a tag because he was 14th out red.
Don Hansen, 486 left-hand side, and Jeff Moore, 465 in the right.
Wow.
004, dead on with a 7, 11 total. Hansen, 22 on the tree, dead on with a 7 as well. 29 pack, no good.
You know, you watch these races for 4 or 5 days in a row, JJ. I've been here since Tuesday, and you see some packages, and you talk about being in the right place at the right time, the wrong place at the wrong time, and all of that, and just having to beat the guy in the other lane. And there's been some times where you see a 50 package win and a 6 thou package lose. But right now, I'm telling you right now, racers, it's getting tough out there. It's getting mean. If you're not set up tight, you're going to get packed up. Tim Butler, Lee Dixon. Tim Butler from Sarasota, Florida. Lee Dixon, speaking of set up tight, this guy had a perfect win. He had a 2 thou pack. He missed it this time. Goes dead on again. His car worked for him, but his tree did not. Tim Butler, the veteran. 017 on a tree, taking 9 thou down there, scrubbing about 4 or 5 mile an hour, going 1 above his dial.
Dennis Long, 504 left-hand side. Travis Laster, 419 on the right-hand side.
Pro charging out there. And this car in the right, this dragster in the right lane, sometimes will carry the front wheels out. times 10 to a 15. How about Dennis Long from Chesapeake City, Maryland? Good friend of mine. Nice guy. Just turns on the win light and Beyond round 2 with an 11 pack. Travis Laster was 15 on a tree, 2 over his dial.
.482 left-hand side for Buddy Dahl. .446 right-hand side for Bob Engelman.
Engelman's due for a good day here at the Fling. He's a very tough competitor from the Northeast. Hasn't quite found his groove yet this week, but he's definitely due.
Dial goes 14 after a 002 red.
Will Holman, the hitter right here from, I'm pretty sure he's a local guy. A lot of win lights this weekend. Quick dragster, 4. How much you want to bet, JJ? I mean, maybe a Skittle, maybe a Oreo, whatever. But we will not see the rest of this round. We won't see one set of upswept dragster. As I say that, I look at lane 3. I lost already. I didn't even finish the bet. All right, 2 sets. I bet you we will not see 2 sets of upswept dragster headers in the rest of this round. Bet it or no bet? Young lady turns on the win light, takes out the hitter. 0-11 dead on with an 8. That's a 433 on a 433. She took 11th out down there. 433, 157. I'm fairly sure she goes about 161. Nice lap right there. Oh, he won the bet already. All right, I owe you. But you have to admit, it's about 95% downswept headers. I figured there was, maybe 20 pairs of Draxes left. It was. I mean, I didn't just blurt it out there, Jared. I thought about it. Sugar Shane Carr, Todd Ostings. Sugar Shane is 0-0 and takes 0-0 for the loss. Todd Ostings was 10 on a tree, dead on with a 3, but Sugar Shane had to take 5 or less. I tell you, I'm watching for this MVP award, and I'm not only watching the win lights, but I'm also watching the performances. Sugar Shane, he's definitely one of the guys I've been keeping my eye on. He was just 0-0 and took 0-0, but did not get the win light.
James DeJaco, left-hand side, 439 down in, and Alan Pettit, right-hand side, down in at 480.
So with this Todd's Extreme MVP award, it's still up for grabs, but I'm telling you, I'm keeping my eye on some of these drivers that continually win or lose, put down some of these runs, and wow, Sugar Shane 0-0, take 0-0 for the loss. Now Big Jed's still in the running. He's still in the running. He had a pretty good lap first 2 rounds. He's on the outside looking in. He's probably going to have to be, right now you're sitting, in my mind, I got to calculate, you're about 58. No, I'm serious, but there's 300 people here. Yeah, but you can move up that list quickly with some laps that Sugar Shane just picked up.
DeJaco 40. And one above. Right hand side Pettit was 20.
He was
And
just
way
way over
over.
the dial there. Chaco just. You're sitting. You're not. You're not sitting pretty. I won't say you're sitting pretty, but I tell you what. Let's talk after 3 more rounds. Go be 00, take 00. 3 more rounds, and we'll reevaluate this situation. Okay. JJ says you might want to take a couple out of the box. These guys kill me. Donald Bean, left lane, 469 dial, and Megan Lotz from the Lotz family dials 466. Lotz carefully bumping in.
Win light, going to Bean, 14 dead, 620 total, taking 7 lots. 005 had 9 on this end, but goes 2 above with a 2 to get behind 7th thou.
Pretty good looking run right there for a 20 pack. Megan Lotz was 005 on a tree. She was almost flat out. She just couldn't run a dial that time. 2 above. That's what we mean when we say she couldn't run a dial. She missed it by 2. Back when I started racing in my station wagon, if I missed it by 2, I threw a party. Tom Dorba and Chad Duke. It's a pair of personalities on the line right there.
3 thou separated them on the tree, and the win light went to Tom Dauber. 16, 1 above 3, taking 3 thou. Duke 13, 1 above 9 to get behind 3 thou. No good.
I found a guy in a tower that says used to, just like I do. And I don't feel all alone. It's starting to get sad and lonely up here. J.P. Hickman and Darryl Childress. Hickman, 14 on a trade, taking 3 little ones down there to go 5 above. Wow, that's shaving it tight to go 5 above. His opponent was 5 above. J.P. just kind of living on the edge down there, taking 3 thou, going 5 above his dial.
Are you happy that someone said used to like you do?
I really am, JJ. I was starting to feel lonely because I keep hearing y'all and all this kind of stuff and slang and stuff like that. And he just came in and said, that was Jimmy Malillo. He came in and pointed to you and your father and said, I really enjoy listening to yous too. And it just gave me I don't feel all alone anymore.
Are you proud of that?
I'm proud that I'm just happy he came in and made me feel like I had some friends for a minute here.
You have 2 friends sitting right beside you. 10 thou separate them on the tree. Win light going to Williams, 18. Dead on with a 624 total. Bassinelli, 008 and break it out.
And you can hear G-Dub. He was behind on a tree. Not sure if he got on the jug or not, but he stopped. You could hear him stop before the 660 mark from the tower. So I'm pretty sure he stopped about, I'm going to call it 490 feet. Going to be Brian Thompson and Bob Brem. PA taking on North Carolina. Some tribal flames going on out there on both cars. 16 on a tree for Thompson. Going to pick up the win right there. 2 over the dial. Bob Brem was 22 on a tree. He goes 3 over his dial. is Luz Caboose driving the Bertozzi dragster in the right lane from White House, Tennessee. He says he'll run a 4:55. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean he thinks he's on a 4:55. It just means he dialed a 4:55 and he's going to try and get there one way or another. Luz Caboose, talented racer, has a lot of different strategies, smart guy. In the 23 T bucket, says he'll go a 5:35. T bucket 008. Luz Caboose is 16. Give the win light to the T bucket. Luz Caboose was 16, 1 over on a drop. Pretty good lap, but the T bucket got under it. Robbie Stewart was 008, 5:36 on a 5:35. 20 thou pack. And the T bucket's moving on. This is Biondo round 2. We are about 80% through Biondo round 2. Check that. The best losing package, a Sparco racing suit. It's going to bring up Jessica Dean and Severn Johnson. Severn's a good guy from Crownsville, Maryland. Jessica from Monroe, North Carolina.
Dean on a 458. Johnson on a 465. 11th thou separate them up front. Win light going to Johnson 002. 1 above 6. 18 total. Taking 6th thou. Dean 13. 1 above 1 to get behind 6th thou.
Wow. That's a low 00 on a tree taking 6th thou stripe. That's looking pretty strong. Great matchup right here, JJ. It's Tim Thomas and Joe Gary. Joe Gary from Greenville, South Carolina. Tim Thomas, the hitter from Lumberton, North Carolina. Tim Thomas was in our Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge. He went 000 this morning and picked up $1,000.
Joe Gary turns it 7th thou red. Tim Thomas 13. Then goes 1 above with a 1. Gary 3 thou under after a 007 red.
Tim Thomas 13 on a tree, 1 over. Moving on into round number 3. We are in Biondo round 2. The best losing package this round will win a Sparco fire suit. And a win light gets you 1 round closer to a $20,000 payday.
Jeff Sarah left-hand side 472 and Brenda George 479 on the right.
George might be in trouble as Jeff Sarah's 007 on a tree and turns on the win light. Sarah 007 1 over. George, wow, he just stopped down there. 028, 124 mile an hour. That car usually goes 144. He did a hard drop towards the end, killing 20 mile an hour at the very end, going 4 above. Went 4 above, probably could have went 4 below his dial-in. 483, 124. Jeremy Bargo and Marie Muller. Wow, this is a great matchup right here. Bargo, 475 dial-in. Marie Muller, 451. Young lady from Pineless Park, Florida. Very talented driver, Jeremy Bargo from Barberville, Kentucky. Wow. How about 000 to 001? How about Muller is 000 dead on with a 9? Did I tell you that young lady can drive a race car or what? 9,000s package. Jeremy's over there in the left lane. He's 001 on a tree and drops to go 1 over. 2 over. Wow. Bargo is 001 and drops because he can't get there. Why? Because Marie Muller was 000 dead on the dial.
Timmy Miller, left-hand side, 468 dial in. Kyle Bigley, right-hand side, down 464.
Great matchup right here. Kyle Bigley, 20-year-old from West Milford, New Jersey. Timmy Miller, good story about Timmy. He actually won a little lottery jackpot down south a few years ago. Bigley's got 7th out to work with. Turns it into a win light. Bigley was 35 on a tree. Miller was 42 on a tree. Bigley takes 3 thou to go dead on 9, scrubbing him 5 mile an hour. Miller was dead on with the 5, but the 42 reaction time did not. Kind of tough. 42 on a tree. It's going to be kind of tough to turn a win light on in this stage of the game. Timmy Miller just missed it. He's typically teens and O's, and Kyle Bigley made him pay.
Travis Colangelo, left-hand side, down in at a 456. Matt Reclitus, right-hand side, down 461.
Matt's another one of those drivers from New Media, Pennsylvania. Runs at Big Bobby's track up in the hills in New Media. $19 for Matt. Travis, 24. Give the win light. Dead on with a 1 for the New Media runner, Matt Reclitus. 461 with a 1 on a 461. Colangelo's 024, 1 over his dial. So a nice 20-pack for Matt Reclitus, picking up the win in Biondo round 2. David Lowe, 17 on a tree, 3 thou under for the loss right there. Robert Volger, the third, is 10-pack. That's a B-00, take 00 right there. 003 on a tree, taking 004 at the other end, going 446 on a 446.
Chelsea Spence, 467 on the left. Val DeGenova, 431 on the right.
We saw Debbie DeGenova turn on a win light in Biondo round 2. Let's see if husband Val can do the same. Chelsea Spence, Rockville, Maryland.
DeGenova kind of gets the front wheels a little bit off the ground. Pick them up a little bit.
Quick car, 431.
Not the quickest car here, though. We had one run 421 just a minute ago.
We saw a .9960 foot a minute ago also. Let's see what Val does. Oof.
4th thou, separate him on the tree. Double breakout going to Chelsea Spence, 20 and 1 thou under. DeGenova, 16, take 5 to be 2 thou under. Had to take 3 or less.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door cars, round 3. Door cars for round number 3. We'll take you into staging lanes 1 and 2 right now. Door cars, round 3. We'll take you in staging lanes 1 and 2 right now. Michael Shoup and the Professor. Alan Glatt, left lane. Professor dials in 452, Shoup 472. Professor has work to do. Professor missed it. And Shoup makes him pay. How about a 6-pack? How about a nice ride down the right lane on a Saturday at Galot Motorsports Park and being 006 dead on with a 0 for Michael Shoup. Glatt was 46 on a tree, no chance. Again, attention in the pits. Door cars, round number 3. Door cars, round number 3. We'll take you into staging lanes 1 and 2 right now. Jeremy York, Dean Miller. Double O's a pair. 4 for Dean, 7 for York. Wow, I'm telling you, these guys are serious. York was 007 dead on with a 3. York had a 10-pack. No good. Didn't get it done. Dean Miller was 004 dead on with a 5. 1,000 stripe. Win light, Miller.
JJ, you better go give your father a pep talk. It's getting tight out there. You might want to give him a little pep talk. I mean, shoot him a text. Just get his mojo up or something. I know. You could do it over the mic.
I think he's going to the tower. But you might want to take a couple out of the box, Big Jed. By a couple, I mean 400s. No, don't do that, actually. Don't set up for me, please.
Dennis Reinhardt taking a win right there. 005 went over. Darren Collins was dead on the dial but missed a tree.
So JJ's giving his father some advice. His Big Red
Heads to the staging lanes for round number 3. Bobby Spence, Jeff Dobbins at second. This is Thursday's winner, Jeff Dobbins. Bobby Spence, Jeff Dobbins. Good matchup right here. The Pro Charger 435 dial-in. Dobbins 477. Spence bumping in. The Pro Charger, Jeff Dobbins. Thursday's winner. Wow, double red. How about Dobbins' 4th red? How about Bobby Spence's 1th red? So True Start didn't have to reverse that one. No True Start in effect, but both drivers red, both red lights on. But Bobby Spence has the cleaner of the 2 reds, let's call it. Only 1,000 from perfect. How about 1,000 red, dead on with a 2 for the win for Bobby Spence? There's Steve Foley and Nick Womack. Good matchup right here. Steve Foley dials 480 from Warren Engines. Nick Womack, quick dragster, 459.
Separate them on the tree. Win light going to Foley. 005 and 3,000 under. Womack 23 and 11,000 under.
Yeah, both drivers breaking out. Womack The worst of the two breakouts, Steve Foley, laying down a nice lap 5, take 10 to go 3 thou under in the win light. Here's Angela Gankowski. I tell you what, this young lady in the right lane showed up without a time run yesterday and got down to the quarterfinals. Very, very impressive. Most other racers, drivers have been here since Tuesday or Wednesday with many laps. She showed up without a time shot. She said, let's roll right into round number 1. She got to the quarterfinals in the 50K, the strange 50K. Laura Shepard, pair of 2 young ladies on the racetrack right now, staging up. Shepard dials 477. Angela says she'll go 440.
Check out the live feed, see what's going on. Rooster's always on there. I'd like to meet Rooster one day. I always see his name on there.
Neither driver killed the tree, but Angela has the advantage, and Angela has the win light. She's dead on 440 with a 7. Shepard actually got there first by 2 thou, but had to break out by 12 thou. So Angela, the young lady who showed up yesterday without a time run, gets to the quarterfinals, is going into round 3. There's Rusty Maddox and the Shank, Vince Schroeder. The Shank dials 461, Maddox 460. So again, payout is open. Payout is open, and if you have any tabs to take care of, if you have any business to take care of up here, whether it be tab or payout and money owed to you, the window is open. Schroeder's got some work to do. Can't get it done. Rusty Maddox is 0.22, 2 over. That's good enough right there, as the Shank, who's 39, took 8 thou to go 5 thou under. So needed to take 3 thou or less. So basically, JJ, the Shank got down there and took about 3.5 feet. Needed to take about a foot. Thomas Dunford. Dean dials 473. Dunford, quick 452.
I think JJ's focused. Is this some mental telepathy? Let me try that again. Is this some mental telepathy with you and your dad right now? Are you trying to think him into a win line? We still have some directions left to go.
So just kind of relax. I'll give you a little massage. Keep you in the groove over here, buddy. It's going to be fine. Chris Dean, 007, dead on with a 7. Good for the win. It's
going to be all right, JJ. Have faith in big old Jed.
Here's 485 dialing for one of the York brothers. These guys, let me tell you, whenever you see one of those orange and gray dragsters with a Division III number pull up next to you, you know they mean business. I'm telling you right now, those guys could flat out bracket race. And Candy Derry. Sister Chelsea watches from behind the car. 462 dial for Candy.
We got John Victorino giving us a shout out. What's up, Johnny? Victo, as you're well known.
Wow. Double O's a pair. How about Jesse, 008, dead on with an 8 for the win. Candy Derry was 009, drops to 2 above. 15 thou margin of victory, pointing towards Jesse York.
Good matchup right here, JJ. I know you're focused. You and your father are having some kind of mental connection right now because he's going into round 3. You're getting a little bit nervous. We're trying to keep you under control.
But we got Terrell Sinkler and Timothy Thomas. Great matchup.
Win light going to Thomas, 009, dead on with a 2. 11 total, Sinkler, 005, one above 0 to get behind fourth Al.
Wow, Timothy Thomas is 009, takes 004. That's a lap right there to go dead on with a 2. Mr. Nate Hershey is waiting in the wings for round number 3. Nate, I'm telling you right now, I'm watching the body languages of these drivers. I'm feeling like they know there's only one shot left to get a big check, and their numbers are showing it. Is Big Jerry Brewer and John Taylor Sr. Big Jerry dials it down to a 463 today. John Taylor Sr. out of Thoroughbred Lubricants dials 544. Wow, Taylor was on. That's a loud burnout. Taylor was on a converter. Not too sure he's got that bad boy chipped or not, but that sounded like it was right around 6,500. He goes 011 red, and of course, dead on.
Shocker.
Jerry Brewer, 016 on a tree, 4th out under his dial. Again, that's a good spot to be. Always nice to leave yourself a little bit of options, and whenever you're 4th out within your dial either way and you have a good reaction time, it's a good thing.
I know where that loud burnout came from.
What do we got?
Left-hand side, Ken Neal, 478 dial in, and 442 the dial in for the Tent Kang Disco
There
Dean
you
Carnes.
go. I like when you get that. I don't know what that voice is called when he gets into that other persona, Nate, but when he gets into that, I like it. I like it, JJ.
11 barrels separate on the track. And the Tent King, 004, one above with a 620 total. Taking 4th out, 15 dead 9 for Neil, no good.
15 and dead on the dial, and a Tin King took him down. 004 in a tree, taking 004, and if you listen closely, he pedaled it once or twice down there, so he was in control of that. Taking that 4th out stripe. Mia Tedesco and Rob Leipziger. Miss Mia drives alcohol cars. She drives super gas cars. She drives super comp. Bracket racing at the Fling. 448 dial. Rob dials 465. Wow, Miss Mia's got work to do. Rob was 001. 1 over. I'm sorry, 2 over with a 0 for the win. 21,000 package. Miss Mia was mathematically out of the race. She was 33. Leipziger. Oh, that's a hard. I tell you what, you're gonna have to help me with this one, Nate, because this last name has been butchered many times. Is it Leipziger? That's what I say. Leipziger. Okay, and he's from my neck of the woods, and I still struggle with it. But 21,000 package for Rob. Jason Hoff and Lee Dixon. Hoff from Littlestown, PA. Lee Dixon from Chesterfield, Virginia. Downswept headers, one of our sponsors in the left lane. Cook's headers on that bad boy over there in Jason Hoff's car.
13,000 separated on the tree. Win light going to Hall. 002 and 14 thou above for the win. 16 total. taking 16. 15 and 17 thou above for Dixon in the right, no good.
Yeah, and you heard Jason Hoff. He was on and off the gas pretty heavily down there, taking that 16th thou stripe. Is Doug Foley Jr. and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Here's a pair of young, aggressive drivers. I doubt very much either driver will hold it down to the floor for the entire 660 feet. Both drivers dialed 470. Both mile an hours should be 145, 146, but I guarantee you at least one of them are in the 130s. And there it was, 133 for Bloomfield, but he still breaks out. Holding a ton, not getting it done. Doug Foley Jr., 007 dead on with an 8 at 143. Bloomy killed a bunch of mile an hour, but still broke out. Great matchup here. Johnny LaBoose Jr. and Ken Batchelor. The loose caboose. 490 dialing. Batchelor dials a 448. Loose caboose picked up 2 NHRA Wallies just a few short days ago at ZMAX.
Separate them on the tree. It's going to the finish. 000 dead on with a 4 for Johnny LaBoose. 4-pack taking 008. Batchelor 006 not in the game. And 2000.
All right, forget B00 take 00 or forget a perfect package. Johnny LaBoose was just 000 at both ends. He was 000 on a tree and got there 0008. And Ken Batchelor was actually in the race. He was 006, 2 thou under. I mean, what's a man to do? Will Holloman and Jeff Taylor. About 449 leaving first this matchup. Will Holloman, 438. Mr. March Meat walking around, checking things out. Looking over my shoulder. Mr. Technology, we should call him. On a tree for Taylor. Holloman's 11. Winlight. Holloman. Wow. Taylor took 68. Broke out by 18 thousandths, but Holloman just flat out dropped to 5 above. How about 443 at 136? I mean, he got the Winlight, but almost 6 above. About a 25 mile an hour drop right there. 443 on a 438 dial. Here's Tommy Plott. Wow, and Corey Manuel. This is the young Emmanuel. Plott went a bunch of rounds with both cars last night in the 50. Young Corey Manuel staging up left lane. Hitter from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. As we get towards the end of round 2. 9 thou between them. And Tommy Plott sneaks by. Tommy Plott's 22 on a tree. Not the reaction time he was probably looking for at this stage of the game, but gets by 4 thou. Again, door cars were about to pull you out for round number 3. So if you're a door car and you won round number 2, wow, look at that first matchup. Loose Change and the $1 Million Man. Hey, Loose, can you hear me? Overstreet. He's focused in there. First matchup, Nate, you're in for a treat when the door cars pull out. Because if it's anything like the dragsters, it's just getting flat out nasty out there. Johnny Ezel and Gary Ingold. Gary's a good guy right from Raleigh, North Carolina. Johnny from Louisiana.
Is going to Ingold total easel. 17 on the tree and 5 thou under. Taking 20. Had to take 15 or less.
That's what I'm talking about. JJ getting a little pep in his step. Finish off round number 2 over here. So we'll look for the best losing package. The best losing package of round number 2, Biondo Sparko Fire Suit, and Kyle Coltrera and Cameron Manuel. Mark Dawson did not win anything. You figure some things out from time to time. This is a great matchup. Cameron Manuel and Kyle Coltrera. Manuel's been driving like a maniac all weekend long. And there it goes again. Cameron Manuel 001. He is glued into the tree. How about a 1,000th package for Cameron Manuel? Cameron Manuel has got it figured out, folks. A 1,000th package for Cameron Manuel. I tell you what, this MVP award's heating up. I have a lot of thinking to do. I brought the run sheets home last night. Stayed up to 3 in the morning. I'm not only watching how many win lights. I have my Spring Fling staff watching as well. I'm watching how the win lights come on. Even if you lose a round and you drive well, I'm watching that as well. So it's a little bit different. It's a Todd's Extreme Paint MVP award. Someone's going to be crowned the Spring Fling MVP. Get a nice carbon fiber Devil Ray painted up helmet from Todd's Extreme Paint and $1,000. And that's going to...
Have in common, they both recently won NHRA World Championships using their American race cars as their dragster of choice. Call Mark Horton and the racers at American or visit www.americanracecars.net. How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com. A proud sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima, Brodix is giving away a set of heads in both Bristol and Vegas to the best package runoff winner. Strength, durability, and power are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the business. Proudly made in the USA for over 50 years, Brodix utilizes state-of-the-art technology and continuous research and development to bring you the best in the industry. Goodyear Tires, a proud round sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. If you're looking for the round-by-round consistency needed to be a Spring Fling champion, choose the tire that NHRA world champions like Justin Lamb and Peter Biondo choose. Choose Goodyear Tires. A proud sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima, Autometer is the brand that champions depend on to keep them running at their best. Check out the complete line of gauges and data acquisition solutions at autometer.com. Power, precision, passion. Autometer. Founded in 1990, BTE Memphis Performance is a manufacturer and distributor of high-performance automotive racing driveline products and a longtime Spring Fling supporter. Good luck to all the racers this weekend from BTE. Mazir Enterprises is very proud to be a part of the Spring Fling. As a family-owned business comprised of dedicated drag racers, we work hard to provide racers with the very best quality components. Win, lose, or draw, we wish each of you a happy Spring Fling race weekend from the gang at Mazir Enterprises. When consistency matters, ATI Performance Products is the only name you need to know. For over 50 years, bracket racers have relied on ATI's transmissions and converters to hit the tree and run a number. The Spring Flings are all about that, and ATI is proud to be a part of such an exciting race. For 25 years, Regals has been building fiberglass and carbon fiber dragster bodies and components. More than 90 leading chassis shops and builders rely on Regals for high-quality, lightweight components. Stop by Regals this week at the Spring Fling and receive a 10% discount.
All right, so it sounds like all of the work that needs to be done has been completed. The computer work, the provisional buy figured out, all of that good stuff. And we're going to go back, evaluate the run sheets, come up with who our best losing package was from Biondo round number 2. We'll get that figured out, find out who gets to come up here and get fitted for one of those Pro Light Sparco suits, courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. We've got our door cars starting to roll forward, and Pete definitely was not mistaken by any means as I see that first pair rolling this way. The $1 Million Man and Loose Change. What a way to start off round number 3. First pair. Jason Overstreet, Jeff Verdi. As we get ready to go into the ATI Performance Products round number 3 here on our JEGS $20,000 Saturday. So again, the final day of the Spring Fling, we've handed out every one of the big checks. We are working our way through the remainder of the prize vault. And of course, racers, do want to remind you that the payout window is open. If you've got a check that's coming your way, if you've got a tab that you need to get settled up, come up here to the top of the tower, and Miss Stephanie's going to get you all set up, situated, and finalized. So again, if you got to pay a tab, if you need to come up here, pick up a check, it's available for you. So again, just inside the tower, up the stairs, and hang a left to the payout window. We already had our first round best losing package come up and carry out that big box of the Cooks headers. After we get done here in just a minute figuring that out, we'll invite our second round best losing package to come up and get fitted for a brand new fire suit, courtesy of the folks at Sparco. And yeah. So the glue's been given just a couple of minutes to go ahead and set up before we pull up these door cars. And again, door cars last call. We should have you all back in there. I'm pretty sure that we do. Dragsters, be at the ready. We're going to start calling you in here in just a little while. So dragsters, round number 3, be ready. This is that first pair. This is a fantastic matchup. Last day of the Fling here at Galot Motorsports Park. First time we've been here, and it has definitely been not just a fantastic event, but quite a spectacle of drag racing as Overstreet. Loose change. Lines up over the left side, 658, the dial-in for Jason, for Jeff Verdi, the $1 Million Man, that car that was the very first car ever to claim the title of $1 Million champion out there in Las Vegas. He's out of Glen Allen with a 583. Head start goes to loose change. Jingle, jingle, jingle. 3 thousandths the difference between the two in reaction time as Jason out front. Here comes Jeff, finish line, double breakout. Overstreet picks up the win light. 25 on the tree, runs 657 on a 659. He was under a thou, getting there second by 8 thousandths of a second. Jeff Verdi had the 583, ended up running under that and bows out after he was 22 thou in reaction time. That's going to bring up David Bell and Kevin Pollard. Pollard going off the bottom bulb in the pickup truck out of Buena Vista in Virginia. David Bell out of Severn, Georgia. Had to look at that Buena Vista and go, wait a minute, what? There's a Buena Vista over on the west side of the world, too. 597 to the 572. Head start goes to the 71-bodied Vega. Set, go. One of them's 00. Kevin Pollard's doing the chase and trying to catch up. David Bell holds on for the win light as he is 006, 598 on that 597 dial. So 006, 13 thou above for a 19 thousandths package as Kevin Pollard had a 21 thousandths light and was locked out of the competition. So Pollard will bow out here in round number 3. And again, we are now at that point as well where a win light in this round will equal a win light. Or not only will it equal a win light, it'll equal a paycheck. Dragsters, we're ready for you back in the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, all colors. Dragsters, round number 3 will take you back into the staging lanes. Keith Rogers and Richard Alford Jr. Alford out of Raleigh. Keith Rogers out of Hope Mills. The car that is fresh out of retirement, the 71 Chevelle, trying to get a payday. Nope. 615 on a 615, but it's Keith Rogers who was 21 on a 19 dial-in, 10 on the tree. He was holding a couple of hundredths of a second advantage in reaction time. Gets there first by 3 thousandths as Keith Rogers in the 80-bodied Mustang will advance, and that's going to bring up Troy Brew and Kerry Long. The Hurdle Mills-based car, the 78 Malibu, and Troy Brewer, little fox-bodied Mustang. The Mustang dialed 696. Kerry Long dialed 585, so Long is going to get about 1.1 seconds worth of head start. Brewer will get about 1.1 seconds worth of head start. Away goes the Mustang. Kerry Long's on the chase. Kerry Long is in trouble. Brew is in complete control and gets down there 699 on a 96. He's 3 above after he was 007 on the tree, taking 21 down at the far end of the racetrack. And for Kerry Long, 586 on a 585 is not going to work out after he was 041 on the tree behind Brew's 007. Now you're talking, Rooster. Josh Netherton and Tommy Cable. Cable, the car that went all the way down to the finals last night, ended up the runner-up in that 50K race, doing it again. How about 002, the reaction time for Tommy Cable as Josh Netherton was red by 3 thousandths of a second. And I see the Josh Netherton rooting section. Netherton, 96 on the 94, 3 thou on the red side, and I see kind of the Netherton rooting section, just kind of their shoulders slumped down watching that happen Just kind of a bummer deal as Tommy Cable, 002-25 on a 26, gets there first, under 3 thou. That'll bring up Ernie Holmes and James Overcash. Humes. That's Ernie. 72 Demon. So apparently, what I'm reading up here on the board says Holmes and D-Man. I didn't know that Dodge made a D-Man. But apparently they do, and Humes decided that a D-Man would be better than a D-Mon, as he's dialed in at 668. Overcash with a 561 number. Head start goes to Humes. Overcash sitting on a 561 dial in. One thou, the difference between the two in reaction time. And the win light's going to go to the D-Man, Ernie Humes. Going to be coming back. 10 on the tree, 19 thou above, takes 9 thousandths down at the finish line. James Overcash had an 11 thou reaction time and then runs 63 on a 61 to come up that 9 thousandths behind. Down at the far end is we got Kenny Underwood and Michelle Pilo. Pilo out of Jacksonville. Underwood out of Ohio. 573 was the dial-in for Underwood, but Michelle, 009, 645 on the 644, taking a thou and a half down at the stripe. Michelle lights up that advanced auto scoreboard. Underwood was 73 on a 73, had a 20 thousandths package, and Michelle locks him out. As we bring up Brendan George and Kent Sessoms. Sessoms, who is definitely not going home empty-handed, got a brand new, beautiful carbon fiber scoop for that 90-bodied Camaro that he'll be able to lock into position as Brendan's dialed in at 647. Kent is dialed in at 534. Head start to the pickup truck. Here comes Kent. Kent starts to get a little bit outside the groove, slides it back in and runs too quick. 33 on a 34. He was 006. Gets there first 35 and breaks it out 9 thousandths of a second. Brendan George, 26 on the tree and then dead on 6 down at the finish line to get the nod as Harold Bell Jr., that bad to the bone, 65 Nova, and Colby Fuller, 68 Camaro. Fuller out of Savannah, 556. Harold Bell doing the chasing as his 554 dial-in shows on that Dunn Benson Ford side of the scoreboard. Bell's already got the pre-stage bulb lit. And again, Dragsters, round number 3. Dragsters, round number 3. We have invited you back to the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, we have invited you back to the staging lanes, please, for round number 3. Again, this is the ATI Performance Products round. Best losing package here goes home with one of those race converters from the folks at ATI. So that 200's head start going to Colby, and a 1 thou red light goes to Harold Bell. Colby's going to get the win, 18 thou. His reaction time as he goes 557 on a 556. Colby above 16 thou. The red light basically gave him the win light, as Harold Bell was red by a thou and runs 52 on a 54. That's going to bring up Mike Moore out of South Carolina in the Mustang, dialed at 607. And Big Jed doing the chasing. 585, the dial-in on Big Red. We'll see if Big Red keeps it settled down the way that Jed likes it to be. So the head start to Moore's. He's already got his side of the tree lit up. Jed just tickling on that bottom bulb. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Both drivers 00. Finish line, Jed. 004, take 5 thousandths at the finish line to be dead on 6 for a 10-pack. Mike Moore was 007, dead on 8. And comes up 5 thou short with that 15-pack. So Jarrett on to round number 4 as he gets out of the ATI round. Andy Dolan and Bobby Ely. Bobby Love. 587 the dial-in for Bobby. Win light for Bobby. He's 16 thou on the Christmas tree. Andy Dolan was 009. He put a red bulb on his Christmas tree. That is a cardinal sin in a racer's world. There are no red lights on the Christmas tree. Andy put one down there. 599 on the 98 was 009 red. Bobby, 16th out green, and then goes 586.4 with the win light already on that right side of the racetrack. That'll bring up Joe Gary and Antoine Jett. Jett the Malibu out of New Jersey. 679 going to be the dial-in. For Joe Gary, 549. As Antoine's going to get about 1.3 seconds worth of a head start. Not quite a full Christmas tree. Joe Gary gently turns on the bottom sides of his pre-stage and stage bulbs. Antoine joins him on the starting line, and there you go. 1 thou difference between the two. The reaction times are already locked in. Finish line it's going to be Joe Gary, 14 thou green, takes 5 thousandths down at the finish line. Gary goes 550 with a 9 on the 549, so he's above 19 thou. Antoine had a 15 thousandths reaction time, and he's above 23 thousandths with that 681 on the 679. So Joe Gary gets the win light as Jeff Parrish and Franklin DeBartolomeo. How about Jeff Parrish? He's already got like a brand new set of tires that he can throw on that 67 Barracuda from a previous day's event here, but the 615 number for the 440 powered CUDA. And for Franklin, the S10 pickup truck, 645, going to be the number for the 350 powered S10. That's what about 0.3 of a second looks like as they leave almost identical on the tree, separated by 6 thou. Finish line, it's going to go Jeff Parrish's way on a double breakout scenario. Parrish, 29 on the reaction clock, then 614 on a 615. He's under 3 thou. Frank DeBartolomeo got there 644 on the 645, under 4 thou, taken 7 thousandths. Needed to give 3 thou back. Bring up Kevin Glenn and Justin Logan. Logan, the 80 Monza. Kevin Glenn, the 64 Chevy 2. 579 to a 640 dial-in. Head start goes to the red ride right side. Final call, door cars. Door cars, this is your final call. It's the last call for round number 3. That is where we're getting down to, the final calls. So the final call, round 3 door cars, they are out there just taking a quick look at things, but sounds like Kevin Glenn's car has gone silent. Justin Logan gets the solo shot. But Glenn, who ended up with problems on the starting line as the crew looks under the car and gets some rags under there, but looked like we had a little drip, drip, drip out of the... Gets to go on the solo shot. Kind of played with him a little bit there in the reaction time because, well, he ended up with a reaction time that he's basically just going to scratch out on the top of the time slip. He'll look at it and go, yeah, no, that really wasn't what it was. Just ignore that. Be like, I was going to be like 008. I was. Of course, there again, he's probably looking at that going, I may have just dodged a bullet on that one. Coulda. So as Glenn gets backed off the starting line, Justin runs down to a dead-on 2. So Everett Justice and Aaron Vale. Vale with the wheel standing. 96 bodied Firebird out of Indiana. Dialed in at 666, which is somebody's favorite dial-in. Just not somebody standing next to me in the tower. And Everett Justin, at least, I mean, for Aaron Vale, I know the last round he was dialed in at 666, and it worked out, obviously, because he's sitting here right now going up against Everett's Mustang. We'll find out if the Mustang will let him get away with it this time. Away goes Aaron Vale. Everett Justice, better on the tree by 1/100th of a second, gets to the stripe and goes 541 on a 541. Everett, 23 thou reaction time, dead on 6 for 29 thousandths package. Aaron Vale was 33 on the tree, dead on 7 for a 40 pack, and the 666 number did show up on the scoreboard, but the win light showed up on the opposite side of the racetrack. So Justice dishing out a little sentencing as he moves on to round 4 as Travis Harvey and Corey Manuel. Corey out of Winston-Salem, 567. Travis Harvey, 559 for the 69 Camaro. Got that 406 holding up the scoop on Corey Manuel's car. Gets the head start this time. Not by much. They're only separated by 0.04 of a second as Corey Manuel gets there first by a thou and breaks out by 4 thou. Travis Harvey pretty much had that one as a done deal. 007 dead on 1 for Travis. As he lights up his board, Corey Manuel was 11 on the tree, under 4 thou, getting there first by a thou. There was nothing that Corey Manuel was going to be able to do against that 8 thou package. He needed 3 thou that he was trying to find somewhere, and it was not to be had on the board. As Tommy Plott, John Taylor. Plott, 65 Mustang. John Taylor, the 55 Chevrolet. The contractual agreement in the final pair, or in the last pair, did not work out in the favor of Mr. Manuel. So Plott with a 519. That is a bad Mustang, and that is a bad, fast Chevrolet. The best appearing car here this weekend. He's going to get those crew shirts, and now he's got a little time to give Todd Barton a call and start figuring out a design as he's 009 on the red side, runs down to a 467. Tommy Plott getting the win light one more time. 12 bulb and then 520 on a 519 for Tommy Plott. They'll bring out Thomas Fletcher and Jeff Verdi in the other car. Verdi, the 68 Pontiac. 541 cubic inches, dialed 581. Fletcher's dialed in a little bit quicker than that with a 558. And the Roadster going to be given chase. For Jeff Verdi, his reaction time was twice as much as Thomas Fletcher's was, but it wasn't bad. Fletch, 007, runs down to a 15 thou on, taking 5 thousandths at the stripe. 007 take 5 to be 90 or 59 on a 58. Jeff Verdi, 582 on a 581. And the big Chief car going to sit out the rest of the event. As we'll bring up Disco Dean and Tanner Miller. Miller in the Vega, Dean in the Toyota, powered by the big Chevy 350. Again, dragsters, we are suiting you up and rolling you forward. So dragsters, we need you into the lanes, please. Dragsters, make your way back to the lanes for round number 3. As we are suiting and sending. Dean, 686. Tanner, 644. Head start to the Toyota. False start to Tanner Miller. Miller out by 12 thousandths. He's done as Disco Dean. 31 on the tree, dead on 6 for a 37 thousandths package. But the story, the deciding factor, was a red light for the Yellow Vega. Here's Troy Brewer and Chris Dean. Brewer, who was one of the first pair out here in the door cars, lit up his side of the scoreboard, was the final pair of door cars roll in here. The dragster sitting back there just to the side of the water box, and Troy Brewer starting to try and like make a case. Showed up here, been here one day, and then 001 trying to make a case for that MVP award. Chris Dean, 038, 586 on a 586. He'll not get there. Troy, 636 on the 634 after a 1 thou bulb. And Brewer moves on in 2 cars. Dragster's taken to the racetrack right now, and Big Jet has made his way back up here. You picking up the win light, going rounds in Big Red. It's probably, just like everybody else out here, there's that one last big payday to go, and you don't want to give up on it.
Yeah, I hate it's taking me this long to try to get something raceable, and I actually have decent reaction times, but I'm happy about it nonetheless. So hopefully we'll keep that going.
Well, Jason Hoff, 461. Shane Carr dialed in at 482. And Shane, one of those drivers that's making a case for himself as far as that MVP award is concerned. So the 482 gets to leave first. Jason Haas doing the chasing, and it's going to be Shane Carr holding 0.02 of a second advantage. He's not going to let that real estate slip away. 82 on an 82, 005 the reaction time for Jason Hoff. He had the 025 bulb and then runs 61 on a 61, dead 2. Shane gets there first, 14 thou. As we'll bring up Gary Ingold and Tim Thomas. Thomas. So 475, the number for Tim, for Gary Ingold. 466, the dragster. Over on the left side. So the big hitter out of Lumberton. Going to get the head start over Ingold. Because again, dragsters, we do need you back into the staging lanes, please, dragsters. Round number 3. You should be back. What? Okay. Wow. Check this out. Tim Thomas, trip zip perfect on the tree. Gary Ingold was 002. They weren't messing around. Thomas takes 6 thousandths down at the finish line. 476 on the 475. He's over 13 thou. Gary Ingold was 67 on a 66. He's over 17 thou. 002 to a trip zip perfect. It's nasty. As Tim Thomas gets their first 6 thou. They'll bring up Bug McCarty and Dave Deeds. Deeds out of Womelsdorf. It's Hazelhurst versus Womelsdorf. Georgia versus Pennsylvania. 482 to a 457. Oh, it's nasty. 009, dead on 5 for Bug McCarty. Taking 4 thou at the finish line. McCarty puts up a 14 thousandths package. Dave Deeds was 007 and then 11 thou above. But McCarty swiping the stripe. Moving on is Donald Bean and Chris Wilson. Wilson, 485. Donald Bean. Changing the dial to 469. Left lane. Right lane. So we got it set up now with Donald at a Sunset Beach and Chris Wilson at a Lincoln Park University up in Pennsylvania. So the 45 going to get the head start. Wilson leaving first on the right side. Donald Bean will be doing the chasing. Get it. Well, both of them leave early. True Start would not. Actually, it did reverse that one. Chris Wilson, 485, was 2 thou on the red side. Donald Bean, 469, and a True Start. Truly coming into play there as Donald Bean leaving second. Had the worst of the 2 reaction times. His 12 light ends up fouling out, and the win light points at Chris Wilson. So Wilson leaving first by 2 thou. Donald Bean leaving second and early by 12 thou. Wilson, courtesy of True Start, gets the win, runs it down to a dead on 5. As we'll bring out Dennis Long and J.P. Hickman. Hickman, 465 the dial in. Dennis Long, 504. They're both green. Long at the 23 thou reaction time, but it's J.P. Hickman getting the win light by 2 thou. 14 and 16 above. Getting there first. A couple of little ones as Dennis Long had the 23 bulb and then runs dead on 9 to miss the win light by 2 thousandths of a second is Jordan Wyke and Tim Armstrong. Wyke, one of the local North Carolina racers.
455. Going to be the number 4 Jordan. And 476. The number for Tim. Red light start Jordan. Red and dead. Both of them dead on the dial. Tim Armstrong, 13 thou green. Dead on 1 for a 14 pack. For Jordan White, 455 on a 455. He was dead on 4 after he was red 004. So White checks out, courtesy of the illumination of the bottom bulb, is Chris Reynolds and Ken Batchelor. Going to be the next two. Batchelor out of Leland. Chris Reynolds racing out of Bear. I believe that's up in Delaware. So a 449 to a 470. Head start goes to the left lane. Pre-stage bulb already lit over on the left side. And again, Dragsters, round number 3. Dragsters, round number 3. We do want you in the staging lanes, please. Chris Reynolds taking just an extra moment. Again, both leave early. Ken Batchelor red 5 thou. Chris Reynolds red 3 thou. True Start would not have reversed that one. The slower car having the worst of the two reaction times. The 005. Ken Batchelor, that would have stayed exactly the same. Chris Reynolds with the 003 runs 448. On the 449, Batchelor goes down to a 71 on a 70 dial-in. That'll bring up Cameron Manuel and Marie Mueller. Marie, Pinellas Park, Florida, home base. We get an adjustment one more time. 449 for Cameron Manuel. The C-Man, who has been putting up some very, very spectacular runs throughout the last few days. Has gone deep into the rounds just about each and every day. Looking at that 451 dial-in for Marie. So 300s of difference in the expected elapsed times. The dial-ins on the board. 1,000th the difference between the two. And the win light belongs to Marie. Cameron goes 448 on a 449, but Marie was 11th thou in reaction time, 450 on a 451. So Marie under 4 thou, Cameron under 6 thou. Cameron getting there first by a thou. And it's going to be Marie who knocks him out. Tom Dauber and Severn Johnson. Johnson out of Crownsville up in Maryland, 466. Dauber, 479. Going to be the dial-in. So the 479. Tom Dauber. 31. Make it 29 thou, separate the two. Dauber's going to get the win light, 005. Takes 22 down at the stripe. To be exactly 100th over. Severn Johnson, 34 on the tree, dead on 3, and comes up that 22 thou. On the backside, as we'll bring up Chelsea Spence and Debbie DeGenova. DeGenova out of New Hampshire, backing it up nice and easy. 433. So Chelsea and Debbie, and just to make somebody up here in the tower happy, once again, final call, Dragsters. Dragsters, final call. Round number 3. So final call, Dragsters, round number 3, final call. We do need you back into the staging lanes, please. Again, this is the ATI Performance Products round. So 33 separate them as far as the dial-ins are concerned. Maryland versus New Hampshire. Get them in, get them set. 3 separated them in elapsed time. 6 thou separated them in reaction time. Debbie DeGenova dead on 2 after she had a 20 bulb. So 20 plus 2 makes it a 22 pack. Chelsea Spence was 26 thou, and ooh, that's not pretty. Not pretty at all, unfortunately. We got one that's leaving quite a little stripe down here. Came to a stop just before the 60-foot mark. Chelsea had a 26 light, goes dead on 7, and Tommy Plott going to get a solo shot here as Bob Engelman's car rolled off of the burnout, completed it, and right behind it was just a stripe. So we're going to have a little cleanup to do down here as they get Engelman's car pushed out of the way, but Tommy Plott so 464 is the dial. Tommy's going to get a free shot at it. .024 the reaction time for Tommy Plott, and runs dead on 0. So dialed 464, ran 464, and Tommy's going to roll through. We got a little mopping and some cleaning, and probably, I'm guessing from what we're seeing down there, going to get out the Tennant machine and have to clean things up as well. So it may take us a couple of moments. And unfortunately for Bob Engelman, that is definitely not what he wanted to see happen. We know that, especially as we're getting down into the deeper rounds. But remember, racers, the payout window is open if now that we're beyond round number, or will be beyond round number 3 for today. Once you light up that scoreboard, you will be expecting a paycheck. But for those of you that are expecting a check that is coming from one of the races earlier in the week, you can come up here to the payout window, see Miss Stephanie. I am not sure for those of you, but definitely show up here and get your tabs taken care of, get your checks picked up. And for those of you that are deciding to pack up and hit the road, well, we definitely hope that you have a very safe journey home, because the next time we get the opportunity to see you is going to be at the Fall Fling in late September. That September 26th through 30th date. Make sure that you put it into your phone, put it on your calendar, write it in permanent marker on the side of the wall of your trailer. I know a lot of folks kind of have whiteboards up in the trailer. Write it up there. Make sure that you've got it on your list and add it to your racing calendar. But it's going to be a pretty cool deal. Once again, while it's quiet, we'll go ahead and do it one more time while it's quiet. Final call for dragsters. If you haven't made your way back for round number 3, please come on back. It's going to be a pretty interesting day here, so we'll let the Galot Motorsports Park crew do what they have proven that they are extremely good at, and that is getting this racetrack put back into shape. Luckily enough, this weekend, we haven't had a whole lot of these situations where we've had to press them into effort, cleaning things up. And when we're talking about like 4 days worth of cars going down the racetrack for 12-plus hours each day, to only have to do this a couple of times is pretty spectacular. And racers, I do want to say that that says a lot about the quality of your equipment, the quality of your stuff, and, of course, the quality of the racers that we have out here. You guys definitely take very, very good care of the equipment that you have out here, and we appreciate that tremendously. I believe, I'm wondering, am I about to get a note of people that you want to come see you, Sean? Yes? Jeremy York? Jeremy York is going to get a Sparco fire suit? That's pretty cool. I mean, it'll make your day a little bit better. So Jeremy York, unfortunately, did not make it out of round number 2, but did have the best losing package of round number 2. So you can come up here, see Sean. They're going to get you all fitted up for that brand new Sparco ProLite fire suit. And you've got a brand new deal to go home with. Plus, I mean, you can put it in the bag and throw it in the trailer, and you got something brand new to wear the next time you go out to the drag strip. So that's pretty cool. All of the prizes that are out here are pretty darn cool. Again, we are right in the middle of the ATI Performance Products round number 3. We'll finish off the day with our last set of round sponsor prizes. Of course, round number 4 going to be that Hoosier Tire round where we'll get somebody a brand new set of Hoosier slicks. Round number 5, the FTI converter round. We'll get somebody a brand new FTI converter. Then in round number 6, we'll give away a brand new set of those Goodyear slicks. Round 7 will be the auto meter round. And, hey, you know, we've got, you look at it and the Hoosiers here, Goodyear's here, everybody's here that if you need to put a set of new shoes on your car, both of them very fine products, both of them very good choices. Mickey Thompson, of course, is also on property, so the 3 majors all represented at this race. That says a lot about the caliber of this event, to have all 3 major tire representatives not just sponsoring, but having a presence on the ground. And, of course, thanks to the folks at Jegs and Mickey Thompson for sponsoring that live feed. For those that were not able to make it out here, we've seen the chat room going crazy pretty much all 4 days that we've been racing, and all 4 days that Captain Jack and his team, and I do want to say this right now, while it is quiet, I want to give a tip of the cap to Captain Jack and the MotorMania TV team for the fine job that they have done in producing the online coverage that has happened here this weekend. I think they are definitely some of the best in the business, and especially when you get over to this side of the country, the events that they cover and what they do. Just a fantastic, fantastic job, you guys. Well done, and it is definitely a pleasure to watch along whenever you guys are covering the event. So, again, thanks to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for making that possible, and for the guys at MotorMania, just once again, thumbs up, nicely done. So we're going to let them finish their cleanup down here. We'll be back at it just in a little while when our dragsters will continue on with the ATI Performance Products round number 3.
Ultronics Inc. welcomes you to the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. With over 20 years of experience, Ultronics manufactures a range of products, including the weather stations, lithium batteries, and data recorders. To get to that final round, remember Ultronics. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com. Mike's Research and Development is proud to be a sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. Please contact Mike's Research and Development for all your carburation needs. Bell Racing Helmets is giving away 3 GP-3 helmets directly to the racers here at the Spring Fling Million this weekend. Bell offers helmets to fit all racing budgets, with helmets designed for comfort and safety. Visit www.bellracing.com. Todd Barton Designs, creators of custom one-off designs for screen-printed T-shirts and custom sublimated crew uniforms. All products are 100% made in America. At Todd Barton Design, we even make the ugly teams look good. Drag Racing Edge magazine will be here at the Spring Fling covering the event daily, and will also have a feature in the magazine about this year's event. Thanks to longtime Fling supporter John DeBartolomeo for his continued support of the bracket racing community. Racers that win each day's event will receive a $225 gift card courtesy of Pilot Flying J. Pilot Flying J is proud to support the bracket racing community here at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. At Todd's Extreme Paint, we pride ourselves on supplying a product for racers by racers. As racers ourselves, we understand the importance of giving our customers what they want, an outstanding, one-of-a-kind paint job at an affordable price and in a timely manner. Sure, there are a lot of painters out there, but few who can match our service before, during, and after the sale at Todd's Extreme Paint. From year one, Altalab Instruments has been a supporter and sponsor of the Spring Fling. At this year's event, one good dialing racer will walk away with Alta Labs' top-of-the-line Altacom 2 weather station with paging by going dead on with a 0. Reliability, accuracy, Alta Lab. Check out Platinum products here at the Spring Fling with ramps, racks, pit mats, holders of all kinds, and their new line of Pro awnings. Platinum has everything you need to organize and outfit your trailer. Top-notch USA-made quality. That's what you'll get when you buy from Platinum Products. Bob Jones at Jones Transmission Cooling Systems has always been an innovator in the racing industry. A member of the PID Hall of Fame, Bob has always found ways to make his racing program elite. The Jones Transmission Pump has done this once again. Bob has spent hundreds of hours of R&D and significant time on track testing to bring you a top-of-the-line product.
Well, so the leak has been cleaned up and the traction is being put back down, which is a good thing. Means we're getting a whole lot closer to continuing on with round number 3. But with the tractor headed back this direction, again, just kind of feel bad for Bob Engelman and what ended up happening down there with the dragster on the burnout. But again, definitely want to say thanks to Todd's. That spectacular paint job that is on this MVP helmet. Todd's Extreme Paint. Basically 4 racers by racers, and when they took one of these brand new Devil Ray helmets over to him and said, we want something done up really special for our MVP, well, they definitely did not disappoint. It says MVP all over underneath of this helmet. It's got the Spring Fling logo on it, and that is one of those helmets that is being hotly contested right now. That is a trophy. That right there is something, a trophy you can wear. That is pretty awesome. Can you wear it while putting in the numbers? No. No, 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 no. We have to, you're going to model it, show it off. I think it is one of those where whoever gets to go home with his MVP helmet is going to be pretty happy about being able to put that thing in the bag, take it out, and show it off from time to time. One of those deals when you strap that on and somebody says that guy was the MVP at the Spring Fling, they know that they've got a hitter lining up next to him. So if you're one of the ones that likes to hide, you know, if maybe your theory is trying to be a sleeper, act like a duck, pretend you're a duck, and then end up being the hunter, that's totally up to you. But this thing's beautiful, and looking forward to giving it away as we've been talking it over, and we know that there are several drivers in mind that are all in the hunt for that MVP award. So again, thank you very much to Todd's Extreme Paint for getting that helmet done up so nicely, that Devil Ray that's going to be handed out here. And of course, thanks to the folks at BTE. Those BTE converters are being handed out to each and every one of the runner-ups at our Thursday, Friday, and Saturday event. Of course, we've already given out a couple of those. Tommy Cable picked up one the other night when he came up as a runner-up in that 50K race, and whoever will end up as the runner-up tonight's not going to go away empty-handed. They will get that BTE converter as well. Of course, thanks to Brodix for providing the heads for the SR20 shootout. Thanks to Altcom for providing all the weather stations. Mike's Research and Development for giving us that really nice carburetor, the $2,000 carburetor of choice that was raffled off to all of those that were dead on with a 0 on Wednesday or on Thursday. Thanks to Race Pack for the bounty. Thanks to Wiseco for being the sponsor of Thursday, as well as providing the bounty on Thursday's winner. It's like, hey, congratulations, you just won the Wiseco Performance Products, $20,000 Thursday, and now we're going to turn around and put a bounty on your back the next day. But I like the idea. I think it's pretty cool. Of course, thanks to True Start for throwing a couple of $500 bonuses in there for some perfect reaction times. Of course, Sparco for everything that they do for the Race for Appreciation Party, to the Pro-Lite suits, to the winners and event champion jackets that are placed upon each of our winners for each and every day. Thanks to Hoosier for sponsoring that door car shootout, that $10,000 to win deal. Thanks to American Race Cars, Race Tech. The list goes on and on and on. Of course, each of the round sponsors, Cooks, Biondo, ATI Performance, Hoosier, FTI, Goodyear, Autometer. Couldn't do it without you folks. Thanks to Bell Helmets, Todd Barton Design, who we were talking about a little while ago. That beautiful red and white 55 that was selected as the best appearing car from Todd Barton. They are going to not only get that award, they are also going to get 4 custom crew shirts complete with artwork. Now, Todd Barton is a guy out on the West Coast that designs some very, very beautiful T-shirts, beautiful paint jobs. He's the one that designed all of the shirts that have been used here at the Spring Fling. So all of the crew shirts that you see us running around with are the ones that he's put together. But, man, thanks to Regal's, Platinum Products, Jones Transmission Coolers, and, of course, K&N and Optima Batteries for making this all possible. Wouldn't happen without them. So, Richard Alford Jr. and Kyle Bigley. I have heard the discussion about the fact that Alford is kind of racing with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. And I don't know if it'd be a chip on his shoulder or just kind of a slight memory of what happened last night in that semifinal where he found out that the fuel cap came off of the race car, and it basically took a string that was spectacular. I mean, the guy was on it last night. And unfortunately, kind of brought that to an end. So Bigsley dialed in at 464. Richard Alford dialed in at 477. We'll find out if Alford is going to continue to race a little hungry. The answer is, well, so far, yes. Oh, Richard Alford had an 18th hour reaction time to Kyle Bigley's 034 as Alford goes 476 on a 472, breaks out, taking 26 down at the finish line. Breaks out 8th thou. Kyle Bigley goes 464 on a 464 with a 34 bulb and goes down to a 36 pack. 34 on the tree, dead on 2. That'll bring up Gary Williams and Michael Shoop. Shoop out of Hagerstown up in Maryland. G-Dub coming up out of Florida. 471 the dial-in for Gary. 472 the dial-in for Shoop, Shoop-a-doo, Shoop-a-doo, Shoop-a-doo-ba-doo. I'm sorry. I got a little carried away. So 100th second advantage. At least he gets to lead for a Shoop. Didn't leave first. Gary Williams, 009 on the tree, but Michael Shoop holds on as Williams ends up running 3 above. Shoop, 472 on a 472. 22 thousandths reaction time to Gary Williams, 009. So that 100th of a second just kind of ploop, vanished. Michael Shoop got it back, gets their first 21 by running dead on 2. Gary Williams was 3 above, and that ended a G-Dub's run. Jeff Serra and Matt Reclitus. Reclitus out of Sawyersville, 460 for Jeff Serra. Out of Adamstown, a couple of Pennsylvanians lining up this time. 72 to a 6. 12 the difference between the two as far as the dial-ins are concerned. What? Jeff Serra is going to get the opportunity to go first, like so. Jeff Serra went first and left early by 4 thousandths of a second. So Jeff fouls out 4th thou, runs down to a dead on 9. What was that we were saying? Oh, yeah, red and dead on. Reclitus dialed 460, had a 16th thou reaction time and goes 459 with a 7 on the 460 number is Mark Horton and Travis Harvey. Going to be the couple of cars trying to get down there now. 481, Travis Harvey will get a lead first. Sorry. I'll take the blame for that one. Mark doing the chasing. Travis Harvey gets a big head start, and Harvey gets there first by a lot. Travis Harvey dialed 481, goes 4807, taking a tenth at the finish line, and breaks out 0.03 of a second. Mark Horton dodged a massive. That wasn't just like a bullet, that was like an incoming mortar shell. Travis Harvey had the advantage on the tree by 0.07 of a second. Horton had an 082 light, and then goes 441 on a 439. I believe that Mark Horton had to basically realize not getting there, drag the brake, and Travis Harvey breaks it out 3 thou. Here's Kyle Cotrera and Jeff Moore. Cotrera out of Elliott up in Maine. Moore out of Elkton up in Maryland. Advantage on the tree by 25 thousandths of a second went to Jeff Moore, and the win light's going to go to Kyle Cotrera. Again, huge advantage in reaction time. Jeff Moore goes down, takes 36 thou down at the finish line, breaks it out 100th of a second, 64 on the 65. Kyle Cotrera, 30 on the tree, and then dead on 1, 55 on a 55. We'll bring up Howie Adams and Angela Gatkowski. Gatkowski out of Kannapolis, 440 the dial-in. For Howie Adams, 494. It's a little better than half a second head start goes to Howie Adams over on that left side. Once again, dragsters, this is your last chance. Dragsters, last chance. No more opportunities. 0.03 of a second separate the two in reaction time. As Angela Gankowski is going to pick up the win light again, it's going to be a 16 thou bulb, 441 on a 440 for Angela, taking 2 thousandths down at the finish line. Howie Adams runs 13 thou and then runs 96 on a 94, so 13 to be 23 thou over. Angela gets there first by 2 thou as Tim Butler and Colby Fuller back up from the burnout. So Butler with a 481, Colby with a 485. 0.04 of a second difference as far as they're dialed in. And I do see a few dragsters still hanging out over their staging lanes to get through this ATI converter round. Once again, if you've got a tab to settle, if you need a little bit of a payout, whether you're getting a paycheck from a previous day, obviously we haven't quite figured out exactly who's going to be getting what amount of payout from today, but if you're still expecting a payout from Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, they're getting that all squared away and taken care of up here in the tower, or if you have a tab to settle, they're getting that taken care of as well. Tim Butler was the better reaction time this time. 006 on the tree, gets there first, breaks out by less. Both of them under. Tim Butler, 480 with a 6 on the 481. He's under 4 thou. Colby Fuller, 485 was the dial-in. He's under 12 thou as he runs 83 on the 85 number. And Tim Butler, first by 21 thou. I'll bring up Doug Foley Jr. and Chris Dean. Foley over on the left side. Dean over on the right. As Dean's got the 473, Foley's got the 477. For the pure speed racing experience. So as we pull our final few dragsters out of the staging lanes, door cars, round number 4. Door cars, round number 4. It's your turn to make your way back into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round number 4. Come on down to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Door cars, round number 4 will take you back into the staging lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Come on. Doug Foley just barely, and I mean barely, tickling on that tree. He's behind by 1/100th of a second as they leave the line, and it's going to be 9th thou down at the stripe for Chris Dean. Dean, 004, take 9th thou to be dead on 3 for a total of a 7/1000th package. Doug Foley had a 14th thou bulb, runs dead on 2 for a 16th thou package. So Chris Dean beats up on a 16th thou pack with a 7-pack. Moves on to round number 4. I wonder if that 14th or 16th thou loser package might be in the running for that ATI Performance Products. I haven't paid exactly the closest of attention to all of the losing packages, but 14 and on the trailer. I don't know if that'll get it or not. Brian Thompson, Jesse York. York out of Indiana, 485. Brian Thompson, 464 from Sneed's Ferry. Head start goes to the right side this time. I'll tell you what, I definitely have to agree with Peter Biondo. He talked about kind of how spectacular this facility is when it's all lit up at night. 1 thou difference between Thompson and York. Finish line, it's going to be Brian Thompson, 008, taking 9 thou at the finish line to go 65 on a 64, so a 19,000th package for Brian Thompson. Jesse York was 007, and then 21 thou over. Down at the far end of the racetrack to be that 9,000th of a second behind. I was just sitting here thinking to myself a little while ago, you know, the sun's starting to set. It was starting to get real dark outside, and then I started to look out and go, wait, is the sun coming back up? Because it started to get a whole lot brighter again, and realized that, nope, they just turned on those really nice LED lights to light up this racetrack like it was a baseball diamond or a football field. 466 for Rob. 442, the dial in for Disco Dean. Where's JJ? Come here. I need you. Oh, we're going to miss our opportunity, bud. I know I can't do it the way that JJ does, so I'm not even going to try it. Disco Dean was 442. We'll get another. Whoa. Disco Dean, 23 on the tree. Rob Leipziger was 21 in reaction time. Disco runs 443 and a 442, so 23 and 12 thou over. Rob Leipziger was 21 and 14 thou over. Comes down to 7/10,000ths of a second margin down at the far end of the racetrack. So the Pink Taco will be back in round number 4. Door cars, round number 5. Door cars, round number 5. You have been called back into the staging. It is round 4, excuse me. Door cars, round 4. Sorry, I was jumping ahead a little bit. Door cars, round 4. Thanks, JJ. That's why everybody needs to keep an 11-year-old around them, hopped up on like Coke and Mountain Dew and all that good stuff. Oreos, that's right. Cameron Manuel, Steve Foley. Foley gets the win light. 479 was the dial-in. Runs 478 on that 479. Double breakout. He's under 1,000. Cameron, 14. Take 1 to break it out by more. Yeah, you just keep JJ around, feed him an Oreo Blizzard or 2 from time to time. That'll keep him on his toes. When the rest of us, after 4 long days of racing, start to lose track of which round we're in, he's got it right there, top of his head. I mean, like that. Knew exactly what it was. So RV3, Robert Vogler and Todd Osting. 512 going to be the dial-in for Vogler. He's showing up as a 445 on that top side of the scoreboard. So the 512 number for the Silver Streak gets to leave first. And Robert Vogler The 445 will be doing the chaser. Vogler's already in setup and stage. Todd Osting goes in second, leaves first by 0.02 of a second. Vogler on the hunt. Vogler with the win. 16 thou to be dead on 0. Takes 5. Little one's down at the stripe. How about 16 dead 0? Todd Osting had a 14 thou reaction time, dead on 7. And Vogler gets there first by 0.05 of a second. Talking about it getting a little bit brutal in here as you get deeper and deeper into the rounds. And Robbie Stewart, which still is like, that would be one of my ultimate choices to go into my Hot Wheels box at home. I could see myself as a kid setting up those plastic racetracks, racing them off the top of the table in the dining room to get them to go through the little loop-de-loop. I think I could see Robbie Stewart's car doing that just because it's cool like that. And Bobby Spence out of Maryland. 434 to a 535, just about a second. Going to be the head start to Robbie Stewart. And it's even named the Outlaw. Unfortunately, the Outlaw is out. Fouled out by 0.12 of a second. Bobby Spence, 005, dead on 1 to put up a 6-pack. Robbie Stewart, 9. Getting there 9 thou. But the red light was on. Bobby Spence, 6 thou pack. Here in this go-round, that's going to bring up Tommy Cable and James DeChaco. Cable, dialed in at 454. Everybody's got those memories of being back at home. DeChaco's dialed in at 438. Cable's dialed in 454. Head start will go to Tommy Cable. Again, kind of thinking about how we move through that final bit. Oh. Dead on 8, takes 14 at the stripe to light up his side of the board. So James gets the win light over Tommy Cable as Jeremy Brewer. It's Jerry Brewer and Chad Dotson going to be up on the starting line. So Jerry out of Lumberton. Chad Dotson out of Mill Springs, 462 to a 455. Wait a minute, what? Hold on. You just said last. I don't know what that means. I'm from Vegas. I don't know what that means. 462 to a 455. I'll tell you what I don't know what it means here in just a second. So a 19 to an 11 light. Chad Dotson gets the win. 56 on a 55 after he had the 11 bowl. Jerry Brewer goes 63 on a 62. And okay, apparently I'm supposed to say these 3 words in the same sentence, which we don't ever say in Las Vegas, but last call for alcohol. Ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be wrapping up shop as far as the alcohol sales are concerned. So if you are looking at picking up one more, if you don't need it, don't get it, but if you do, get it. Last call for alcohol. Final call if you want to grab yourself one last beverage before they... Oh, for fuel. Oh, you still selling beer? Oh, never mind. See, you hold on. I'm sorry, Dana. I'm sorry. I mistaked what she said, last call for alcohol. I'm like, what? Last call for fuel. That makes more sense. I understand that one. Okay, never mind. They're going to keep... We're fine, everybody. Don't panic. We're fine. Okay, thank you. Rusty Maddox, 2 thou on the red side. Timothy Thomas was 008. Thomas gets the win, 74 on the 73. Okay, let me correct myself again there. I was panicking a little bit. Everything's cool with the beer sales. I'm just saying. It's actually last call for fuel. They're going to shut down the fuel bins at 7:30. I was like, wait a minute, what? I know, it's Saturday night. I'm like, you kidding me? Apparently they were. But on the fuel sales side of it, they were not. So they are going to stop selling fuel at 7:30. If you need anything else to get yourself through the rest of the night, please make sure that you pick it up. Jeff Taylor and Dean Miller. Miller out of Bluefield up in Virginia is 508. Jeff Taylor, 486. Out of Apache Junction. I'm pretty certain that's Arizona, because I don't think there's an Apache Junction out this way. So Taylor trying to delay the ride home by a little while. Can he? Will he? Nope. Dean Miller, 508 on a 508. 42 on the tree to Jeff Taylor's 024 as Miller goes dead on with the 7, taking 5 thousandths down at the finish line. So again, my apologies if I send a chill up anybody's back by talking about the other stuff not being for sale anymore, but the fuel will close at 7:30. That final clarification. Dennis Reinhardt, Will Holloman. Holloman out of Bentonville, 437. Dennis Reinhardt, 481. Reinhardt leaves second, 007. Will Holloman was 002, but it's going to be Reinhardt, 007, 481 on a 481 for a 9-pack. Holloman puts up a 12-pack and gets beat by that 3,000ths. All right. This one I do understand. Again, I got another somebody leaning over my shoulder saying last call, and I wanted to make sure that I make the last call for the right thing. Last call for door cars. Last call for door cars. We need you for that round number 4, please. Last call for door cars. We need you for round number 4, please. Jason Hoff, Gary Ingold. Are we down to 3? Just 3. That's it. So Hoff with the 45, Ingold with the 63. And then it looks like LaBouse is going to get the solo shot. Well, thank you, Rooster. What? Jason Hoff leaves first with the 005 light, runs it down to a dead on 8. Down at the far end for the win light. LaBouse, 488 was the dial-in. 004 was the reaction time, and 486 on the 488 was the run. 30th. We hope that you are there as well. Hope that you have already cleared your calendars. You've already put in for the time off at work if you need to, or if you happen to be the boss, that you've already told everybody else that you won't be there. That's kind of the good news. It's good to be the boss sometimes. Other times it's a little brutal. But either way, we do see a few of the folks that have already got the haulers loaded up and are headed out towards the main road again. Please drive safe on your way home. We are definitely wanting to make sure that everybody gets home safe, sound, in one piece, and wherever your next destination might be, whether it's another racetrack somewhere down the road, whether it's home or wherever, that you get there safe and sound. So that's what it is. It's all a part of it's all about being a family. We had our family photo this morning, and for everybody that's walked through the gate, you are now official members of the Spring Fling family, and we want to, you always take care of family. JJ, you've been a member for a while. I think we jumped you in Bristol last year. Yeah. You came up here and just turned everybody's heads. I mean, everybody kind of already knew about your prowess on the mic as an announcer. They knew just how good you were, and then you showed up and proved it live and in person, and the place went nuts. They do go nuts here. Anytime you get on the mic, they go nuts. Speaking of going nuts, here come the door cars. It's round number 4. Round 4. Fight. All right, so the door cars are rolling in. We're getting them entered into the computer as we start with Brew and Justin Logan. Troy over on the left side, Logan on the right, and Dragsters. Dragsters, first call. Dragsters, first call. We'll take you back into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, we are going to take you back into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, come on down. It's time for round 4. Dragsters will take you back into the staging lanes. Troy Brewer dialed in 698. Justin Logan dialed in with a 640. Head start to the red Monza out of Galapagos Ferry in West Virginia. Brewer does it again. 003 on the tree, and then 699 down at the far end of the racetrack. So 003, 13 thou above the dial-in, takes 17 at the stripe. Justin with 16 thou in the reaction time. And then run 641 on a 640. As we bring up Jason Overstreet and Michelle Pilo. Pilo and Overstreet. This one should be a pretty good battle. 657, the dial-in for Jason. 643, the dial-in for Michelle. She's going to give up the head start to loose change. Again, Dragsters. Your attention, please. Dragsters, we want you back, please. Overstreet gave up the head start by 0.005 of a second, his 15 light to Michelle Pilo's 10 light. But Jason gets there 8th thou, runs 57 on a 57 to be dead on 5. Pilo was over 18th thou. Overstreet with a win light. At that 660-foot mark. That has got Tommy Plott and Jared Pennington. How about the flat black Mustang versus Big Red in the Nova, 520 to a 584. Jared Pennington is going to do the running. Tommy Plott is going to do the chasing. Jed is away on the green. Tommy Plott has also got a green. Finish line, Tommy Plott knocks him down. 4th thou, the reaction time for Tommy Plott, and goes dead on 7. So 004 take 8th thou at the finish line. Jared Pennington put up a spectacular lap, 11 on the tree, and then dead on 8 for a 19,000s package. Tommy Plott getting the win light and moving on. So Ernie Hughes and Colby Fuller. Fuller in the Camaro out of Savannah, Georgia, 557. Ernie Hughes, 668 out of North Carolina. Tree green, and gone. 1 thou, the difference between the two of them. Ernie had the 9 thou reaction time, gets their first 6 thou and breaks out. Colby Fuller, 5.57 on a 5.57, 008 on the tree. Fuller, dead on 5, getting their second. Ernie Hughes gets their first and breaks out. There's David Bell and Bobby Love. That's Bobby Ely out of Virginia for the Tar Heel Powder Coating Company, 586. Dial for the 62-bodied Chevy Nova and for David Bell. The 71 Vegas dialed in at 597. I don't know about you, but anybody else think about this? I mean, I used to be a huge fan of like Saturday Night Live. Anytime I hear like Bobby Love, I think of the ladies man with his Courvoisier. That's just what I think. Dragsters, we do need you back, please. Dragsters, we need you back. Bobby Ely, 003, dead on 4 for a 7-pack. There was nothing David Bell could do with it. Bell had a 10 light, gets their first 16, breaks out. 19th down, 95 on the 97. Bobby threw up a 7,000s package. There was nowhere for David to go as Keith Rogers and Tommy Cable. Going to be the next couple. Cable, 525, the dial-in for the Camaro for Keith Rogers and the Mustang. The number is 621. Once again, Dragsters, we do need you back. Dragsters, we need you back. Keith Rogers fouls it away, 4,000ths of a second. Tommy Cable, 17. And then dead on 0 for Tommy Cable. Wow. 17 light, dead 0. Cable, moving on to round number 5. As Keith Rogers, red by 4 thou. That'll bring up Jeff Parrish and Brendan George. Parrish in the Cuda. Ooh. Barracuda. Brendan George, 649. He'll get the head start. Once they stage him up and are all set, identical on the tree. And then dead on 7 for Jeff Parrish. So Parrish 005, dead 7 finish line. Brendan George gets there first, 8,000ths of a second, breaks out by 1,000. 648 on the 649. Got their first 8. Needed only be 7 or less. There's Travis Harvey and Everett Justin. Going to be up now. Everett. Must have lost the coin toss. Granted, he kind of came up in that other lane, but Everett, like all day long, has been riding over that left-hand side of the racetrack. Travis Harvey, the 69 Camaro, 558. Everett Justice dialed 541. I know they pretty much pull into the lanes that they want, but I'm wondering what the theory is here. Because Everett has done pretty good. At least I'm remembering. If I'm remembering right. It's been a long week. Oh. Jerem singing back and forth. Travis Harvey with a whomp, 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 whomp. Basically said, I got you now. 003 and then dead on 7 for Travis Harvey. Everett Justice, 542 on a 541. He had an 11th thou reaction time. And again, Dragsters, we do need you back. Dragsters for round number 4. Dragsters round number 4. We need you back, please. I am so glad that JJ keeps sitting here because I keep wanting to slip rounds, and I know that if I do, he's gonna catch me on it and help me out. He will. Thomas Fletcher and Joe Gary. Gary, 548. Fletcher, 558. Separated by 4,000ths of a second. Fletcher was 001, and they had a lot of singing back and forth between the two of them. Joe Gary, 551 on the 548, was 005. Fletcher gets their first 43 and breaks out 2 thou. 557 on the 558.
with an 8 in the little number column. So Joe will advance. Down to just a couple more door cars in round number 4. Dragsters, round number 4. You should be back in the lanes already. Dragsters, round number 4. You should be back in the lanes, please. JJ, I might need your help on this one. So Troy Brewer, again, the guy that showed up here this morning with a couple of new entries, made his time hits. And Brew has been staying alive in both cars, now into round number 4, all the way down. Last time down the racetrack in his Mustang, pulled up with like a 003 light. Disco Dean in the Toyota over on the left side of the track, dialed at 686. Dean will get the head start. Brewer will do the chasing. Flash of the ambers, and here we go. Advantage on the tree went to Disco Dean. Could Troy Brewer hold it off? Nope, it's going to be Dean. 0.26 on the reaction clock, goes 6.86 on the 6.86. He's dead on. Down at the finish line is Troy Brewer, 6.39 on the 6.33, had the 33 light. So Brewer will be down to just the one car as we've got our dragsters already making their way back into the staging lanes. So dragsters, again, final call, final call. We do need you into the lanes, please, for round number 4, as we're in the middle of our Hoosier Tire. Round number 4, drawing closer and closer to that final payout for the Jegs, $20,000. It's the first couple of dragsters getting in and set. Tom Dauber and Shane Carr going to be up first. So Dauber out of Belrose, New York, with the hood scoop that probably got a whole lot of attention. That double barrel shotgun style, 478, and for Shane Carr. He's got the 482. Shane, who stuck around under the lights late last night in that 50K race, was the winner on the very first night during that Yukon Gear and Axle $15,000 to win day, and is now looking at trying to make his way into round number 5 here in the dragsters again. Not going to get very much farther. 2 thou on the red side for Shane Carr. He's going to click it off in frustration. Tom Dauber, 15 thousandths reaction time, and goes 479 on the 478. So Dauber was 15 on the green side. Runs down and gets the win light after Shane Carr had fouled out 2 thousandths of a second. Chris Wilson, Steve Foley. Here going to be the next couple. Foley with a 479. Wilson with a 485 as Wilson gets the head start. He will, he will. So once again, last call. Dragsters, last call. You need to be back into the staging lanes. Foley, set. Chris Wilson, wow. Wilson took a while to get it into position, but made it on time. Got the 005 and goes 485 on the 485. 005. Getting there second. Runs dead on 2 for a 7 thousandths package. Foley took 8/10 thou down at the finish line and had nowhere to go as he breaks out 5 thousandths. So a 7 thousandths package to Steve Foley's 012 reaction time. Foley had no opportunity at it. Tim Butler and Bobby DiGenova. DiGenova dialed 432. Tim Butler dialed 480. We got our last couple of dragsters rolling down through the staging lanes as we're drawing nearer and nearer. To finishing off this Hoosier Tire round number 4. 14 thousandths the difference between the two in reaction time. Tim Butler had the better bulb and runs down to an 18th thou over. Debbie DeGenova had a 24 thou reaction time, gets their first 5 thousandths and breaks out by 1 thou. 431 on the 432. So Tim Butler gets to move on to round number 5 as James DeChaco and Chris Reynolds. We'll try it again. So DeChaco with a 437, Chris Reynolds with a 449. Ooh. Let's see. So between DeChaco and Reynolds, they waited for a while, and Reynolds finally said, yeah, okay, enough of this. I'm going to jump in there and stage up. DeChaco fouled out. Missed by 11 thousandths of a second. Reynolds had a 15 light. And then goes 447 on the 449. Oh, Matt Zapp, Preacher Man, as he's been called, promised me a grilled sweet potato because North Carolina, I did not know, is the sweet potato capital of the world. I've got some brown sugar and some butter, and I'm going to give this thing a try. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate that. That's going to be good. A grilled sweet, but never had that before. I'll have to try that out. Mark Horton and Matt Reclitus. Reclitus, 459. Mark Horton dialed in at 438. Head start's going to go to Matt. Mark will do the chasing. Mark, Matt, Mark. Advantage on the tree went to Mark Horton. He's 16 to Matt's 066 as Horton goes 442. Had a lot, and I mean a lot of room to work with down at the finish line. Gets there first 27. Reclitus 66 and then runs 16 thou over for a package that he just wants to forget about. But Mark Horton gets the win light as Dean Miller and J.P. Hickman going to be up next. Hey, racers, once again, please allow this to serve as your final call to the staging lanes for round number 4. I'm not like sending out personal invitations, but I'm just saying please allow this to, you know. So Dean Miller, J.P. Hickman, they both leave early. And J.P. left early by less. Dean Miller was 16th thou early. JP was 8th thou early. And although we did see the 2 red lights illuminated at the bottom of the Christmas tree, True Start would not have kind of reversed that because Dean Miller was leaving first and went red. In the old-fashioned world, that would have stayed exactly the same as least as... Wait. No. Yes. It's been a long day. It would stay exactly the same. JP was 008 red. Gets the win light because he left second, left first by least. Left first by least. Here's Kyle Cotrera and Tim Armstrong. Cotrera out of Maine, 455. Tim Armstrong, 475. Cotrera 006, 455 on a 455. Takes 6th thou. Down at the finish line, Tim Armstrong at a 19 thousandths package runs down to a dead on 0 and will be making his way to the window to settle his tab and get his payout because his day has come to a close as Bug McCarty and Chad Dotson
McCarty, 482. Dotson, 455. What happened to Secret Agent Man last night? Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Bug, 482. Chad Dotson, 455. Bug, 16 on the green side, dead on 3. Down at the far end of the racetrack, Chad Dotson gets there first, taking a thou, and breaks out by 0.005 of a second. All right. With our dragsters just about done. Door cars for round number 5. Door cars, round at number 5. We're going to invite you back into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round number 5. We will invite you back into the staging lanes. Door cars will take you back. Round number 5, door cars. RV3, 445. John LeBouse, 488. And to answer the question real quickly about what happened to Secret Agent Man, well, we ended up finding out that Secret Agent Man was actually a very beautiful young lady, former junior dragster driver that came in here and just started beating up on everybody and made it pretty deep into the rounds last night. I think made it into the latter rounds, I believe, to the quarterfinals, if I'm remembering correctly, before coming up a little bit short in one of her matchups. But I'll tell you what, Secret Agent Man was tearing them up yesterday. John LeBouse, 16th out on the reaction clock. Rob Vogler was 008 as Vogler gets the nod. Takes 2 10,000ths down at the finish line. LeBouse, 16, dead on 4. Robert Vogler was 008, 12 thou above. And it comes down to 2 10,000ths of a second down at that 660 mark. So Brian Thompson and Kyle Bigley. Bigley. That's right, quarters. Is dialed in at 464. Brian Thompson dialed in at 464. Hold on, let me do the math real quick as far as who gets to leave first. Never mind. Well, I did the math and I found out that Kyle Bigley's going to leave first by 0.007 of a second. Unfortunately, it was the red light that turned on. Brian Thompson dialed to 463 with a wind light on, goes 460, or dialed to 464 with a wind light on, it goes 463. As Bigley fouled out 0.007 of a second, and that will bring up Tommy Plott and Michael Shoup. So a 471 dial in for Michael, 464 dial in for Tommy. It was again door cars round number 5, door cars round number 5. We'll bring you back into the staging lanes, please. Oh. Whoa, Michael Shoup, trip, zip. Perfect on the reaction time and headed to the payout window. Tommy Plott, 464, dead zero, had a 21,000ths reaction time. Michael Shoup ended up running 73 on a 71 dial-in, and Tommy Plott gets there first by 1,000th of a second. So Plott gets to move on. We're down to our final few dragsters in round number 4. So Thomas, 473. Marie Mueller dialed in at 450. As they're getting ready to take off. Timothy Thomas, 001 early. Marie Mueller, 006, and then runs dead on 2 for an 8,000ths package. So Thomas can't feel too horrible about that 001 red light. Obviously not going to be pleased with it, but runs down to a 75 on a 73, and Marie put an 8 thousandths package together, which is going to be tough to beat on either end. And she was 006 dead on 2. That'll bring up Bobby Spence. And here's Secret Agent Woman, at least from last night, because she's got a huge following and a massive fan base on the Jegs and Mickey Thompson sponsored Motor Mania TV. Went to the quarters last night. Trying to move on another round here this evening is Bobby Spence, 434. Angela Gankowski dialed in at 441. Will Holloman got yourself an ATI converter for the best losing package. Are you serious? Second day in a row? Wow. Will Holloman, second day in a row. He's got 2 converters now. Bobby Spence holding 2/100ths of a second advantage over Secret Agent Woman and is going to win that one. 004. 436 on the 434 for Bobby Spence. Angela was 024 on the tree. Runs down to 12 above, but Bobby Spence gets the nose of his dragster across the line first by 3 thousandths of a second. Door cars, once again, round number 5. Door cars. Round number 5. We need you back to the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round at number 5. We need you back to the staging lanes. Again, just about to wrap up Hoosier Tire, round number 4. Here on the final day of the Spring Fling. It's the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Jason Hoff dialed 445. Chris Dean dialed in at 473. So I'm looking down here this direction. We've got 2 pair and a single to be done with the round. They're only separated by 1 thousandths. Chris Dean 006. Jason Hoff 007. As Hoff 007 take 9 thou. Runs 446 on the 445. Dean was 006 and 75 on the 73. So it'll be Hoff who gets the win light. And that's going to bring up Dennis Reinhardt and Disco Dean. Dean, the Diamond Belt ride, 443. Reinhardt, the Race Tech car, 480. Final pair and then a single to finish off the Hoosier Tire round. Once again, Holloman coming up here to the tower. You got yourself another ATI converter to kind of go along with the matching set. Now you got twins. Hear the quick little whomp. Disco gave it a whack. 443 and a 443 after he had a 23 thou reaction time. Reinhardt was 034 and then goes 481 on the 480. This will bring up the final car in category. Tim Thomas. Well, it'll be the final car in the round anyway. We got our door cars back into the lanes. Getting ready to move from our Hoosier Tire round into our FTI converter round number 5. I'm actually looking forward to trying a little grilled sweet tater. Grilled sweet tater. Tim Thomas, 028, looking for 475 and runs 474.9. Not too bad. Once again, door cars, final call. You do need to be back into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, final call. You do need to be back into the staging lanes at this time, please. We are getting ready to pull you forward here in just a little while. We've got a short little bit of computer work to do. And once we get that short little bit of computer work done, we'll be ready to pull out our door cars for the next go-round. So last chance door cars back into the lanes, please. And again, thanks, Matt, for bringing up this grilled sweet potato. I'm going to go give it a shot. But Hoosier round is done. They're going to do the tabulate and figure out who gets a brand new set of shoes from Hoosier. We got a new FTI converter, and again, Holloman's going to come up to basically take home twins. Got a couple of ATI converters that are going home in the back of his trailer. That's pretty cool. Big Jet has made his way back up here into the tower after what was a nice lap, but obviously not the result that you wanted to finish off there in round number 4. It, you know, we could pretend like we're, say, at a national event, and I could come up to you and be like, well, Jared, round number 4 is in the books. It didn't quite go the way you wanted. The wind light was over on the other side. Take us through the run as you made your way down the racetrack.
Bleep, 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 bleep.
The sensor
Hurts.
button. Sorry.
Tommy Plott is mean, but he's really nice.
Well, then we would
Just tough
then
lap.
we would turn to the camera and go, obviously a whole lot of motion going on for Jared at this point in time, so we're going to let him cool off, and we'll catch him on the next stop.
Yeah, Tommy's a tough out. He just showed me why. Once again, like he always does. Good job by Tommy Plott, as always. Can't be disappointed. Make a good lap, just get beat. That's the way racing goes.
Ooh.
Now I'll sit up here and call some good racing. The air has stabilized. The track's phenomenal.
Nice.
Everybody's dialed in, so it's going to be great racing the rest of the way, I assure you.
George, I got to tell you, we got 5 guys back home, and I'm jealous you got the fried taters. But I got a grilled sweet potato, and I'm going to go eat that right now.
Go enjoy that, Nate. So door cars have been called. I believe we've got most, if not all of them, in the lanes. Dragster, you are on standby. Dragsters, you are on standby. Just completed Hoosier round number 4. Coming into FTI round number 5, where our great friends at FTI will be offering up a race converter for the best losing package of this round. Thank you so much. I didn't. And it really didn't matter. It was really awesome. No, you don't want to do that. This is a much better spot. So door cars to the lanes if you're not here already, and dragsters. We are just a couple of minutes from giving your first call out. Dragsters, be ready. Again, as I was sitting out in the lanes, I heard Nate say it, and I want to certainly say the same thing, maybe in a different way, but thank you so much. Racers, you showed up big time. It's been a great crowd here, a very patient, understanding crowd. What very few little challenges we've had, you've just accepted it with professionalism and just helped us get through it was very little challenges. You helped us get through that with ease. And your racing's been wonderful. So thank you so much. As you head home, be safe. We certainly want everyone to get back home in all of the same shape they got here, and definitely keep Howie Smith and his family in your thoughts and prayers. As we know, he lost his racing operation on the way down, so keep Howie and the family in your thoughts and prayers, and certainly be careful yourself. And we hope to see you in Bristol, September. We're going to have the first ever fall fling, and we want to see all these same faces and then some up there in Bristol for another great show. Sponsors, thank you so much. The most giving manufacturers in racing. It's just been prize after prize after prize, and we can't thank you all enough. It's been amazing once again, and sponsors, thank you so much for your generosity. And racers, look to these people. When you're updating the hot rod or you need parts and services, the companies that are supporting these races, they don't do it expecting you to return the favor. They do it to show you how much they care and want to invest in what we care about. So the return should be a given. We should make sure we look to these companies when it's time to purchase products and or services. Want to thank the great folks here at Galot. You've been a wonderful host for our first edition of the Galot Spring Fling. The staff here has worked tirelessly. I stayed up late last night. When I went to bed, still out here working on the racetrack, making sure it's perfect. The staff here at Galot has done just an absolutely magnificent job. Thank you so much to everybody here involved. And we couldn't ask for a better place to have our first Far East Coast Spring Fling. At this time, we need dragsters. Dragsters, round number 5. Dragsters, round number 5, we need you, please. We are wrapping up Jegs Saturday here at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima. And we need our dragsters for FTI round number 5. The fine folks at Jegs and Mickey Thompson have brought the Motor Mania live feed to us. Everybody's been able to watch. We've had people tuning in from Canada and Australia, Mexico, all over the world. They've got to see us racing over here in Benson, North Carolina. How cool is that? So thank you, Jegs, Mickey Thompson, and Jack, Motor Mania TV. You guys done another great job. We thank you for your services. Here we go. We're going to start out FTI round number 5 with Jason Overstreet. Loose change is what they call him, 657 dial in the left. Right side will be Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia, dial 557. Change going to get exactly a 1 second head start. Six thou separate him on the tree. Advantage goes to Fuller, and he gets the double breakout win, 37 and 5 thou under. Change 43 and 13 thou under. More breakout in loose change lane, and Fuller will take the win. Left lane 697 is the dial. Disco Dean. Dean Carnes in the right, dialed 686. 22 thou separate him on the tree. Brewer out in front, and he gets the win. 009 takes 17 to be dead on with a 5. Disco 31 dead 0. Just missed the tree a little bit, went dead on with a 0. Brewer holds on for the win. Joe Gary in the left lane. JoJo going to dial it in at a 548. Travis Harvey in the right. Travis looking for a 558. 1/10 head start going to Travis Harvey in the right lane. 7 thou separate them on the 3. Advantage goes to Gary and JoJo. 009 take 003 to be 24 thou above. Harvey is 16 and 20 thou above. Joe Gary on to round number 6. Next up is Jeff Parrish. Parrish down to 614. He's in the left lane. Right side is Tommy Plott. Just destroyed me in the last round. He's going to dial a 519. Foul separated on the 3. Advantage goes to Plott, and he gets the win. 15 take 1 to be dead, or 17 thou above, excuse me, 32 package. Parrish is 27 dead 6 for a 33 package. Tommy Plott on to round number 6. Tommy Cable in the left lane, 524 is the dial. Chris Wilson in the right, dial 485. Red for Wilson, Cable 24 on the tree. Out the back door, 1 thou under. Wilson leaves 14 thousandths too soon and 5 thou under the dial. Tommy Cable, last night's runner-up, he'll move into round number 6. That wraps up our door cars for round 5, FTI round number 5. About to move forward with our dragsters. And we'll have round number 6 coming up. Hoosier, round number 4, best losing package goes to Tim Armstrong. Tim Armstrong, you are the Hoosier, round 4, best losing package. You'll pick up a pair of slicks from our great friends at Hoosier. Congratulations, Tim. You can come on up to the tower and see Sean, and he'll get you taken care of. Hoosier, round 4, best losing package goes to Tim Armstrong. Come on up and see Sean, Tim. As we get into our dragsters, we have Tim Butler, the legend, out of Sarasota, Florida in the left lane, dial 481. Right side is Chris Reynolds. Reynolds going to dial a 447. Out of Bear, Delaware. Reynolds giving up 3,400s head start to Tim Butler. Moves on, 008 and 11 thou above. for a 19 thousandths package. Butler, 1 thou red, dead on with a 6. Next up in the left lane, the Red Rocket, Tom Dauber, out of Belrose, New York. He's dial 478. Right side is Marie Muller from Pinellas Park, Florida. Muller going to dial a 450. Marie giving up 2,800's head start to Tom Dauber in the left lane. Huge advantage for the Red Rocket. Oh, he breaks it out. Dauber going to be sick about that one. Muller, 49, dead 7. 56 package. Dauber, 17, take 40 to break it out a thou. Had to take 39 or less. Red Rocket going to need a friend when he gets back. Brian Thompson, left lane, 463 is the dial out of Sneeds Ferry, North Carolina. Sarasota, Florida's J.P. Hickman in the right. Dial 464, 100. The slimmest of head starts going to the right lane in Hickman. Nine thou separating on the tree. Hickman's in trouble right here. Oh, Thompson. 15 and 23 thou above. Hickman 24, take 15 to be a thou under. Had to take 14 or less. Next up, Jason Hoff in the left lane out of Littlestown, Pennsylvania. 445 is the target for Hoff. Tim Thomas from down the road in Lumberton, North Carolina, dial 475 in the right lane. Exactly 3/10 head start going to Thomas. Both of them sporting a Race Tech chassis. Looking to advance on Jeg Saturday for $20,000 in our wrap-up race. Separate him on the tree. Advantage goes to Hoff, and he holds on for the win. 6 take 9 for Jason Hoff. 17 thou above, 23 package. Right lane Thomas is 26 on the tree, left him no chance. He goes dead on with a 6 to be 9 thou behind. Here's Kyle Cotrera in the left lane out of Elliott, Maine. Right side, Disco Dean. Carnes out of Fairborn, Ohio, dialed 443. Separate him on the tree. Cotrera with the advantage and a win. 19, dead 9, 28 thousandths package. Disco 36 on the tree, 5 thou under, as Cotrera takes 3 thousandths at the strike. Robert Vogler out of Louisville, North Carolina in the left lane, going to dial a 445. And these dragsters are fast. Mark Horton, American Race Cars entry out of Millbury, Ohio. In the right, dial 438 in his own chassis. Race Tech chassis in the left lane. 2,000 red for Vogler. And Vogler's going to need a puke bucket. A big one. 65 on the tree for Horton and 3,000 under Vogler. 2,000 red, dead on with a 4. Left lane, Bug McCarty. McCarty Auto Parts entry out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. Dial 481. Love those fenders on that American chassis. Bobby Spence in the right out of Rockville, Maryland. His Race Tech chassis is going to dial a 435. Big head start going to Bug. Looks like Bug's getting a little more honest on this lap. He's getting 4,600 head start, almost half a second. And McCarty gets the win. 26 takes 7 to be 2 above. Spence is 46 and 10 thou over. 7 thou at the stripe, going Bug McCarty's way as he rolls into round number 6. Still got Gary Williams to pick up his bail helmet. Will Holloman, an ATI torque converter, and Tim Armstrong. You get the Hoosier Slicks. You guys can come up and see Sean in the tower. Tommy Plott in the left lane, 463. Bobby Ely in the right, dial 585. 27 thou advantage going Plott's way, and he gets the win light. 12 and 17 thou over for Plott. 29 package, 39 on the tree for Ely. No chance. Dead on with an 8, but still 18 thousandths behind. Tommy Plott wraps up FTI round number 5 with a win light and a dragster. He pairs that with a win light in his door car. He'll have both coming back for Goodyear. Round number 6. We'll be calling out for you racers here in just a little bit. Going to give you a little bit of time to cool them and fuel them. And we'll bring you back in shortly. Making super high quality torque converters, transmissions, trusty drivetrain, the FTI. Those guys have been a huge supporter of the Fling. We appreciate you guys very much. Again, guys, I know there may be some loading up and whatnot going on, but still looking for Gary Williams, Will Holloman, and Tim Armstrong. Come up and get your Bell helmet, ATI converter, and Hoosier Slicks, respectively. Come up and see Sean in the tower. He'll take good care of you. Obviously, the sun has set here on day number last at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. What a great day it's been. Had a little bit of a shower interruption. I think it had us down for an hour, hour and a half. And staff jumped out there really almost before it quit raining. Got that racetrack ready to go in a hurry. Great equipment, great people here at Galot. We appreciate your efforts so much. Been a wonderful host to the Fling. We couldn't have asked for better. All right, Goodyear round 6 is the round that we all come together as friends, no matter what you're driving. Long car, short car, doors, no doors. Doesn't matter, we're all going to come together and be one here in Goodyear round number 6. They're working on the ladder. That should be printed out here shortly. I'll have it, and I will give you the pairings. And, guys, we will make this your 4-minute call. It is 8:14. At 8:18, I'll be calling you to the lanes. This will be your 4-minute call. All right, we have the pairings. They are as follows. Jason Hoff, you will have the bye run. Tommy Plott and 1X06 will have lane choice over Fuller, over Kobe Fuller. Brewer will have lane choice over Cable. Tommy Plott's other entry will have lane choice over Muller. Reynolds with lane choice over Coltrera. Gary with lane choice over McCarty. And Thompson with lane choice over Horton. Well, Hoff will have the bye run. Tommy Plott, 1X06, or is that 1X08? My eyes aren't very good. I saw Tommy's wind light on real good when we raced, but I'm having trouble with the number. Whichever one it is, Tommy, you got lane choice over Fuller. Brewer, lane choice over Cable. Plott with lane choice over Muller. Reynolds, lane choice over Coltrera. Gary with lane choice over McCarty. And Thompson with lane choice over Horton. Racers, we gave you a 4-minute call. It's officially 2 minutes. 2-minute call. We'll be calling you back to the lanes, racers. Have them ready. We're wrapping up Jegs Saturday here at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima. We're rolling into Goodyear round number 6, where the great folks at Goodyear are going to award a pair of drag racing slicks with that familiar, awesome Goodyear logo on the side to the best losing package. So the ladder is set for this round, for Goodyear round number 6. We've made everybody aware of the pairings. And we will make this officially your first call to the lanes. It's 8:18 as promised. Goodyear round number 6, we need you, please. All entries. Goodyear round number 6, all entries. We need you, please. Again, as you part ways with us here this evening and head towards home or the next race or wherever you're headed, again, I want to say thank you on behalf of Kyle and Peter, all of the staff here at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima, all the staff here at Galot, all of our sponsors, racers, thank you so much. It's been awesome serving you this week. Phenomenal job by each and every one of you. Been very minimal downtime, which just shows how you got your stuff together. And can't thank you enough for making our first trip to Galot a massive success. Just clicked over here and looking at a little bit of the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania live feed. Guys, appreciate the kind words very much. It's been awesome serving you. Nate Hershey is my partner in crime behind the mic here at the Fling, all the Flings. Nate and I team up and get this done, and he seems to get left more often than not. You know, as I get to every now and again go a round or two, and Nate always just says, you know, go do your thing, man. Try to win the race, and if that doesn't go as planned, then come up here and work a little while. Can't thank Nate enough. Just absolute joy to work with. JJ's been on the mic. Can't imagine how proud he makes his dad when JJ's out here spitting numbers on the microphone, 11 years old. Just watched probably every live feed that I've ever been involved in, no less than 50 times each. He practices hard, living room nationals. He does it all. He's trying to master the craft, and super proud of my little guy. He was destroyed a while ago when Tommy Plott wore me out. But I think he's over it now. He's playing with Dylan in there, having a good time in the suite. So playing little door slammers, having fun. It's been awesome having JJ here. I can't thank all of you for I can't thank you enough for the kind words that you've sent his way. So we're having the time of our life, enjoying doing these races. Loose Change up here, scratching his head right now in the tower. I understand. You've been a huge help to us this weekend, Change. Thank you so much as well. Enjoyed having you on the mic. Just been an all-around good time. JJ and I have had our share of struggles getting here, and then trying to flip the car over backward on the first hit Thursday morning. All the people that have helped me with the car, Loose Change, Florida Duck, Shane Maddox, Jordan White. I think the Pascals were over there trying to help as well. Jeff Verdi, Jerry Long. There's so many people been back there trying to get my old junk bucket where it'd go down the track, and it finally got good. Tommy Plotz was more gooder. It's been a great time. It's not over yet. We still got $20,000 to put in somebody's hands. Jeg Saturday in the wrap-up race. We'll have a little free day tomorrow to drive home and get a little bit of relaxation before 6:30 Monday morning comes around. Got to be at work at the Caterpillar place in Birmingham. JJ have to go to school, so we'll drive a little while tonight. When it's over, get parked somewhere, and make the rest of the trip on to the house in the morning. Go see Buster Man and Mama. Got to go see our dog and my awesome wife, Jennifer. Yes, JJ's mom. She lets us get out here on the road and go have fun. Looking forward to getting back home, but we still got some business to do before we do that. Definitely want to thank everybody that's been super kind and brought up desserts and other food and drinks and whatever else been sent to the tower. We appreciate that very much. Oh yeah, Larry, JJ is my son. Those two J's stands for Jared Jr. Loose Change got his autograph on your trailer. Tell me it's inside. On the cabinet doors, you got JJ's autograph. How about that? Sherry Burkett gave me a good luck cupcake decal that I put on my back window, and it was working. Actually, drove better than I have in a little while, and even drove good when I got beat. So, Sherry, thank you so much for that. I'm leaving that little cupcake on there. See if that don't work somewhere else on the next trip out. I mean, I got to rebuild the motor home and the race car when I get home, so it may be a month before I race again. When I do, hopefully that cupcake decal helps out. All right. They're telling me we need Colby Fuller in the lanes. Colby, you got to be first pair out because Tommy Plott has to be first pair. He brought the car that you are paired with. Colby Fuller, we need you now, please. Come on in. We'll get Goodyear, round number 6 underway. Raider, I probably better stick with the pie on this go around. Raider Campbell asking if I want cube steak and gravy or just quote unquote peanut butter pie. We'll go with the pie. I think JJ and I are going to find us a Waffle House or something down the road later on. Get us a late dinner. And get in a hash brown coma. Get some sleep. Raider, loose change, bring the cube steak and gravy. He'll eat plate and all. Appreciate that, Mark Staten. The folks here at Spring Fling, Kyle and Peter, they put a huge staff together. I mean, they really do put a big team together to make sure that every detail is tended to and you get the best product you can get. I mean, they bring Sally in all the way from Lake Tahoe just to get you parked right and make sure everybody's in a spot that suits them. And I mean, there's people from all over the country, California, Florida, Alabama, everywhere. Of course, Sal, Pete come from New York. So there's a lot of people here from all over the country just to be in the Spring Fling staff. Nate from Las Vegas. They just want to make sure that you get the best product that you can get, and they spare no expense to give it to you. And it's really cool to be a part of. These guys they're family. They're way more than just bosses. And their motto of race it, experience it is something they live by. It's not just something they put on paper because they think it looks good and it'll make you want to come. It's something that they live by every day. Super proud to be a part of it. That's what makes these Winter Circle celebrations so special. We know what goes into this on our side. We know what goes into it on your side. And it's really cool when it all comes together in the Winter Circle. Yeah, G. Michael, I'm going double hash browns tonight. I can go and assure you of that. Shout out to Todd Robinson. Good to have you tuning in, bud. we go. Goodyear, round number 6. Coming at you. Winston-Salem, North Carolina's Tommy Plott. Bringing his dragster around first. He's going to dial 464. Absolutely, Change. Love to have you call some with me. I didn't know you wanted to, brother. I thought you was just kind of hanging out upset right now, so I didn't want to ask you to get on the mic.
I don't mind. I had to come up here and pay this tab.
Colby Fuller in the right lane out of Savannah, Georgia, dial 556. Joined on the mic by Loose Change. I'm going to try to drown his sorrows in a little hot stick action right here.
Try to learn what I should have done on my lap.
Avoid Tommy Plott's what I should have done. Separating on the 3. Advantage goes to Fuller. And Fuller, wow, pretty nice lap there. 11 dead 4. 15 thousandths package. Tommy's 18, take 5 to be 8 thou under. There was no chance there, Change.
That's rare to mathematically eliminate TP.
It is tough. 15 pack in the right, 18 tree in the left. Tommy still got a shot in the door car. Who's next there, Change?
Looks like JoJo Gary, dial 549. Taking on Mr. McCarty. Not in his lane, dial 481.
Yep, really good friends right here. Tough draw for him. Bug McCarty giving up the head start by 7/10. Uh-oh, 17. And Bug gets it done. 6, take 14 to be 14 thou above. 20 pack. 23 on the tree in the left lane for JoJo. Left him no chance. He's 11 thou over.
That's Troy Brewer. Just showed up today. Was toting 2 entries for a while.
T-Brew going to dial a 697. He's got last night's $50,000 runner-up. Tommy Cable in the right lane. Dial 524.
Shout out to little Miss Welch sitting at home. Laney, I know she was cheering for me before I lost. Austin Welch's daughter.
3,000 apart. It's going to be tied at the stripe.
Wow. Brewer laid it down.
Troy Brewer takes out last night's runner-up. 18, dead 6, 24 pack. 7 thousandths at the stripe for Brewer. 15 and 16 thou above for Cable. Leaves him 7 thou short.
Brian Thompson, left lane, dial 464 from Sneeds Ferry, North Carolina. Taking on Mark Horton. Horton from Ohio, dial 438.
Horton in that American race car chassis that he built. Racing against the race tech of Brian Thompson. Horton going to give up 2,600 head start. Slightly less than 3/10.
I've had a ball this weekend at probably one of the nicest facilities that I know of around here.
I've had a ball too, Change. A flat one.
You know you're in a nice place when you go to the bathroom and they got tile walls. Not just the floor, the walls.
Yeah, Galot. Super nice place. No expense spared here. Horton in control right here. Brian Thompson's in trouble. Horton 9, take 12 to be 24 thou above. 33 pack. 36 on the tree for Thompson. Left him no chance. He goes dead on with a 9, but he had no chance. 33 pack in the right, 36 tree in the left. And when you got heating and cooling strips under the racing surface, Change, you know you at someplace that serious about their racetrack.
Yeah, I remember when this place was being built. All the pictures and stuff going online. It was pretty unique. Kyle Cotrera, left lane, 455. Had me involved in a golf cart accident last night.
Uh-oh. You still hobbling from that. Chris Reynolds in the right dial, 447. 800's head start going to Cotrera from Elliott, Maine. Reynolds from Bear, Delaware. Don't see a lot of racers from Delaware and Maine make their way down here in this part of the country. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd say these guys don't meet up every weekend.
10,000 separated. Advantage to Cotrera. Oh. Kyle going to be sick about that one. 9 take 19 to be 2,000 under. Had to take 17 or less. Reynolds 19 did 7. Moving on to round number 7. It's Goodyear round number 6. We're going to let Jason Hoff from Littlestown, Pennsylvania make his bye run. 445 is the target.
Let's see how good you are, Jed. I've seen you put people on the line before. What's he going to be here?
On the tree?
Total.
Okay, well, I'm going to say he's going to be 14 Bub, and he's going to go 444 with a 7. 14 and 3,000 under. What you got?
You took part of mine. I was going to say 3 and 3 under, but I'll go 3 and 4 under. So 444.6.
Okay, we didn't get it. 35 dead 5.
Nice lap.
40 pack. Whoa, Kurt. Whoa, easy there, big fella. Cowboy has come in the tower with a bowl full of something beautiful.
If that's peanut butter pie, I know where it came from. Raider Campbell has been to the stage lanes.
Ferndale wanted to remind you that another facility that hosts a big foot brake race around Thanksgiving has tile on the walls. Disco Dean needs you to come back to the tower and see Sean. Your best losing package. Disco Dean, come back to the tower and see Sean, please.
Hey, bud. Tommy Plott coming up on his second entry. Marie Muller in the right lane, down 450. Tommy, down 519 in the Mustang.
We racing? My bad.
Yeah, I see you ever working on that pie. You just be safe and chew. Try not to get pie on the windows out here. Tommy has steadily progressed this car to get faster and faster. I remember a time when it was not very deep in the 5s.
That ain't all it's deep in today.
He's got some jingle in his pockets.
6,000 separate him, advantage Plott. Tommy gets the win. 18 takes 6 to be dead on with a 9. 27 package. Muller's 24 dead 9. 33 pack comes up 6,000 short.
I had a ball this weekend. Shout out to everybody involved in the Fling. Awesome facility, awesome race. Got to do a lot of donating. Giving round wins to other people.
Look, I saw you at the Sparco Racer Appreciation Barbecue last night after you come out of the stands. Yeah, I mean, you had enough paper in your pocket to burn a mule underwater. That takes a lot of paper. So I don't want to hear you complaining about your tab.
Yeah, I beat Pete out of some Skittles the other day up here.
For Gary Williams, Tim Armstrong, and Disco Dean. Sean is strapping my legs by the round till y'all come get your prizes. racing slicks to the best losing package. A really cool prize there for exiting the race a little earlier than you had planned. Good folks at Autometer picking up round number 7, where they'll supply a $500 gift certificate towards the awesome Autometer product line to the racer that has the best losing package. Thank you again, Autometer, Goodyear, FTI, Hoosier, ATI, Biondo Racing Products, and Cooks for being on the rounds as the round prize sponsors this go around. I mean, y'all really don't understand how bad Sean is. Sean's got a whip, and he's just strapping my legs. He said, how come you hadn't got Disco Dean, Tim Armstrong, and Gary Williams back up here? Gary's got a Bell helmet. Tim Armstrong's got some Hoosier racing tires. And Disco Dean has got an FTI torque converter. He's up here waiting on you. Come see him. Yes, Disco, you did win, and I really need you to come up here and get it. Absolutely check into that, Fetch. Thank you, bud. Appreciate you watching. All right, have the pairings for Autometer round number 7. They are as follows. The buy run will go to Bug McCarty. McCarty Auto Parts entry, going to get the single. Fuller with lane choice over Reynolds. Horton with lane choice over Plott. Sorry about that, Mark. Brewer, lane choice over Hoff. So Bug McCarty will take the single in round number 7. Fuller has lane choice over Reynolds. Horton, lane choice over Plott. And Brewer with lane choice over Hoff. Racers, it's 8:49. I'll be calling you to the lanes in 3 minutes. 8:52 will be your first official call to the lanes. 3 minutes. We'll be calling you, racers. You don't have to wait to be called. If you're ready, come on up. 3-minute call. Cool, wrapping this thing up on Saturday night, getting everybody some time to drive home and relax. So wherever you are headed, you're going to get a lot of time to get there. So again, everyone be safe on your journey home or to the next race or to work, wherever you're headed from here. We wish you safe travels. We hope to see you in September in Bristol at the first fall fling ever. All right, racers, it's 8:52. Autometer, round 7, we need you in the lanes, please. Autometer, round number 7, we need you now, please. 7 cars remain. McCarty with the bye run. Fuller with lane choice over Reynolds. Horton, lane choice over Plott. And Brewer, lane choice over Hoff. Autometer, round 7, we need you now, please, racers. Bring them on in. Gee, Michael, that's debatable, but thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, Mark, that's a good question. You know, it takes just about every vacation day I have to work several races, put on a couple of foot brake races, and then make a couple of races that I'm not involved in that I just want to attend and race at. Don't get a lot of extra time, unfortunately. I'd love to go to Florida and race with you guys sometime, but quite honestly, it's not a likely scenario, my friend. Once again, autometer round 7, we need you, please. Autometer round 7, we need you, please. 7 cars remain, need you all in the lanes. Autometer round number 7. Need you in the lanes, please. Chatting with the chat bleachers here, 1,253 strong here on Saturday night. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Loose change, real name is Jason Overstreet. What kind of car do I have? An expensive one. '72 Nova. A little shorter than it was when I got here. That boy good. I believe the children are our future. Yeah, old voice. Old voice is beat up. I hadn't done much singing today. I get caught up sometimes out in the lanes or out near the racetrack talking to somebody, and you have cars going down the track, so you find yourself having to elevate your tone to try to talk to them, and it just scuffs it up. All right, so as you probably heard, we've got the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP Award, where the committee that is chosen gets together and they talk about the people who have performed well all weekend. Nate, there's been a lot of those. A lot of great performances this weekend.
There have. As a matter of fact, coming into this morning, I know the list was probably about 5 or 6 names deep. Peter was talking about it earlier, about how, you know, he actually took the run logs back to the hotel last night and was kind of thumbing through them and things like that. I know you've been paying attention to runs. I've been paying attention to runs. Kyle, Peter, Mark Dawson, the whole group out here has really been looking at you know what the performance level has been out of a lot of those folks. And as we went through the day, you know, we went from about 6 names down to about 4 names.
Yep.
As we saw a few of the performances fall off a little bit, and again, it's not a bad thing. It's just when you're looking for an MVP, you're looking for somebody with that steady performance throughout
Absolutely.
the entire event. So a couple of names fall off the list here and there, and as a matter of fact, up to about a couple of rounds ago, that list of names had whittled down from about 6 names. Into round number 3, there were 3 names that were left on the list, and we were really paying attention to, you know, lights and margins and the way that they were handling the cars. It came down to 2 names just a little while ago, and based on the performance in the last couple of rounds, that's pretty much been whittled down to 1 name that I believe is the same name that everybody was thinking once that round was over. It was pretty much, okay, are we all in agreement here? And everybody said yes.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. This racer has performed just as an MVP would, and this racer is going to get a beautiful Devil Ray Simpson helmet from Todd's Extreme Paint. This is a one-of-a-kind paint job scheme, logoed with the K&N Spring Fling 5-day logo.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, and, you know, I hope that this doesn't give it away before you announce the name, but, I mean, yesterday, if people were paying attention, they'll figure out who it is. But went down to the round of 7, still in 2 cars. Came down to today into the round, the first laddered round, still with a couple of entries out there, and has been that way pretty much the whole weekend through.
Absolutely. And so without further ado, he was my daddy in round number 4. He's Chris Plott's daddy. He's an all-around awesome guy and a great racer. Congratulations goes out to Tommy Plott, your Todd's Extreme Paint MVP here at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Tommy, you got some business to settle out there, but when you're done, we'll present you with this beautiful Simpson Devil Ray helmet painted by Todd's Extreme. Thank you, Todd's Extreme, for the award. It's really awesome. And oh yeah, Tommy, $1,000 comes with that as well. Todd's Extreme Paint, 4 racers, by racers. And this is a beautiful lid. Congratulations, Tommy. Go do your thing out there the rest of the way. You, sir, are the Todd's Extreme MVP here at the K&N Spring Fling.
So, Jed, definitely a cool title to walk away with. And, again, it really was a very, very discussed decision and based on the performance overall. Again, coming into the final game day, just kind of watched the performance stay solid, steady the entire way through, and it was definitely a pretty cool deal to have it come down to that where everybody just went, yep, that's the guy. So congratulations, Tommy Plott.
Yeah, and there was, like you said, several racers in there. Pete had me in 58th position coming into the day, and I worked my way into the 20s, but I was nowhere in the game. These are real MVPs, and Tommy emerged as the MVP. There were several guys in the running, some great performances out there, so congratulations to everybody that was thought of. Obviously, we won't give those names out, but I think we know who they are. There were some guys that's been running deep in all the races or most of the races, so congratulations, Tommy. We are in Autometer round number 7. We're about to work our way to the semis.
Yeah, Jed, as we were watching those MVP percentages on you, we'd asked JJ for kind of what the percentage was of you hitting the MVP, and it was like watching poker on TV. It had a percentage up there, a percentage to win, and, had the first deal, and we saw what you were out there, and it was like, hey, look, it was looking pretty good, 62, 63%. But then came the flop in the river, and that kind of the flop in the round kind of went
Yeah, I went all in and didn't work out very well for me. It was a good day. Tommy just ended a little early. That's what he does. He ends days for people. Head games. Mikey Walters checking in with us. He said, Tommy's my uncle. I'm way closer to him than that. Good to have you tuning in, Head Games. We are 1,349 people strong in the Mickey Thompson and Jegs Motor Mania live feed. Thank you guys for tuning in. You are witnessing day number last here at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima. We'll start it up in the left lane with Troy Brewer out of Shannon, North Carolina. Brew, what they call him, dial 696. Jason Hoff, right lane out of Littlestown, Pennsylvania, dial 444. Separating. Brew out in front, and Troy Brewer to the semis. 003, 12 thou above, 15 thousandths package. 18 and 18 thou above for Jason Hoff. 36 pack comes up 21 thousandths short as Troy Brewer takes his entry to the semifinals. Chris Reynolds left lane, 447 dial out of Bear, Delaware. Colby Fuller in the right from Savannah, Georgia. Dial 556. Little over a second head start to the door car. 22 thou separate him on the tree. Advantage Fuller, win light Fuller. The door cars will represent at least half the field. 7 thousandths package for Colby Fuller, 28 thou at the stripe, 27 on the tree for Reynolds, dead on with an 8. Left him out of the game, 7 total for Colby Fuller. Next up in the left lane is Tommy Plott, the Todd's Extreme MVP winner. He's dial 519 out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Mark Horton, American Race Cars is his business. His American chassis will be dialed 438 out of Millbury, Ohio. Little less than a second head start going to that bad Mustang of Tommy Plott. Let's see if Horton can run him down. 3 thou separating on the tree. Advantage goes to Plott. And Tommy Plott gets the win light. 24 and 21 thou above for Plott. 45 package. Horton is 27 on the tree. Gets there 23 thou, breaks it out 5. Had to take 18 or less. So the semis will be 3 door cars and a dragster. The dragster will belong to Bug McCarty. McCarty Auto Parts entry out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. 2017 American chassis with those good-looking fenders on it. And Bug's going to roll into the semis. Just going to coast on through. Bug's got plenty of runs on the hot rod, knows where he's at on the tree and the racetrack. So he's just going to ease it on down and come back and battle it out with a sea of door cars. 3 out of the final 4 remaining entries will be in door cars. but all 4 of them's got fenders. How cool is that? Romania, hey, easy there. What's up, Jack? Jack's paging me. That wraps up Autometer. Round number 7. The awesome folks at Autometer are going to give up a $500 gift certificate for the best losing package. Sean is working on that now. We'll let you know who will be that recipient here in just a little bit. Goodyear, round number 6 was Tommy Cable. Tommy Cable, best losing package in Goodyear. Round number 6, thank you Goodyear for providing those racing slicks for Tommy Cable as his best losing package award.
So, Jared, I come back for a second. I see you pounding down some of that dessert, as usual.
Yeah, a little peanut butter pies, really good.
You didn't offer me any. I sat right down next to you, and you just kept scooping it up.
Yeah.
So you talked about the MVP award. I want to just touch on that for a second because I put a lot of thought into that, and so did the entire Spring Fling staff, including Nate Hershey and yourself and Kyle and the rest of us. Even Emily from home was chiming in. So that Todd's Extreme Paint Devil Ray carbon fiber helmet along with $1,000 for the Spring Fling MVP. I'll tell you what, I looked over those sheets to a fault, but there's only so much you can look at as far as numbers go. There's got to be some kind of a feel to it. And being that I was calling some of the shots and calling some of the rounds and watching all of the action, I was able to get a good handle on who was doing what. And it was not only about the win lights, it was about the way they turned on the win light, and for that matter, even some of the rounds they lost. How I watched Shane Carr, who was in the running for quite a while there. He was definitely up in the top 3. Tommy Cable as well. And even when Shane lost, he was always right there. He'd be like 14 and take a thou and lose. And then there was Cameron Manuel, who was absolutely on fire this weekend, and a lot of low 00 lights and within a few thou of his number, driving both ends of the racetrack. So Cameron Manuel was in the running. Hats off to you, Cameron. You had a great week here at the Fling. Shane Carr, you as well. And Tommy Cable, I'll tell you what, it was a really tough call, Jared, between Tommy Cable and Tommy Plott.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, 2 of the toughest Tommies around. Those guys performed extremely well at a lot of spring flings. Tommy Cable has stood in the winner's circle, in his own winner's circle pictures, probably more than anybody. I guess LaBouche would give him a run for his money. Tommy Plott has won a $40,000 to win spring fling race before. Destroyed me on the way to winning that one. He destroyed me here tonight. Most of my opponents are MVPs, by the way. Tommy's just emerging as the number 1.
And that's because they have to put up a good run to beat you, Jared.
Not really, but they do it anyway.
But yeah, so Tommy Plott, Tommy Cable, Cameron Manuel, and Shane Carr. And I tell you, Jimmy DeChacco was looking good there for a while. And I watched, there was about 3 or 4 other drivers that were just absolutely killing it. Jeff Dobbins and Trey Brewer. He was a latecomer. If he showed up early, he may have also had a shot at it. But it really came down to, as far as this morning, there was a few. You were in 53rd place in my mind.
You had me in 58th.
Yeah, well, overnight you went to 53.
I moved up.
I had a good dream, and you went to 53.
You got me in the 20s there earlier today.
So yeah, well that was after you went 00 and dead on and took 00 like I asked you to. I said if you want to move up some spots, you better be a 00 and take 00, and on command you did just that.
I did it, and then Tommy did it to me the next round. Was 00 take 00, so that's why he's the MVP. Big Vin in the house.
Big Vinny Domino.
Now I was told a little earlier, by the way, that we know what has happened to Howie Smith and
Yes.
the loss of his racing operation on the way down. Platinum Products gave $1,500 in gift certificates to help rebuild the trailer. Tommy Cable gave $500 of his winnings last night. Big Vin won the 50-50, and that was a $900 prize. And Big Vin said, "Let it all ride," and sent it to Howie. He got the whole $1,800 in the 50-50. So that was a really cool gesture by you, Big Ben. Wouldn't expect anything less out of you guys. Thank you so much for that. And on behalf of Howie and his family, I know they're very appreciative.
Yes, in the Schroeder family, Vince Schroeder and his wife, they took the bull by the horns and put on that 50-50. So thanks to the Schroeder family. And it's one big, great racing community. When someone goes down like that, everyone gets together and somehow just helps them pick them back up.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, just what we know of last night between 50-50s, gift certificates, and racers giving back. You're talking in the neighborhood of $4,000 just yesterday, helping Howie get the racing operation headed back in the right direction. So really cool. The Spring Fling family and the racers are part of that as well. It's all one big happy family with the facilities that we visit and the staffs that work at those facilities, our own staff that wear the Spring Fling brand a few times a year at different facilities, and the racers that we see at each and every event. We're all one big happy family. That's the way Peter and Kyle visioned it, and that's the way it's going. So thank you so much for all you've done to make this a great race and all you did to help Howie get his racing operation back up and going as soon as possible.
And Tommy Cable also donated $500 of his winnings last night to that fund, to the Howie Smith Fund. So
yes,
hats off to Tommy Cable, and the generosity just continues. So yeah, that MVP award? Congratulations. That Todd's Extreme MVP award, $1,000, and the carbon fiber Delray custom painted helmet by Todd's Extreme Paint going to Tommy Plott. Tommy Plott was deep in the rounds with both entries. I believe 7 cars.
7,
in
yes.
the 50, and it was a tough call. I mean, Cable was in 2 finals here. I mean, it just came down basically. Nate and I were talking earlier. It came down to the last couple of rounds, and it was between those 2 guys. And so congratulations to both of those drivers, but Tommy Plott and picking it up. And speaking of which, we have the ladder.
We do. The pairings in the semis will be as follows, and guys, we'll consider this your official call to the staging lanes. Brewer with lane choice over Plott. Fuller with lane choice over McCarty. Brewer, lane choice over Plott. Fuller, lane choice over McCarty. This is your official call to the lanes for the semis. Semi-finalists, we need you now, please. Tommy Cable got those Goodyear tires. And Jason Hoff got the Autometer gift certificate. So, guys, you can come on up and see Sean just as soon as you can. He'll get those prizes in your hands. Matt Forbes tuning in from Australia. Matt says, excellent choice for MVP. All the way from Australia, sending out good thoughts to Tommy Plott. Matt, we appreciate you tuning in as always, bud.
All right, well, looks like we got half of our semifinalists back there. Got a pair. I believe I see Brewer and Plott both back there. Got a little bit of shadow. Maybe if that's what I'm looking at, but we're getting closer. Got basically 4 cars left as it comes down to the end of the spring fling. Jed's going to roll back and kind of get things buttoned up just like everybody else is doing, getting ready to make their way back home after what has been, I think, one of the best weeks of racing that we've seen out here. I mean, started on Tuesday, rolled through with, you know, that Wednesday warm-up day, and that 15 grander, then of course the Wiseco 20 grander on Thursday, the 50 grand race from Strange Engineering yesterday, and wrapping it up today with the Jegs $20,000. I do want to say thanks to everybody that not only was on the property but was watching along on that Jegs and Mickey Thompson feed on Motor Mania. Just definitely good to have everybody paying attention and watching the racing, wishing that you guys could be out here, and hopefully, I know I keep seeing a lot of you saying, hey, we'll be in Bristol, we'll be here, we'll be there, and hopefully at some point down the road, very, very soon, you get the opportunity to come out and either race with us or at least just come out and rather than sit in the chat bleachers, you can actually sit in the actual bleachers down at the racetrack. We'd love to see each and every one of you at one of the events coming up real soon. Of course, you'll get that opportunity again when Peter has said it several times. The exact, I mean identical format is going to be taking place September 26th through the 30th up in Bristol when we move that event into the fall. Again, just kind of taking a look at what the weather was doing in that part of the country, and just made a little bit more sense to hopefully avoid some of the storms. It's just traditionally a little bit stormier in the May time frame when we're up there in that awesome Bristol dragway. You're welcome, Radio Tire. Umbrella Man left a little while ago, had to go home. I'll tell you what, Umbrella Man was actually here all day. I know that you guys didn't get to see him, but no, he was here all day. As a matter of fact, they trumped me on that in the fact that I did get to see him. They trumped me on that and actually surprised me a little bit. Umbrella Man, who was over in the grandstands throughout the weekend, they actually moved him up to the suites up here, and he got to sit up in the suites all day and watch the racing from up here, so it was pretty cool. He was definitely appreciative of getting his replacement umbrella, and he said that he's already planning on being in Bristol. Plus, we were able to have a pretty good little conversation because we would like to see him able to complete the full circuit. We've seen him in Bristol. We've seen him in Galot. We are working on coming up with a plan to get him out to Vegas next year. We'll get him out there and let him enjoy a little bit of racing out on the West Coast. He told me that hadn't quite had the opportunity. I think he'll take him and his wife, and we'll get him out to the Fling in Vegas. That way he can make a complete trip of it. He and I exchange numbers, and being from Vegas, we should be able to hook him up with a couple of good things while he gets out there. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be pretty fun. That'll be pretty fun. And, of course, talking with him, learned that he's got a pretty interesting background. He's got a pretty awesome job. Lives up there in Newport News, and it's going to be cool. So we'll see about getting him out to Vegas and make sure that he gets the opportunity to visit all three of the spring flings. We'll put him down there at the Million. Let him see what's up. Thanks for that, Barn. Appreciate that. But yeah, we're gonna work that out. We'll figure out on how to get him out there. That'll be fun. Looks like we got most, if not all, of our semifinalists back in the staging lanes. Again, the pairings are set as follows. It'll be Trey Brewer and Tommy Plott. You got Colby Fuller and Bug McCarty, and I think it's pretty interesting is think it's pretty interesting, as Jed had mentioned, all 4 of the cars in the semifinals are going to be sporting fenders. And the one dragster is, huh? Oh, if you guys knew what it was like working on Mark up here in the tower. Dawson, who basically got brought in from Bakersfield as part of the Fling family, was the guy that takes care of all of the computer operations, makes sure that all of the round results get tabulated, figures out best losing packages, figures out all the provisional buy runs, figures out all the ladders. And I actually got to meet Mark in 2004, I think it was, when I first started working at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, when he was part of the track management crew out there. And if I'd have known then what I knew now, my career path would have taken a different direction. I would have threw my stuff down and ran. Well, here's the good news. The semifinalists had fired up. They are headed this direction. And let's see. So in a 3 days of racing that have pretty much come down to a dragster sitting in front of the grandstands here on the service road at Galot Motorsports Park. Well, the dragsters are down to a 25% chance of doing that. The door cars have beat up on them, and I know that that's got the chat bleachers. Hey, careful. Careful on that, Williams. When I'm not out here doing this, that's what I'm doing over on the other side. Ha. All right. We're going to start it off with the Brewer and Plot pair. Plot, who was just crowned, Jack, the Spring Fling MVP. That got him $1,000. That got him a Devil Ray helmet. He is, at this point in time, more interested in trying to get around Troy Brewer. Brewer, one of the new entries here this morning that rolled up as we got the Fox body versus the original Mustang. The 65 body of Tommy Plot, 520 the dial in. Plot's going to end up over on the right side. Brewer's going to end up over on the left. Down and away, and Tommy Plot, the MVP, is going to the final. Troy Brewer dialed that 697, was read by 5 thousandths of a second, and runs down to a 95 on the 97. Tommy Plot, 19 thousandths reaction time, and then goes 524 on the 520. Troy Brewer, just talking about being a brand new entry here, gets all the way down to the semifinals, was deep in the rounds in 2 cars, and his run stops at the semis when he ran smack dab into the MVP, Tommy Plot. That'll bring up Bug McCarty and Colby Fuller. We're about to find out, talking about finals that have been dominated by dragsters, whether the door cars will lock them out on the last night of the Fling. Bug's got the dragster. He's got a 480 dial in. Colby Fuller is dialed at 556. His Camaro sits on the right side. Bug McCarty's dragster sits on the left side. The pre-stage bulbs are lit. Colby's car rocking gently, making its way into the stage position. Bug beats him in by just a little bit. Red light start for Colby Fuller. Fuller fouls out 7 thousandths of a second, and Bug McCarty trip zip on the reaction time. Runs 481 on a 480. So McCarty, who took that easy shot in the last go-round when he had the buy run, rolled up. Jed had mentioned that he knows where he's at on the tree, knows where he's at on the dial, and sure enough, goes out, trip, zip. Colby was 007 red, clicked it off early, runs through 747. On that 556 dial-in. So it will be a dragster and a door car. We'll see if the dragsters can complete the sweep or if the MVP and Tommy Plot can bring back that black Mustang and at least take home one of the big checks. So it is going to be one amazing final round. Bug McCarty and Tommy Plott are going to be the two that will be the final appearing pair in the Spring Fling here at Galot Motorsports Park. Again, the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We'll give them a little time to get turned around and head back this direction. And Jack, Captain Jack, who kind of had that one, according to him, kind of already figured out. And based on the amount of rounds and amount of racing that that guy has witnessed and watched, I would probably say that probably did. I wouldn't argue with that. Ray, I almost agree with you. I think it would be kind of cool to get that other category running at all of the flings. But I definitely like the format that they run at Bristol, the format that they run here at Galot. And I definitely like the fact that we choose to shake it up a little bit at the Spring Fling Million. Again, that Pro 32 category. If you are unfamiliar with what happened back there at the Spring Fling Million in April, I know that most of you are avid watchers and you know exactly what happened. But the Pro 32 category, where essentially, you know, you got a lot of the bottom bulbers, a lot of foot breakers that roll out there in what is a very limited field. As we got through the event, basically our Pro 32 category, they do it very similar in the fact that they run the Pro 32, and then of course they run the door cars and the dragster separate. Pro 32, they run them down to the fact of once we get down to just one car left, then that car gets inserted with everybody else. And if we're on a ladder at that time, then that's usually how it works out. They get in there, and for this year, pretty much each of the days, the Pro 32 representative either made an appearance in the semis or in the finals. As a matter of fact, on like the first and last day, our Pro 32 representative was running in the finals, which was absolutely a pretty cool thing. And I think it works very, very well out there on the West Coast. And I think it works very, very well for the Fling and for the brand. And just the way that Peter and Kyle put things together. Of course, none of it would be possible without Emily and everybody else that wears a Spring Fling shirt out here. But it was definitely kind of a cool format. So I think it works very well, and I think it's something that that they probably plan on keeping around as long as possible. And I know that there's definitely no shortage of interest in cars trying to get into that field. That's pretty much why they have to kind of fill it early. And pretty much it's a 32-car lock field. Once it fills up, and that's kind of how it works. So I know there's a lot of folks, when they start those sign-ups, it's almost kind of like trying to check in for a Southwest flight. People are kind of sitting there waiting to hit the button as soon as the clock goes on. But pretty much they say, hey, we're going to start taking those entries, and just like I do on my phone, 24 hours before the flight's going to take off, they're in there hitting the button trying to get in, or like trying to buy tickets for a concert. But I do again have to say just pretty much how amazed I am at this facility. And again, with it coming down to the end of the night, coming down to the end of the week, those folks that are standing down there behind the starters position on the racetrack, in between the water box, just in front of it, that is probably, in what I have witnessed in the many years and the many racetracks that I've been to, one of the hardest working group of individuals that I have seen. You want to talk about keeping an immaculate racetrack. This thing, I mean, they don't let a drop fall on it that they're not immediately on top of it. There's not a, I mean, they're I think we would drive them crazy in Vegas, because gravel is something that they have absolutely zero acceptance of in the water box, and in Vegas there's just no way to avoid that. But these guys, one little rock falls in the water box, they're out there picking it up and getting rid of it. It's just amazing. I'm surprised they're not out there working on the racetrack in like scrubs and masks and gloves, and it's almost like a clean room down there. But this place is amazing. The scoreboards are amazing. I mean, even today, come on, we had a little bit of a rain break, and we were able to live stream some of the racing from other parts of the country up there on the scoreboards and watch that to keep ourselves entertained. I'm just amazed at the quality of the facility, the friendliness of the people here, and the way that this staff has operated throughout the 4 days that we've been here racing. So definitely give you guys a lot of credit, a lot of well-deserved props for the way that you've done this. Cowboy sitting up here and reminding me about Vegas when we had 70-mile-an-hour gusts that pretty much, I mean, you're talking about a track that's in the middle of the desert, so dust abounds everywhere that we're at down there. And imagine these guys when they're watching the top end of the racetrack essentially turn sand brown and disappear, knowing that I think some of them would go into convulsions watching that happen. They would freak out a little bit. But again, just in all seriousness, this thing is very cool. I mean, the scoreboards are awesome. But what is this about the wall? Radial tire? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're talking about. It is. It is. I think Cowboy said it best. This is definitely the premier 8th mile track. Just definitely cool. What does it bother you? Radial, if I say scoreboard, you keep saying timing board. I'm just... Take a Sharpie and sign the wall. Which wall? I don't think they'd like it if I just signed my name on any random wall out here. I know. They keep this place so clean, they'd be mad. Oh, that's a good point there, too. All right, Radial, I'll figure out. I know there's a lot of big white walls here. Oh, the one behind. I gotcha. Never mind. I'm catching on. I'm a little slow. I apologize. Scoreboard makes him crazy. Awesome. Now I've found that spot. Anyway, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Fine print then. But yeah, no, Cowboy brings up definitely a good point. I mean, come on, I know that like Englishtown, they've got kind of a little cafe over the finish line, but here, that Whole Shot Cafe, where I experienced my first deep fried Twinkie, first deep fried Oreo, one of those deals, and they told me that, of course, I'd have to probably make a trip back here and go to the North Carolina State Fair, where pretty much I believe they deep fried just about anything. Deep fried butter. What do they call it? Death? Yeah. Be like, would you like cardiac arrest on a stick? Deep fried butter? Jared, that got your attention. Did you get Big Red all locked down? Okay, good. Good. Yeah. Deep fried Oreos. How are deep fried Oreos? All right. If maybe I'm just not, my taste buds aren't as refined as they should be for the South. I love Southern food. Briskets and gravy is probably my favorite breakfast in the entire world. Even growing up out there, and again, in this scenario, growing up I've always had a thing for Louisiana. I've always had a thing for Cajun food, and I've been a Saints fan since I was 12. Although, so don't hold that against me if you're not. If you are, great, glad to hear it. But the deep fried Oreo was a little rich for my taste. Just once they got the chocolate, and Cowboy's shaking his head. He's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Which I'm fine with. I liked it. You know, one or two of them, and I'll be done. I'm not going to turn one down. That's for sure. Ooh. Okay. Well, see, now Cowboys added something into the equation that wasn't there originally. Yeah, if I had a big glass of ice cold milk with the deep fried Oreo, that I could probably get down 3 of them. But the deep fried Twinkie, big glass of chocolate milk. Now we're starting to sound like a restaurant in Vegas where, you know, we're starting to figure out wine pairings with dessert. Be like, what goes best with deep fried Twinkies? Well, that would be a big glass of 2% ice cold milk. No, you want whole milk? I keep forgetting. The Twinkie was phenomenal. The way that they did it here, basically they had it battered, dropped it in there. The batter was just a nice, crisp golden brown. The inside, the cream, had just kind of melted to where it was, I mean, it was almost, I don't know the term. It was smooth like yogurt. I mean, it was almost unbelievable how unreal that was. And yeah, definitely I will go after that deep fried Twinkie again when we get out here. As a matter of fact, I will have a specific Twinkie fund that will be set aside each day. So I'm going to gain a lot of weight. Even JJ shaking his head at me. JJ, do you prefer the Oreos or the Twinkies? He's an Oreo guy. All right. All right. So JJ definitely prefers the Oreo. I'm on the Twinkie side, and that's kind of where it is. But JJ, in his 11 years of experience, gave me that they don't make fried Twinkies like they used to, is what he's heard. And I'll definitely go with him on that. Cowboy will take a couple of each, which I definitely do not agree with him, or do not argue with him at all, because yeah, I would take a deep fried Oreo and wash it down with a deep fried Twinkie. And a funnel cake for dessert. No, I'm all about that. Hey, it is getting about that time, and the more we keep talking about this, the hungrier I'm getting. But we are ready for our finalists back in the staging lanes, I do believe. So, Bug and Tommy, the invitation is out there for the two of you to go ahead and start making your way back this direction, as we got to decide who gets to go home with the last of the big checks from here. Again, racers, we know that most of you have already made your way up here to the tower to finalize your tabs and pick up your big checks. We look forward to getting all of that taken care of, and definitely looking forward to September when you get to come back out this direction again. At least I get to fly back over the Rockies, over the Mississippi, and go visit what I think is one of the coolest KOA campgrounds in the world. One of these times, I'm going to get out there just to get out there with Cowboy for the junior event in Bristol. I'll love that. Juniors are awesome. You got that right. That's one of those things that I've watched time and time again, and it was actually something that I said. I was hosting the NHRA Division 7 banquet with Mike Rice, and after we got done with our junior awards, I basically gave a lighthearted warning, yet serious warning, to all of the guys in the bigger classes. We call them, the big cars. Gave them a lighthearted warning as we stood all of the champions up there on the stage to take their pictures, and I said, guys and gals, make sure that you take a very close look at each one of these kids' faces, because they're probably the next one that's going to be handing you a win slip, or handing you a loss light, as Pete would say, next time you're making your way down the racetrack. And that actually came to fruition. A couple of those kids at the divisional event were parking some of those division champions just a couple of weekends later. So it was pretty cool. But it looks like we got Bug back there. Tommy's back there. Our finalists are going to make their final handshakes. Wish each other luck. They'll get climbed into the cars. Kyle Seipel, Pete Biano will be back there to meet them, greet them. And we are getting very close to the final pair of the Spring Fling here at Galot Motorsports Park. It's going to be pretty cool. When everything's all said and done, of course, our winner and runner-up will both come back down the return road. We need to go to Indy and get a sandwich. I may have to try that. Cowboy's been there. Have you had the pork tenderloin at Indy? Somebody said something about a pork tenderloin sandwich at Indy. All right. I understand. That's like that old saying, I am on a seafood diet. If I see it, I'll eat it. All right. So everything is getting radioed up here to the tower. All the final decisions have been made. The dial-ins are on the cars. We're going to find out if the dragsters will do a clean sweep of the Spring Fling, the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries here at Galot Motorsports Park, or if Tommy Plott is the MVP, can pretty much seal the deal. So, the finalists have fired up. They are headed towards the water box. Bug's going to take over the left lane. Tommy's going to take over the right side of the racetrack. And for Tommy Plott, that's the last lane that he just won in. I mean, for the door car fans, at least they can say that regardless, and I mean regardless of what goes down here, the last car to win at the Spring Fling at Galot Motorsports Park was wearing fenders. So Bug McCarty, 481. That's going to be the dial-in, and Tommy Plott rolls up and does an MVP-style burnout. Takes it down about 65 feet, throws it in reverse, backs it up. 5:21 shows up on the scoreboard for Tommy Plott. The staging process begins for the last time here this week. The inaugural K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries, closes out with a 1965 Mustang. Dialed in at 521, going up against the dragster, dialed in at 481, and it's over. Tommy Plott, 001 red. Bug McCarty gets the win. Had the 021 light, runs it down to a 481 on a 481, was dead on 5. Tommy Plott left early by 1,000th of a second. Now, he's not going to go away empty-handed. He will still walk away with that BTE converter. Again, the BTE converter going to the runner-up of each of the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday races. But Bug McCarty, he's going home with $20,000 worth of Jegs cash as the final winner here at the Spring Fling at Galot Motorsports Park. And for Bug McCarty, it caps off what has been a really good weekend. So Bug, dead on 5 after he had the 21 thou light. And for Tommy Plott, getting oh so close, he'll be your runner-up here. And they are going to make their way back down the return road. They'll swing around. Obviously, Jed is going to be greeting them down there with Peter, with Kyle, with Sean, with everybody. There's Tommy Plott, your MVP and runner-up of the K&N Spring Fling. He'll get that $1,000. And the helmet, of course, that Devil Ray helmet, custom painted by the folks at Todd's. Just a beautiful, beautiful helmet. But Bug McCarty is now back down at the scoreboards and making his way this direction. So your Jegs, $20,000 Saturday champion. Stopping down there, getting a little congratulations. Right about halfway down the racetrack. And what a nice end to a wonderful weekend it is for Bug McCarty. Once again, congratulations to Bug for picking up the win here on that Jegs $20,000 Saturday. And again, for all of you that were watching along online, we do thank you for joining us in on that Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV feed. Thanks for being here all weekend long, and for everybody that was here on property, whether you've left already or whether you are still sitting out here going to pack it up and head out in the morning. Again, as we mentioned before, racers, it is not possible to do any of this without you. You are the ones that make everything happen here at the racetrack. If you didn't roll through the gate, we'd basically be sitting here for 4 very long, very boring days. And in this case, we get to sit here for 4 pretty amazing days of racing with a group of people that are all considered pretty amazing in their own right. So Bug McCarty's the champ. And before I get off the microphone here real quick and turn things down over to Jed, from my side of the world, from my part of the country, from me, I just want to say thank you to everybody for their hospitality and for helping a West Coast guy feel right at home here in North Carolina at Galot Motorsports Park. I definitely appreciate it. I look forward to seeing everybody in Bristol in September, but the checks are being handed out. The very cool Sparco Event Champion jacket is being placed on Bug McCarty as he gets down there. But Jared Pennington gets to talk to a guy that he is very, very familiar with as he collects up $20,000 worth of Jegs money. Jared, will kick it down to you, sir.
Thank you, Nate. All right, here we are in the final K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries Winner Circle with today's $20,000 champion McCarty Auto Parts man, Bug McCarty. This beautiful fendered American chassis. Bug, you don't get a lot of opportunities to do this. You told me a few weeks ago you're going to have to miss a lot of racing because y'all doing the junior thing. Man, you made it count. You come out here and got it done today for 20 grand. How's it feel to wrap up the weekend with this big payday?
It feels real good the way I drove the first 3 days. Real good. I was terrible. I made up for it today.
Well, you was very good today. I know a couple of triple O lights, a lot of tight finish line driving, nice setting it down to dead on a bunch. Did a great job. It's got to feel good in limited opportunities to come out here and show what you got and let them know that they didn't bring their bug spray today.
That's true. I just wish my wife and kids were here.
Well, I know Miss Carol and Trip, man, Caroline, they watching back home. I guess they're watching. They're probably really excited for you. I hate they're not here, too. But congratulations. Heck of a way to wrap it up. What's that?
I'm sad they're not here, too.
JJ misses Trip. Yeah. Great job, Bug. Congratulations. Heck of a way to wrap it up. $20,000 payday. You are the man today wrapping up the show.
Thanks a lot, and I appreciate the Spring Fling staff and everybody else here at Galot. Thank you.
Bug McCarty, everybody, a $20,000 champion here on the wrap-up day, Jeg Saturday at the Fling. All right, here we are back in the final K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Winner's Circle with today's $20,000 runner-up. Tommy Plott, not only was it a great day at the track, I know you wanted to win there because that's what Tommy Plott does. He wins. Runner-up finish in the final 20 grander, a quarterfinal and a semi in the 50 last night. Heck of a weekend at the racetrack in both your cars.
Yes, it was. It's just unbelievable with all the competition that's out here, and to do as good as I did. I would have liked to finish the job, but hey, it's all good.
Well, I know you wanted to finish because that's what winners do. They want to finish. But when you reflect back, it's, you know, on the ride home, the short ride home, you're going to have to feel really good about what you accomplished here. Not only that, but obviously with the great performance that you had on the track in 2 different vehicles with all that went on this weekend, you are the Todd's Extreme MVP winner. You get $1,000 from Todd's Extreme. That beautiful Simpson Devil Ray helmet, all and everything else you won this weekend. I mean, you've had some great weekends at the racetrack. This has got to rank right up there, Tommy.
Yeah, it's at the top of the list, thanks to Todd's Extreme Paint for the helmet and the money. I'm going to enjoy it. I need a good helmet.
And the money never hurts. Yeah, Tommy, congratulations. I should be mad at you, but I mean, even when you lose to Tommy Plott like I did, you just have to smile about it and go, that was Tommy doing what Tommy does. Heck of a job on the racetrack this weekend. It was a pleasure to watch, pleasure to call you shots, and really, really awesome performance.
Thank you. I want to thank my wife, Sherry, and Thomas Dunford, and my son, Chris. I mean, Howie, everybody helped me this weekend, so it took all of them.
It did look like a team effort. I saw a lot of scrambling around, making sure you were ready to go at all times, and your team performed well, and their driver performed even better than that. Great job, Tommy.
Thank you very much, Jared.
Tommy Plott, another big final round here at the K&N Spring Fling, your $20,000 runner-up, and your Todd's Extreme MVP here at the Fling.
Well, we've now heard from both our winner and our runner-up down there, and as they finalize the photos, racers, one more time, on behalf of all of us here at the Spring Fling staff, on behalf of Peter Biondo, Emily Biondo, Kyle Seipel, and the whole crew, we want to say thank you for making this first ever event at Galot Motorsports Park a huge success. It was a tremendous week of racing, a lot of very long days and a lot of very successful days. It was definitely our pleasure to come out here and have each and every one of you join us. And so again, on behalf of the folks at Galot Motorsports Park, on behalf of the entire Spring Fling family and staff, we thank you, we wish you the best, and we look forward to seeing everybody at the next stop, which will be in September, as we inaugurate the Fall Fling, September 26th through the 30th. Hopefully you will join us there. But racers, please drive home safely. Wherever you may go, we hope that you get there, and that now between now and Bristol, that your days are on the up and up. So we appreciate you being out here, racers. Signing off for the final time on behalf of Jared Pennington, I'm Nate Hershey, and this is going to do it for the Spring Fling Galot, the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Good night.
Well, guys, we got through another one of these things without anybody getting hurt, without tearing up too much stuff, and praise God we had no wrecks. Huge, 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 huge thanks to Mickey Thompson and Jegs for sponsoring the live feed. Without them, we wouldn't be here, guys. Go out, thank them, go on their Facebook pages, give them a call and thank them for providing the funds for the live feed, guys. And I got mosquitoes in here now. Yes, thank you so much. Alright, guys. In 3 weeks, we're going to take 2 weeks off. My team's going to take about 2 weeks off. And in 3 weeks, we're going to be in Elk Creek, Virginia for the Money Tree. Yes, the Money Tree has moved from Radford to Elk Creek. That's going to be Memorial Day weekend. And then 2 weeks after that is going to be, everybody knows what this race is, Prize Fight. That's Pooch's race. Everybody knows what that race is. And it's going to be bad and fast. That weekend is going to be June 9th through the 10th. And we are super, super stoked about that. It'll be my first radio race that we've done since that I've done since Lights Out. So I'm really, really, really excited about that. So, guys, we're gonna get out of here, and that's it. So, on behalf of Spring Fling, the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries, Jed Nation, Motor Mania TV, and J Angel Productions, I'm Captain Jack signing off. We'll see y'all in 3 weeks at Elk Creek. Keep watching. We'll stream more.